The Rosary, Chapter 20. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Pat Elder, San Antonio, Florida, January 2007. Chapter 20. Jane Reports Progress. Letter from the Honorable Jane Champion to Sir Derek Brand, Castle Gleneesh, New Brunswick. My dear Derek, my wires and postcards have not told you much beyond the fact of my safe arrival. Having been here a fortnight, I think it is time I sent you a report. Only you must remember that I am a poor scribe. From infancy it has always been difficult for me to write anything beyond that stock commencement. I hope you are quite well, and I approach the task of a descriptive letter with an effort which is colossal. And yet I wish I might for once borrow the pen of a ready writer, because I cannot help knowing that I have been passing through experiences such as do not often fall to the lot of a woman. Nurse Rosemary Gray is getting along capitally. She is making herself indispensable to the patient, and he turns to her with a completeness of confidence which causes her heart to swell with professional pride. Poor Jane has got no further than hearing from his own lips that she is the very last person in the whole world he would wish should come near him in his blindness. When she was suggested as a possible visitor, he said, "Oh, my God, no," and his face was wild with horrid protest. So Jane is getting her horsewhipping, boy and, according to the method of a careful and thoughtful judge, who orders 30 lashes of the cat in 3 applications of 10. So is Jane's punishment laid on at intervals, not more than she can bear at a time, but enough to keep her heart continually sore, and her spirit in perpetual dread. And you, dear clever doctor, are proved perfectly right in your diagnosis of the sentiment of the case. He says her pity would be the last straw on his already heavy cross, and the expression is an apt one, her pity for him being indeed a thing of straw. The only pity she feels is pity for herself, thus hopelessly caught in the meshes of her own mistake. But how to make him realize this is the puzzle. Do you remember how the Israelites were shut in between Migdol and the sea? I knew Migdol meant towers, but I never understood the passage until I stood upon that narrow wedge of desert, with the Red Sea in front and on the left, the rocky range of Jabal Attica on the right, towering up against the sky like the weird shapes of an impregnable fortress. The sole outlet or inlet behind being the route they had just traveled from Egypt, and along which the chariots and horsemen of Pharaoh were thundering in hot pursuit. Even so, boy is poor Jane now tramping her patch of desert, which narrows daily to the measure of her despair. Migdol is his certainty that her love could only be pity. The Red Sea is the confession into which she must inevitably plunge, to avoid scaling Migdol, in the chill waters of which, as she drags him in with her, his love is bound to drown, as waves of doubt and mistrust sweep over its head, doubts which he has lost the power of removing, mistrust which he can never hope to prove have been false and mistaken. And behind come galloping the hosts of Pharaoh, chance, speeding on the wheels of circumstance. At any moment some accident may compel a revelation, and instantly he will be scaling rocky Migdol, with torn hands and bleeding feet, and she, poor Jane, floundering in the depths of the Red Sea. Oh, for a Moses, with divine commission to stretch out the rod of understanding love, making a safe way through, so that together they might reach the promised land. Dear wise old boy, dare you undertake the role of Moses? But here I am writing like a page of Baedeker and failing to report on actual facts. As you may suppose, Jane grows haggard and thin in spite of old Marjorie's porridge, which is put on every day after lunch for the next morning's breakfast, and anybody passing gives it a stir. Did you know that was the right way to make porridge, Derek? I always thought it was made in 5 minutes, as wanted. Marjorie says that must be the English stuff which profanely goes by the name New Brunswick. Please mark the self-control with which I repeat Scott remarks, without rushing into weird spelling, a senseless performance it seems to me. For if you already know how old Marjorie pronounces porridge, you can read her pronunciation into the sentence, and if you do not know it, no grotesque spelling on my part could convey to your mind any but a caricatured version of the pretty Scott accent with which Marjorie says, "Stir the porridge, Nurse Gray." In fact, I am agreeably surprised at the ease with which I understand the natives, and the pleasure I derive from their conversation. For after wrestling with one or two modern novels dealing with the Highlands, I had expected to find the language an unknown tongue. Instead of which, lo and behold, old Margery, Maggie the housemaid, MacDonald the gardener, and McAllister the gamekeeper all speak a rather purer English than I do, far more carefully pronounced, and with every R sounded and rolled. Their idioms are far more characteristic than their accents. They say whenever for when, and use in their verbs several quaint variations of tense. But what a syntactical digression! Oh boy, the wound at my heart is so deep and so sore that I dread the dressings, even by your delicate touch. Where was I? Ah, the porridge gave me my loophole of escape. Well, as I was saying, Jane grows worn and thin, old Margery's porridge notwithstanding, but Nurse Rosemary Gray is flourishing, and remains a pretty, dainty little thing, with an additional charm of fluffy, fly-away floss silk for hair, Dr. Rob's own unaided contribution to the fascinating picture. By the way, I was quite unprepared to find him such a character. I learned much from Dr. Mackenzie, and I love Dr. Rob, excepting on those occasions when I long to pick him up by the scruff of his fawn overcoat and drop him out of the window. On the point of Nurse Rosemary's personal appearance, I found it best to be perfectly frank with the household. You can have no conception how often awkward moments arose, as for instance in the library the first time Garth came downstairs, when he ordered Simpson to bring the steps for Miss Gray, and Simpson opened his lips to remark that Nurse Gray could reach the top shelf on her own tiptoes with the greatest of ease, he having just seen her do it. Mercifully, the perfect training of an English manservant saved the situation, and he merely said, "Yes, sir, certainly, sir," and looked upon me standing silently by as a person who evidently delighted in giving unnecessary trouble. Had it been dear old Margery with her Scotch tongue, which starts slowly but gathers momentum as it rolls, and can never be arrested until the full flood of her thoughts has been poured forth, I should have been constrained to pick her up bodily by my dainty arms and carry her out. So I sent for Simpson and Margery to the dining room that evening, when the master was safely out of earshot, and told them that for reasons which I could not fully explain, a very incorrect description of my appearance had been given him. He thought me small and slim, fair and very pretty, and it was most important, in order to avoid long explanations and mental confusion for him, that he should not at present be undeceived. Simpson's expression of polite attention did not vary, and his only comment was, "Certainly, miss, quite so." But across old Margery's countenance, while I was speaking, passed many shades of opinion, which fortunately, by the time I finished, crystallized into an approving smile of acquiescence. She even added her own commentary. And a very good thing, too, I am thinking, for Master Garth, poor laddie, was always so set upon having beauty about him. Master Garthy, I would say to him, when he had friends coming, and all his ideas in talking over the dinner concerned the cleaning up of the old silver, and putting out the Valentine glass and worsted china. Master Garthy, I would say, feeling the occasion called for the apt quoting of Scripture, it appears to me that your attention is given entirely to the outside of the cup and platter, and you care nothing for all the good things that lie within. So it is just as well to keep him deceived, Miss Gray. And then, as Simpson coughed tactfully behind his hand and nudged her very obviously with his elbow, she added, as a sympathetic afterthought, "For though a homely face may indeed be redeemed by its kindly expression, you cannot very well explain expression to the blind." So you see, Deryck, this shrewd old body, who has known Garth from boyhood, would have entirely agreed with the decision 3 years ago. Well, to continue my report, the voice gave us some trouble, as you foresaw, and the whole plan hung in the balance during a few awful moments. For though he easily accepted the explanation we had planned, he sent me out, and told Dr. Mackenzie my voice in his room would madden him. Dr. Rob was equal to the occasion, and won the day, and Garth, having once given in, never mentioned the matter again, only sometimes I see him listening and remembering. But Nurse Rosemary Gray has beautiful hours when poor anxious yearning Jane is shut out, for her patient turns to her, and depends on her, and talks to her, and tries to reach her mind, and shows her his, and is a wonderful person to live with and know. Jane, marching about in the cold outside and hearing them talk, realizes how little she understood the beautiful gift which was laid at her feet. How little she had grasped the nature and the mind of the man whom she dismissed as a mere boy. Nurse Rosemary, sitting beside him during the long sweet hours of companionship, is learning it, and Jane, ramping up and down her narrow strip of desert, tastes the sirocco of despair. And now I come to the point of my letter, and though I am a woman, I will not put in a postscript. Derek, can you come up soon to pay him a visit and talk to me? I don't think I can bear it unaided much longer, and he would so enjoy having you, and showing you how he had got on, and all the things he had already learned to do. Also, you might put in a word for Jane, or at all events, get his mind on the subject. Oh boy, if you could spare 48 hours! And a breath of the moors would be good for you. Also, I have a little private plan, which depends largely for its fulfillment on your coming. Oh boy, come. Yours, needing you, Jeanette. From Sir Derek Brand to Nurse Rosemary Gray, Castle Gleneesh, New Brunswick. Wimpole Street. My dear Jeanette, certainly I will come. I will leave Euston on Friday evening. I can spend the whole of Saturday and most of Sunday at Gleneesh, but must be home in time for Monday's work. I will do my best, only alas, I am not Moses, and do not possess his wonder-working rod. Moreover, latest investigations have proved that the Israelites could not have crossed at the place you mentioned, but further north at the Bitter Lakes, a mere matter of detail, in no way affecting the extreme appositeness of your illustration, rather adding to it, for I fear there are bitter waters ahead of you, my poor girl. Still, I am hopeful, nay, more than hopeful, confident. Often of late, in connection with you, I have thought of the promise about all things working together for good. Anyone can make good things work together for good, but only the Heavenly Father can bring good out of evil, and taking all our mistakes and failings and foolishnesses, cause them to work to our most perfect well-being. The more intricate and involved this problem of human existence becomes, the greater the need to take as our own clear rule of life, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lead not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Ancient marching orders, and simple, but true and therefore eternal. I am glad Nurse Rosemary is proving so efficient, but I hope we may not have to face yet another complication in our problem. Suppose our patient falls in love with dainty little Nurse Rosemary. Where will Jane be then? I fear the desert would have to open its mouth and swallow her up. We must avert such a catastrophe. Could not Rosemary be induced to drop an occasional H, or confess herself rather gone on Simpson? Oh, my poor old girl, I could not jest thus, were I not coming shortly to your aid. How maddening it is, and you so priceless. But most men are either fools or blind, and one is both. Trust me to prove it to him, to my own satisfaction and his, if I get the chance. Yours always devotedly, Derek Brand. From Sir Derek Brand to Dr. Robert Mackenzie. Dear Mackenzie, do you consider it to be advisable that I should shortly pay a visit to our patient at Gleneesh and give an opinion on his progress? I find I can make it possible to come north this week-end. I hope you are satisfied with the nurse I sent up. Yours very faithfully, Derek Brand. From Dr. Robert Mackenzie to Sir Derek Brand. Dear Sir Derek, every possible need of the patient is being met by the capable lady you sent to be his nurse. I am no longer needed, nor are you for the patient. But I deem it exceedingly advisable that you should shortly pay a visit to the nurse, who is losing more flesh than a lady of her proportions can well afford. Some secret care, besides the natural anxiety of having the responsibility of this case, is wearing her out. She may confide in you. She cannot quite bring herself to trust in your humble servant, Robert Mackenzie. End of Chapter 20. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, The Rosary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Pat Elder, San Antonio, Florida, January 2007. The Rosary, Chapter 21. Hard on the Secretary. Nurse Rosemary sat with her patient in the sunny library at Gleneesh. A small table was between them, upon which lay a pile of letters, his morning mail, ready for her to open, read to him, and pass across, should there chance to be one among them he wished to touch or to keep in his pocket. They were seated close to the French window opening onto the terrace. The breeze, fragrant with the breath of spring flowers, blew about them, and the morning sun streamed in. Garth, in white flannels, wearing a green tie and a buttonhole of primroses, lay back luxuriously, enjoying, with his rapidly quickening senses, the scent of the flowers and the touch of the sunbeams. Nurse Rosemary finished reading a letter of her own, folded it, and put it in her pocket with a feeling of thankful relief. Derek was coming. He had not failed her. "A man's letter, Miss Gray," Garth said unexpectedly. "Quite right," said Nurse Rosemary. "How did you know?" "Because it was on one sheet. A woman's letter on a matter of great importance would have run to 2, if not 3, and that letter was on a matter of importance." "Right again," said Nurse Rosemary, smiling. "And again, how did you know?" "Because you gave a little sigh of relief after reading the first line, and another as you folded it and replaced it in the envelope." Nurse Rosemary laughed. "You are getting on so fast, Mr. Dalmain, that soon we shall be able to keep no secrets. My letter was from—" "Oh, don't tell me," cried Garth quickly, putting out his hand in protest. "I had no idea of seeming curious as to your private correspondence, Miss Gray. Only it is such a pleasure to report progress to you in the things I managed to find out without being told." "But I meant to tell you anyway," said Nurse Rosemary. "The letter is from Sir Derek. And amongst other things, he says he is coming up to see you next Saturday." "Ah, good," said Garth. "And what a change he will find. And I shall have the pleasure of reporting on the nurse, secretary, reader, and unspeakably patient guide and companion he provided for me." And then he added, in a tone of suddenly awakened anxiety, "He is not coming to take you away, is he?" "No," said Nurse Rosemary. "Not yet. But, Mr. Dalmain, I was wanting to ask whether you could spare me just during 48 hours. And Dr. Brand's visit would be an excellent opportunity. I could leave you more easily, knowing you would have his companionship. If I may take the weekend, leaving on Friday night, I could return early on Monday morning, and be with you in time to do morning letters. Dr. Brand would read you Saturdays and Sundays. Ah, I forgot, there is no Sunday post, so I should miss but one, and he would more than take my place in other ways." "Very well," said Garth, striving not to show disappointment. "I should have liked that we 3 should have talked together. But no wonder you want a time off. Shall you be going far?" "No, I have friends nearby. And now, do you wish to attend to your letters?" "Yes," said Garth, reaching out his hand. "Wait a minute, there is a newspaper among them. I smell the printing ink. I don't want that. But kindly give me the rest." Nurse Rosemary took out the newspaper, then pushed the pile along until it touched his hand. Garth took them. "What a lot," he said, smiling in pleasurable anticipation. "I say, Miss Gray, if you profit as you ought to do so by the reading of so many epistles written in every possible and impossible style, you ought to be able to bring out a pretty comprehensive, complete letter writer. Do you remember the condolences of Mrs. Parker Bangs? I think that was the first time that we really laughed together. Kind old soul, but she should not have mentioned blind Bartimaeus dipping 7 times in the pool of Siloam. It is always best to avoid classical allusions, especially if sacred, unless one has them accurately." Now, Garth paused. He had been handling his letters one by one, carefully fingering each, before laying it on the table beside him. He had just come to one written on foreign paper and sealed. He broke off his sentence abruptly, held the letter silently for a moment, then passed his finger slowly over the seal. Nurse Rosemary watched him anxiously. He made no remark, but after a moment laid it down and took up the next. When he passed the pile across to her, he slipped the sealed letter beneath the rest, so that she should come to it last of all. Then the usual order of proceedings commenced. Garth lighted a cigarette, one of the first things he had learned to do for himself, and smoked contentedly, carefully placing his ashtray, and almost unfailingly locating the ash in time and correctly. Nurse Rosemary took up the first letter, read the postmark, and described the writing on the envelope. Garth guessed from whom it came, and was immensely pleased if, on opening, his surmise proved correct. There were 9 today of varying interest, some from men friends, 1 or 2 from charming women who professed themselves ready to come and see him as soon as he wished for visitors, 1 from a blind asylum asking for a subscription, a short note from the doctor heralding his visit, and a bill for ties from a Bond Street shop. Nurse Rosemary's fingers shook as she replaced the 8th in its envelope. The last of the pile lay on the table. As she took it up, Garth, with a quick movement, flung his cigarette in through the window, and lay back, shading his face with his hand. "Did I shoot straight, Nurse?" he asked. She leaned forward and saw the tiny column of blue smoke rising from the gravel. "Quite straight," she said. "Mr. Dalmain, this letter has an Egyptian stamp, and the postmark is Cairo. It is sealed with scarlet sealing wax, and the engraving on the seal is a plumed helmet with the visor closed." "And the writing?" asked Garth mechanically and very quietly. "The handwriting is rather bold and very clear, with no twirls or flourishes. It is written with a broad nib." "Will you kindly open it, Nurse, and tell me the signature before reading the rest of the letter?" Nurse Rosemary fought with her throat, which threatened to close altogether and stifle her voice. She opened the letter, turned to the last page, and found the signature. "It is signed Jane Champion, Mr. Dalmain," said Nurse Rosemary. "Read it, please," Garth said quietly, and Nurse Rosemary began. "Dear Dal, what can I write? If I were with you there would be so much I could say, but writing is so difficult, so impossible. I know it is harder for you than it would have been for any of us, but you will be braver over it than we should have been, and you will come through splendidly and go on thinking life beautiful and making it seem so to other people. I never thought it so until that summer at Overdene and Shenstone, when you taught me the perception of beauty. Since then, in every sunset and sunrise, in the blue-green of the Atlantic, the purple of the mountains, the spray of Niagara, the cherry blossoms of Japan, the golden deserts of Egypt, I have thought of you, and understood them better because of you. Oh, Dal, I should like to come and tell you all about them, and let you see them through my eyes, and then you would widen out my narrow understanding of them, and show them again to me in greater loveliness. I hear you receive no visitors, but cannot you make just one exception and let me come? I was at the Great Pyramid when I heard. I was sitting on the piazza after dinner. The moonlight called up memories. I had just made up my mind to give up the Nile and come straight home, and write asking you to come and see me, when General Lorraine turned up with an English paper and a letter from Myra, and I heard. Would you have come, Garth? And now, my friend, as you cannot come to me, may I come to you? If you just say, 'Come,' I will come from any part of the world where I may chance to be when the message reaches me. Never mind this Egyptian address. I shall not be there when you are hearing this. Direct to me at my aunt's town house. All my letters go there and are forwarded unopened. Let me come. And oh, do believe that I know something of how hard it is for you, but God can enable. Believe me to be yours more than I can write, Jane Champion." Garth removed the hand which had been shielding his face. "If you are not tired, Miss Gray, after reading so many letters, I should like to dictate my answer to that one immediately, while it is fresh in my mind. Have you paper there? Thank you. May we begin? Dear Miss Champion, I am deeply touched by your kind letter of sympathy. It was especially good of you to write to me from so far away amid so much which might have well diverted your attention from friends at home." A long pause. Nurse Rosemary Gray waited, pen in hand, and hoped the beating of her heart was only in her ears and not audible across the small table. "I am glad you did not give up the Nile trip, but—" An early bee hummed in from the hyacinths and buzzed against the pane. Otherwise the room was very still. "But of course, if you had sent for me, I should have come." The bee fought the window angrily, up and down, for several minutes, then found the open glass and whirled out into the sunshine, joyfully. Absolute silence in the room until Garth's quiet voice broke in as he went on dictating. "It is more than kind of you to suggest coming to see me, but—" Nurse Rosemary dropped her pen. "Oh, Mr. Dalmain," she said, "let her come." Garth turned upon her a face of blank surprise. "I do not wish it," he said in a tone of absolute finality. "But think how hard it must be for anyone to want so much to be near a friend in trouble, and to be kept away." "It is only her wonderful kindness of heart makes her offer to come, Miss Gray. She is a friend and comrade of long ago. It would greatly sadden her to see me thus." "It does not seem so to her," pleaded Nurse Rosemary. "Ah, cannot you read between the lines? Or does it take a woman's heart to understand a woman's letter? Did I read it badly? May I read it over again?" A look of real annoyance gathered on Garth's face. He spoke with quiet sternness, a frown bending his straight black brows. "You read it quite well," he said, "but you do not do well to discuss it. I must feel able to dictate my letters to my secretary without having to explain them." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Nurse Rosemary humbly. "I was wrong." Garth stretched his hand across the table and left it there a moment, though no responsive hand was placed within it. "Never mind," he said with his winning smile, "my kind little mentor and guide. You can direct me in most things, but not in this. Now let us conclude. Where were we? To suggest coming to see me. Did you put 'it is most kind,' or 'it is more than kind'?" "More than kind," said Nurse Rosemary brokenly. "Right, for it is indeed more than kind. Only she and I can possibly know how much more. Now let us go on." "But I am receiving no visitors, and do not desire any until I have so mastered my new circumstances that the handicap connected with them shall neither be painful nor very noticeable to other people. During the summer I shall be learning step by step to live this new life, in complete seclusion at Gleneesh. I feel sure my friends will respect my wish in this matter. I have with me one who most perfectly and patiently is helping—" "Ah, wait," cried Garth suddenly. "I will not say that. She might misunderstand. Had you begun to write it? No? What was the last word? Matter? Ah, yes, that is right. Full stop after matter. Now let me think." Garth dropped his face into his hands and sat for a long time absorbed in thought. Nurse Rosemary waited. Her right hand held the pen poised over the paper. Her left was pressed against her breast. Her eyes rested on that dark bowed head, with a look of unutterable yearning and of passionate tenderness. At last Garth lifted his face. "Yours very sincerely, Gareth Dalmain," he said, and silently Nurse Rosemary wrote it. End of chapter 21. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The Rosary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pat Elder, San Antonio, Florida, January 2007. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 22. Dr. Rob to the Rescue. Into the somewhat oppressive silence which followed the addressing and closing of the envelope, broke the cheery voice of Dr. Rob.
"Which is the patient today, the lady or the gentleman? Ah, neither, I see. Both flaunt the bloom of perfect health and make the doctor shy. It is spring without, but summer within," ran on Dr. Rob gaily, wondering why both faces were so white and perturbed, and why there was in the air a sense of hearts in torment. "Flannels seem to call up boating and picnic parties. And I see you have discarded the merino, Nurse Gray, and returned to the pretty blue washables. More becoming, undoubtedly, only don't take cold, and be sure you feed up well. In this air people must eat plenty, and you have been perceptibly losing weight lately. We don't want too airy-fairy dimensions." "Why do you always chaff Miss Gray about being small, Dr. Rob?" asked Garth in a rather vexed tone. "I am sure being short is in no way detrimental to her." "I will chaff her about being tall, if you like," said Dr. Rob, looking at her with a wicked twinkle as she stood in the window, drawn up to her full height, and regarding him with cold disapproval. "I would sooner no comments of any kind be made upon her personal appearance," said Garth shortly, then added more pleasantly, "You see, she is just a voice to me, a kind guiding voice. At first I used to form mental pictures of her of a hazy kind, but now I prefer to appropriate in all its helpfulness what I do know, and leave unimagined what I do not." "Did it ever strike you that she is the only person, bar that fellow Johnson, who belongs to a nightmare time I am quickly forgetting? I have yet had near me in my blindness whom I had not already seen. The only voice I have ever heard to which I could not put a face and a figure. In time, of course, there will be many. At present she stands alone to me in this." Dr. Rob's observant eye had been darting about during this explanation, seeking to focus itself upon something worthy of minute examination. Suddenly he spied the foreign letter lying close beside him on the table. "Hello," he said. "Pyramids? The Egyptian stamp? That's interesting. Have you friends out there, Mr. Dalmain?" "That letter came from Cairo," Garth replied, "but I believe Miss Champion has by now gone on to Syria." Dr. Rob attacked his moustache and stared at the letter meditatively. "Champion?" he repeated. "Champion? It is an uncommon name. Is your correspondent by any chance the Honourable Jane?" "Why, that letter is from her," replied Garth, surprised. "Do you know her?" His voice vibrated eagerly. "Well," answered Dr. Rob with slow deliberation, "I know her face, and I know her voice. I know her figure, and I know a pretty good deal of her character. I know her at home, and I know her abroad. I've seen her under fire, which is more than most men of her acquaintance can claim. But there is one thing I never knew until today, and that is her handwriting. May I examine the envelope?" He turned to the window. Yes, this audacious little Scotchman had asked the question of Nurse Rosemary, but only a broad blue back met his look of inquiry. Nurse Rosemary was studying the view. He turned back to Garth, who had evidently already made a sign of assent, and on whose face was clearly expressed an eager desire to hear more, and an extreme disinclination to ask for it. Dr. Mackenzie took up the envelope and pondered it. "Yes," he said at last, "it is like her. Clear, firm, unwavering. Knowing what it means to say, and saying it. Going where it means to go, and getting there. Aye, lad, it is a grand woman, that. And if you have the Honourable Jane for your friend, you can be doing without a few other things." A tinge of eager colour rose in Garth's thin cheeks. He had been so starved in his darkness for want of some word concerning her, from that outer light in which she moved. He had felt so hopelessly cut off from all chance of hearing of her. All the while, if only he had known it, old Robbie could have talked of her. He had had to question Brand so cautiously, fearing to betray his secret and hers. But with Dr. Rob and Nurse Gray no such precautions were needed. He could safely guard his secret, and yet listen and speak. "Where? When?" asked Garth. "I will tell you where, and I will tell you when," answered Dr. Rob, "if you feel inclined to a war tale on this peaceful spring morning." Garth was aflame with eagerness. "Have you a chair, Doctor?" he said. "And has Miss Gray a chair?" "I have no chair, sir," said Dr. Rob, "because when I intend to thoroughly enjoy my own eloquence it is my custom to stand. Nurse Gray has no chair, because she is standing at the window absorbed in the view. She has apparently ceased to pay any heed to you and me. You will very rarely find one woman take much interest in tales about another. But you lean back in your own chair, laddie, and light a cigarette. A wonderful thing it is to see you do it, too, and better than pounding the wall, eh? All of which we may consider we owe to the lady who disdains us and prefers the scenery. Well, I'm not much to look at, goodness knows, and she can see you all the rest of the day. Now that's a brand worth smoking. What do you call it? Zenith? Ah, and Markovitch. Yes, you can't better that for drawing room and garden purposes. It mingles with the flowers. Lean back and enjoy it, while I smell gunpowder, for I will tell you where I first saw the Honourable Jane. Out in South Africa, in the very thick of the Boer War, I had volunteered for the sake of the surgery experience. She was out there, nursing. But the real thing, mind you, none of your dabbling in eau de cologne with lace handkerchiefs, and washing handsome faces when the orderlies had washed them already. Making charming conversation to men who were getting well but fleeing in dread from the dead or the dying. None of that, you may be sure, and none of that allowed in her hospital, for Miss Champion was in command there, and I tell you she made them scoot. She did the work of 10, and expected others to do it too. Doctors and orderlies adored her. She was always called the Honourable Jane, most of the men sounding the H and pronouncing the title as 4 syllables. Aye, and the wounded soldiers. There was many a lad out there, far from home and friends, who, when death came, died with a smile on his lips and the sense of mother and home quite near, because the Honourable Jane's arms was around him, and his dying head rest against her womanly breast. Her voice when she talked to them, no, I shall never forget. And to hear her snap at the women and order along the men, and then turn and speak to a sick Tommy, as his mother or his sweetheart would have wished him spoken to, was a lesson in quick change from which I am profiting still. And that big, loving heart must often have been racked. But she was always brave and bright. Just once she broke down. It was over a boy whom she tried hard to save, quite a youngster. She held him during the operation, which was his only chance, and when it proved no good, and he lay back against her unconscious, she quite broke down and said, "Oh, doctor, a mere boy, and to suffer so, and then to die like this," and gathered him to her, and wept over him, as his own mother might have done. The surgeon told me of it himself. He said the hardest hearts in the tents were touched and softened, but it was the only time the Honourable Jane broke down.
Garth shielded his face with his hand. His half-smoked cigarette fell unheeded to the floor. The hand that held it was clenched on his knee. Dr. Rob picked it up and rubbed the scorched spot on the carpet carefully with his foot. He glanced towards the window. Nurse Rosemary had turned and was leaning against the frame. She did not look at him, but her eyes dwelt with troubled anxiety on Garth.
I came across her several times at different centres,
continued Dr. Rob,
but we were not in the same departments, and she spoke to me only once. I had ridden in from a temporary overflow sort of place where we were dealing with the worst cases straight off the field, to the main hospital in the town for a fresh supply of chloroform. While they fetched it, I walked round the ward, and there in a corner was Miss Champion kneeling beside a man whose last hour was very near, talking to him quietly, and taking measures at the same time to ease his pain. Suddenly there came a crash, a deafening rush, and another crash, and the Honourable Jane and her patient were covered with dust and splinters. A Boer shell had gone clean through the roof just over their heads. The man sat up, yelling with fear. Poor chap, you couldn't blame him, dying and half under morphine. The Honourable Jane never turned a hair. "Lie down, my man," she said, "and keep still." "Not here," sobbed the man. "All right," said the Honourable Jane. "We will soon move you." Then she turned and saw me. I was in the most nondescript khaki and non-coms jacket, which I had caught up on leaving the tent, and various odds and ends of my outfit which had survived the wear and tear of the campaign. Also, I was dusty with a long gallop. "Here, Sergeant," she said, "lend a hand with this poor fellow. I can't have him disturbed just now." That was Jane's only comment on the passing of a shell within a few yards of her own head. Do you wonder the men adored her? She placed her hands beneath his shoulders and signed to me to take him under the knees, and together we carried him around a screen, out of the ward and down a short passage, turning unexpectedly into a quiet little room, with a comfortable bed and photographs and books arranged on the tiny dressing-table. She said, "Here, if you please, Sergeant," and we laid him on the bed. "Whose is it?" I asked. She looked surprised at being questioned, but seeing I was a stranger, answered civilly, "Mine." And then, noting that he had dozed off while we carried him, added, "And he will have done with beds, poor chap, before I need it." There's nerve for you! Well, that was my only conversation out there with the Honourable Jane. Soon after, I had had enough and came home.
Garth lifted his head.
"Did you ever meet her at home?"
he asked.
"I did,"
said Dr. Rob.
"but she did not remember me, not a flicker of recognition. Well, how could I expect it? I wore a beard out there, no time to shave, and my jacket proclaimed me a sergeant, not a surgeon. No fault of hers if she did not expect me to comrade from the front in the wilds of Piccadilly,"
finished Dr. Rob lamely.
"Now, having spun so long a yarn, I must be off to your gardener's cot in the woods, to see his good wife, who has had what he pathetically calls an increase. I should think a decrease would have better suited the size of his house. But first I must interview Mistress Marjorie in the dining-room. She is anxious about herself just now because she canna eat bacon. She says it flies between her shoulders. So erratic a deviation from its normal route on the part of bacon undoubtedly requires investigation. So by your leave, I will ring for the good lady."
"Not just yet, Doctor," said a quiet voice from the window. "I want to see you in the dining-room, and I will follow you there immediately. And afterwards, while you investigate Marjorie, I will run up for my bonnet and walk with you through the woods, if Mr. Dalmain will not mind an hour alone." When Jane reached the dining-room, Dr. Robert Mackenzie was standing on the hearth-rug in a Napoleonic attitude, just as on the morning of their first interview. He looked up uncertainly as she came in.
"Well,"
he said,
"am I to pay the piper?"
Jane came straight to him with both hands extended. "Ah, Sergeant," she said, "you dear faithful old Sergeant, see what comes from wearing another man's coat. And my dilemma comes from taking another woman's name. So you knew me all the time, from the first moment I came into the room?"
"From the first moment you entered the room,"
assented Dr. Rob. "Why did you not say so?" asked Jane.
"Well, I concluded you had your reasons for being Nurse Rosemary Gray, and it did not come within my province to question your identity."
"Oh, you dear," said Jane. "Was there ever anything so shrewd and so wise and so bewilderingly far-seeing, standing on two legs on a hearth-rug before? And when I remember how you said, 'So you have arrived, Nurse Gray,' and all the while you might have been saying, 'How do you do, Miss Champion?' and what brings you up here under somebody else's name?"
"I might have so said,"
agreed Dr. Rob reflectively.
"but praise be I did not."
"But tell me," said Jane, "why let it out now?" Dr. Rob laid his hand on her arm.
"My dear, I am an old fellow, and all my life I have made it my business to know, without being told. You have been coming through a strain, a prolonged period of strain, sometimes harder, sometimes easier, but never quite relaxed. A strain such as few women could have borne. It was not only with him. You had to keep it up towards us all. I knew, if it were to continue, you must soon have the relief of someone with whom you could share the secret, someone towards whom you could be yourself occasionally. And when I found you had been writing to him here, sending the letter to be posted in Cairo, how like a woman to strain at a gnat after swallowing such a camel, awaiting its return day after day, then obliged to read it to him yourself and take down his dictated answer, which I gathered from your faces when I entered was his refusal of your request to come and see him. Well, it seemed to me about time you were made to realize that you might as well confide in an old fellow who, in common with all the men who knew you in South Africa, would gladly give his right hand for the Honourable Jane."
Jane looked up at him, her eyes full of gratitude. For the moment she could not speak.
"But tell me, my dear,"
said Dr. Rob.
"tell me if you can, why does the lad put from him so firmly that which, if indeed it might be his for the asking, would mean for him so great, so wonderful, so comforting a good?"
"Ah, Doctor," said Jane, "thereby hangs a tale of sad mistrust and mistake, and the mistrust and mistake, alas, were mine. Now, while you see Marjorie, I will prepare for walking, and as we go through the woods I will try to tell you the woeful thing which came between him and me and placed our lives so far apart. Your wise advice will help me, and your shrewd knowledge of men and of the human heart may find us a way out, for indeed we are shut in between Migdol and the sea." As Jane crossed the hall and was about to mount the stairs, she looked towards the closed library door. A sudden fear seized her, lest the strain of listening to that tale of Dr. Rob's had been too much for Garth. None but she could know all it must have awakened of memory to be told so vividly of dying soldiers whose heads were pillowed on her breast, and the strange coincidence of those words, "a mere boy, and to suffer so." She could not leave the house without being sure he was safe and well, and yet instinctively feared to intrude when he imagined himself alone for an hour. Then Jane, in her anxiety, did a thing she had never done before. She opened the front door noiselessly, passed round the house to the terrace, and when approaching the open window of the library, trod on the grass border, and reached it without making the faintest sound. Never before had she come upon him unawares, knowing he hated and dreaded the thought of unseen intrusion on his privacy. But now, just this once, Jane looked in at the window. Garth sat sideways in the chair, his arms folded on the table beside him, his face buried in them. He was sobbing as she had sometimes heard men sob after agonizing operations, borne without a sound until the worst was over. And Garth's sob of agony was this:
"Oh, my wife, my wife, my wife."
Jane crept away. How she did it she never knew, but some instinct told her that to reveal herself then, taking him at a disadvantage, when Dr. Rob's story had unnerved and unmanned him, would be to ruin all.
"If you value your ultimate happiness and his—"
Deryck's voice always sounded in warning. Besides, it was such a short postponement. In the calm earnest thought which would succeed this storm, his need for her would win the day. The letter not yet posted would be rewritten. He would say, "Come," and in the next minute he would be in her arms. So Jane turned noiselessly away. Coming in an hour later from her walk with Dr. Rob, her heart filled with glad anticipation, she found him standing in the window listening to the countless sounds he was learning to distinguish. He looked so slim and tall and straight in his white flannels, both hands thrust deep into the pockets of his coat, that when he turned at her approach it seemed to her as if the shining eyes must be there.
"Was it lovely in the woods?"
he asked.
"Simpson shall take me up there after lunch. Meanwhile, is there time, if you are not tired, Miss Gray, to finish our morning's work?"
5 letters were dictated and a check written. Then Jane noticed that hers to him had gone from among the rest, but his to her lay on the table ready for stamping. She hesitated. "And the letter to Miss Champion," she said. "Do you wish it to go as it is, Mr. Dalmain?"
"Why, certainly," he said. "Did we not finish it?"
"I thought," Jane said nervously, looking away from his blank face, "I thought perhaps, after Dr. Rob's story, you might—"
"Dr. Rob's story could make no possible difference as to whether I should let her come here or not,"
said Garth emphatically, then added more gently,
"It only reminded me."
"Of what?" asked Jane, her hands upon her breast.
"Of what a glorious woman she is,"
said Garth Dalmain, and blew a long steady cloud of smoke into the summer air. End of chapter 22. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Christine Blashford, www.wokeupthismorning.co.uk. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 23. The Only Way. When Derek Brand alighted at the little northern wayside station, he looked up and down the gravelled platform, more than half expecting to see Jane. The hour was early, but she invariably said so much the better to any plan which involved rising earlier than usual. Nothing was to be seen, however, but his portmanteau in the distance, looking as if it had taken up a solitary and permanent position where the guard had placed it, and one slow porter, who appeared to be overwhelmed by the fact that he alone was on duty to receive the train. There were no other passengers descending, there was no other baggage to put out. The guard swung up into his van as the train moved off. The old porter, shading his eyes from the slanting rays of the morning sun, watched the train glide round the curve and disappear from sight, then slowly turned and looked the other way, as if to make sure there was not another coming, saw the portmanteau, and shambled towards it. He stood looking down upon it pensively, then moved slowly round, apparently reading the names and particulars of all the various continental hotels at which the portmanteau had recently stayed with its owner. Dr. Brand never hurried people. He always said, "It answers best, in the long run, to let them take their own time. The minute or two gained by hurrying them is lost in the final results." But this applied chiefly to patients in the consulting room, to anxious young students in hospital, or to nurses too excitedly conscious at first of the fact that he was talking to them, to take in fully what he was saying. His habit of giving people, even in final moments, the full time they wanted, had once lost him an overcoat, almost lost him a train, and won him the thing in life he most desired. But that belongs to another story. Meanwhile, he wanted his breakfast on this fresh spring morning, and he wanted to see Jane. Therefore, as porter and portmanteau made no advance towards him, the doctor strode down the platform. "Now then, my man," he called. "I beg your pardon," said the Scotch porter. "I want my portmanteau." "Would this be your portmanteau?" inquired the porter doubtfully. "It would," said the doctor, "and it and I would be on our way to Castle Gleneesh, if you would be bringing it out and putting it into the motor which I see waiting outside." "I will be fetching a truck," said the porter. But when he returned, carefully trundling it behind him, the doctor, the portmanteau, and the motor were all out of sight. The porter shaded his eyes and gazed up the road. "I will be hoping it was his portmanteau," he said, and went back to his porridge. Meanwhile the doctor sped up into the hills, his mind alight with eagerness to meet Jane, and to learn the developments of the last few days. Her non-appearance at the railway station filled him with an undefinable anxiety. It would have been so like Jane to have been there, prompt to seize the chance of a talk with him alone before he reached the house. He had called up, in anticipation, such a vivid picture of her waiting on the platform, bright, alert, vigorous, with that fresh and healthy vigour which betokens a good night's rest, a pleasant early awakening, and a cold tub recently enjoyed. And the disappointment of not seeing her had wrought in him a strange foreboding. What if her nerve had given way under the strain? They turned a bend in the winding road, and the grey turrets of Gleneesh came in sight, high up on the other side of the glen, the moor stretching away behind and above it. As they wound up the valley to the moorland road which would bring them round to the house, the doctor could see, in the clear morning light, the broad lawn and terrace of Gleneesh, with its gay flower beds, smooth gravelled walks, and broad stone parapet, from which was a drop almost sheer down into the glen below. Simpson received him at the hall door, and he just stopped himself in time as he was about to ask for Miss Champion. This perilous approach to a slip reminded him how carefully he must guard words and actions in this house, where Jane had successfully steered her intricate course. He would never forgive himself if he gave her away. "Mr. Dalmain is in the library, Sir Derek," said Simpson, and it was a very alert, clear-headed doctor who followed the man across the hall. Garth rose from his chair and walked forward to meet him, his right hand outstretched, a smile of welcome on his face, and so direct and unhesitating a course that the doctor had to glance at the sightless face to make sure that this lithe, graceful, easy-moving figure was indeed the blind man he had come to see. Then he noticed a length of brown silk cord stretched from an arm of the chair Garth had quitted to the door. Garth's left hand had slipped lightly along it as he walked. The doctor put his hand into the one outstretched and gripped it warmly. "My dear fellow, what a change!" "Isn't it?" said Garth delightedly. "And it is entirely she who has worked it, the capital little woman you sent up to me. I want to tell you how first-rate she is." He had reached his chair again, and found and drew forward for the doctor the one in which Jane usually sat. "This is her own idea." He unhitched the cord and let it fall to the floor, a fine string remaining attached to it, and to the chair, by which he could draw it up again at will. "There is one on this side leading to the piano, and one here to the window. Now how should you know them apart?" "They are brown, purple, and orange," replied the doctor. "Yes," said Garth, "you know them by the colours, but I distinguish them by a slight difference in the thickness and in the texture, which you could not see, but which I can feel. And I enjoy thinking of the colours too, and sometimes I wear ties and things to match them. You see, I know exactly how they look, and it was so like her to remember that. An ordinary nurse would have put red, green, and blue, and I should have sat and hated the thought of them, knowing how vilely they must be clashing with my Persian carpet. But she understands how much colours mean to me, even though I cannot see them." "I conclude that by she you mean Nurse Rosemary," said the doctor. "I am glad she is a success." "A success!" exclaimed Garth. "Why, she helped me to live again. I am ashamed to remember how at the bottom of all things I was, when you came up before, Brand, just pounding the wall, as old Robbie expresses it. You must have thought me a fool and a coward." "I thought you neither, my dear fellow. You were coming through a stiffer fight than any of us have been called to face. Thank God you have won." "I owe a lot to you, Brand, and still more to Miss Grey. I wish you were here to see you. She is away for the week-end." "Away? Just now?" exclaimed the doctor, almost surprised into another slip. "Yes, she went last night. She is week-ending in the neighbourhood. She said she was not going far, and should be back with me early on Monday morning. But she seemed to want a change of scene, and thought this a good opportunity, as I shall have you here most of the time. I say, Brand, I do think it is extraordinarily good of you to come all this way to see me. You know, from such a man as yourself, it is almost overwhelming." "You must not be overwhelmed, my dear chap. And though I very truly came to see you, I am also up about another old friend in the near neighbourhood in whom I am interested. I only mention this in order to be quite honest, and to lift from off you any possible burden of feeling yourself my only patient." "Oh, thanks," said Garth. "It lessens my compunction without diminishing my gratitude. And now you must be wanting a brush-up and breakfast, and here am I, selfishly keeping you from both. And I say, Brand," Garth coloured hotly, boyishly, and hesitated, "I am awfully sorry you will have no companion at your meals, Miss Grey being away. I do not like to think of you having them alone, but I always have mine by myself. Simpson attends to them." He could not see the doctor's quick look of comprehension, but the understanding sympathy of the tone in which he said, "Ah, yes, yes, of course," without further comment, helped Garth to add, "I couldn't even have Miss Grey with me. We always take our meals apart. You cannot imagine how awful it is chasing your food all round your plate, and never sure it is not on the cloth, after all, or on your tie, while you are hunting for it elsewhere." "No, I can't imagine," said the doctor. "No one could who had not been through it. But can you bear it better with Simpson than with Nurse Rosemary? She is trained to that sort of thing, you know." Garth coloured again. "Well, you see, Simpson is the chap who shaves me, and gets me into my clothes, and takes me about, and though it will always be a trial, it is a trial to which I am growing accustomed. You might put it thus: Simpson is eyes to my body, Miss Grey is vision to my mind. Simpson's is the only touch which calls to me in the darkness. Do you know, Miss Grey has never touched me, not even to shake hands. I am awfully glad of this. I will tell you why presently, if I may. It makes her just a mind and voice to me, and nothing more. But a wonderfully kind and helpful voice. I feel as if I could not live without her." Garth rang the bell, and Simpson appeared. "Take Sir Derek to his room, and he will tell you what time he would like breakfast. And when you have seen to it all, Simpson, I will go out for a turn. Then I shall be free, Brand, when you are. But do not give me any more time this morning, if you ought to be resting, or out on the moors having a holiday from minds and men." The doctor tubbed, and got into his knickerbockers and an old Norfolk jacket, then found his way to the dining-room, and did full justice to an excellent breakfast. He was still pondering the problem of Jane, and at the same time wondering in another compartment of his mind in what sort of machine old Margery made her excellent coffee, when that good lady appeared, enveloped in an air of mystery, and the doctor immediately propounded the question. "A jug," said old Margery. "And would you be coming with me, Sir Derek, and softly, whenever you have finished your breakfast?" "Softly," said Margery again, as they crossed the hall, the doctor's tall figure closely following in her portly wake. After mounting a few stairs, she turned to whisper impressively, "It is not what ye make it in, it is how ye make it." She ascended a few more steps, then turned to say, "It all hangs upon the word fresh," and went on mounting. "Freshly roasted, freshly ground, water, freshly boiled," said old Margery, reaching the topmost stair, somewhat breathless, then turning, bustled along a rather dark passage, thickly carpeted, and hung with old armour and pictures. "Where are we going, Mistress Margery?" asked the doctor, adapting his stride to her trot, 1 to 2. "You will be seeing whenever we get there, Sir Derek," said Margery. "And never touch it with metal, Sir Derek. Pop it into an earthenware jug, pour your boiling water straight upon it, stir it with a wooden spoon, set it on the hob 10 minutes to settle. The grounds will all go to the bottom, though you might not think it, and you pour it out, fragrant, strong, and clear. But the secret is, fresh, fresh, fresh. And don't stint your coffee." Old Margery paused before a door at the end of the passage, knocked lightly, then looked up at the doctor with her hand on the door-handle, and an expression of pleading earnestness in her faithful Scotch eyes. "And you will not forget the wooden spoon, Sir Derek?" The doctor looked down into the kind old face, raised to his in the dim light. "I will not forget the wooden spoon, Mistress Margery," he said gravely. And old Margery, turning the handle, whispered mysteriously into the half-open doorway, "It will be Sir Derek, Miss Grey," and ushered the doctor into a cosy little sitting-room. A bright fire burned in the grate. In a high-backed armchair in front of it sat Jane, with her feet on the fender. He could only see the top of her head and her long grey knees, but both were unmistakably Jane's. "Oh, Dickie!" she said, and a great thankfulness was in her voice. "Is it you? Oh, come in, boy, and shut the door. Are we alone? Come round here quick and shake hands, or I shall be plunging about trying to find you." In a moment the doctor had reached the hearthrug, dropped on one knee in front of the large chair, and took the vaguely groping hands held out to him. "Jeanette," he said. "Jeanette?" And then surprise and emotion silenced him. Jane's eyes were securely bandaged. A black silk scarf, folded in 4 thicknesses, was firmly tied at the back of her smooth coils of hair. There was a pathetic helplessness about her large, capable figure, sitting alone in this bright little sitting-room, doing nothing. "Jeanette," said the doctor for the 3rd time, "and you call this week-ending?" "Dear," said Jane, "I have gone into Sightless land for my week-end. Oh, Derek, I had to do it. The only way really to help him is to know exactly what it means, in all the small, trying details. I never had much imagination, and I have exhausted what little I had. And he never complains, or explains how things come hardest. So the only way to find out is to have 48 hours of it oneself. Old Margery and Simpson quite enter into it, and are helping me splendidly. Simpson keeps the coast clear if we want to come down or go out, because with 2 blind people about, it would be a complication if they ran into one another. Margery helps me with all the things in which I am helpless, and, oh, Dickie, you would never believe how many they are, and the awful, awful dark, a black curtain always in front of you, sometimes seeming hard and firm, like a wall of coal, within an inch of your face, sometimes sinking away into the soft depths of blackness, miles and miles of distant, silent, horrible darkness, until you feel you must fall forward into it and be submerged and overwhelmed. And out of that darkness come voices, and if they speak loudly, they hit you like tapping hammers, and if they murmur indistinctly, they madden you because you can't see what is causing it. You can't see that they are holding pins in their mouths, and that therefore they are mumbling, or that they are half under the bed, trying to get out something which has rolled there, and therefore the voice seems to come from somewhere beneath the earth. And because you cannot see these things to account for it, the variableness of sound torments you. Ah, and in the waking in the morning to the same blackness as you have had all night, I have experienced it just once. I began my darkness before dinner last night, and I assure you, Derek, I dread tomorrow morning. Think what it must be to wake to that always, with no prospect of ever again seeing the sunlight. And then the meals. What? You keep it on? The doctor's voice sounded rather strained. Of course, said Jane, and you cannot imagine the humiliation of following your food all around the plate, and then finding it on the tablecloth, of being quite sure there was a last bit somewhere, and when you had given up the search and gone on to another course, discovering it eventually in your lap. I do not wonder my poor boy would not let me come to his meals. But after this I believe he will, and I shall know exactly how to help him, and how to arrange so that very soon he will have no difficulty. Oh, Dickie, I had to do it. There was no other way. Yes, said the doctor quietly, you had to do it. And Jane, in her blindness, could not see the working of his face, as he added below his breath, you being you, dear, there was no other way. Ah, how glad I am you realised the necessity, Derek. I had so feared you might think it useless or foolish. And it was now or never, because I trust, if he forgives me, this will be the only weekend I shall ever have to spend away from him. Boy, do you think he will forgive me? It was fortunate Jane was blind. The doctor swallowed a word, then, hush, dear, he said. You make me sigh for the Duchess's parrot, and I shall do no good here if I lose patience with Dalmain. Now tell me, you really never remove that bandage? Only to wash my face, replied Jane, smiling. I can trust myself not to peep for 2 minutes, and last night I found it made my head so hot that I could not sleep, so I slipped it off for an hour or two, but woke and put it on again before dawn. And you mean to wear it until tomorrow morning? Jane smiled rather wistfully. She knew what was involved in that question. Until tomorrow night, boy, she answered gently. But Jeanette, exclaimed the doctor in indignant protest, surely you will see me before I go. My dear girl, would it not be carrying the experiment unnecessarily far? Ah, no, said Jane, leaning towards him with her pathetic bandaged eyes. Don't you see, dear, you give me the chance of passing through what will in time be one of his hardest experiences, when his dearest friends will come and go, and be to him only voice and touch, their faces unseen and but dimly remembered. Derek, just because this hearing and not seeing you is so hard, I realize how it is enriching me in what I can share with him. He must not have to say, ah, but you saw him before he left. I want to be able to say, he came and went, my greatest friend, and I did not see him at all. The doctor walked over to the window and stood there, whistling softly. Jane knew he was fighting down his own vexation. She waited patiently. Presently the whistling stopped, and she heard him laugh. Then he came back and sat down near her. You always were a thorough old thing, he said. No half measures would do, I suppose I must agree. Jane reached out for his hand. Ah, boy, she said, now you will help me, but I never before knew you so nearly selfish. The other man is always a problem, said the doctor. We male brutes by nature always want to be first with all our women, not merely with the one, but with all those in whom we consider, sometimes with egregious presumption, that we hold a right. You see it everywhere. Fathers towards their daughters, brothers as regards their sisters, friends in a friendship. The other man, when he arrives, is always a pill to swallow. It is only natural, I suppose, but it is fallen nature, and therefore to be surmounted. Now let me go and forage for your hat and coat, and take you out upon the moors. No? Why not? I often find things for Flower, so really I know likely places in which to search. Oh, all right, I will send Marjorie. But don't be long, and you need not be afraid of Dalmain hearing us, for I saw him just now walking briskly up and down the terrace, with only an occasional touch of his cane against the parapet. How much you have already accomplished! We shall talk more freely out on the moor, and as I march you along we can find out tips which may be useful, when the time comes for you to lead the other man about. Only do be careful how you come downstairs with old Marjorie. Think if you fell upon her, Jane. She does make such excellent coffee. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24, The Rosary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pat Elder, San Antonio, Florida, January 2007. Chapter 24, The Rosary, by Florence L. Barclay. The Man's Point of View. A deep peace reigned in the library at Gleneesh. Garth and Derek sat together and smoked in complete fellowship, enjoying that sense of calm content which follows an excellent dinner and a day spent in moorland air. Jane, sitting upstairs in her self-imposed darkness, with nothing to do but listen, fancied she could hear the low hum of quiet voices in the room beneath, carrying on more or less continuous conversation. It was a pity she could not see them as they sat together, each looking his very best. Garth in the dinner jacket which suited his slight, upright figure so well. the doctor in immaculate evening clothes of the latest cut and fashion, which he had taken the trouble to bring, knowing Jane expected the men of her acquaintance to be punctilious in the matter of evening dress, and little dreaming she would have literally no eyes for him. And indeed the doctor himself was fastidious to a degree where clothes were concerned, and always well groomed and unquestionably correct in cut and fashion, excepting in the case of his favourite old Norfolk jacket. This he kept for occasions when he intended to be what he called happy and glorious, though Lady Brand made gentle but persistent attempts to dispose of it. The old Norfolk jacket had walked the moors that morning with Jane. She had recognized the feel of it as he drew her hand within his arm, and they had laughed over its many associations. But now Simpson was folding it and putting it away, and a very correctly clad doctor sat in an armchair in front of the library fire, his long legs crossed one over the other, his broad shoulders buried in the depth of the chair. Garth sat where he could feel the warm flame of the fire, pleasant in the chill evening which succeeded the bright spring day. His chair was placed sideways, so that he could with his hand shield his face from visitors should he wish to do so.
"Yes," Dr. Brand said thoughtfully, "I can easily see that all things that reach you in that darkness assume a different proportion and possess a greatly enhanced value. But I think you will find, as time goes on, and you come in contact with more people, there will be a great readjustment, and you will become less consciously sensitive to sound and touch from others. At present your whole nervous system is highly strung, and responds with an exaggerated vibration to every impression made upon it. A highly strung nervous system usually exaggerates. And the medium of sight having been taken away, the other means of communications with the outer world, hearing and touch, draw to themselves an overplus of nervous force, and have become painfully sensitive. Eventually things will right themselves, and they will be only useful, keen, and acute. What was it you were going to tell me about Nurse Rosemary not shaking hands?" "Ah, yes," said Garth. "But first I want to ask, is it a rule of her order, or guild, or institution, or whatever it is to which she belongs, that the nurses should never shake hands with their patients?" "Not that I have ever heard," replied the doctor. "Well, then it must be Miss Gray's own perfect intuition as to what I want and what I don't want. For from the very first she has never shaken hands, nor in any way touched me, even in passing across letters and handing me things as she does scores of times daily. Never once have I felt her fingers against mine." "And this pleases you?" inquired the doctor, blowing smoke rings into the air, and watching the blind face intently. I am so grateful for it,"
said Garth earnestly.
"Do you know, Brand, when you suggested sending me a lady nurse and secretary, I felt I could not possibly stand having a woman touch me." "So you said," commented the doctor quietly. "No, did I? What a bear you must have thought of me." "By no means," said the doctor, "but a distinctly unusual patient. As a rule men, I dare say," Garth interposed half impatiently, "there was a time when I should have liked a soft little hand about me. And I dare say by now I should have often enough caught it and held it, perhaps kissed it, who knows? I used to do such things lightly enough. But, Brand, when a man has known the touch of the woman, and when that touch has become nothing but a memory, when one is dashed into darkness, and that memory becomes one of the few things which remain, and remaining brings untold comfort, can you wonder if one fears another touch which might in any way dim that memory, supersede it, or take away from its utter sacredness? "I understand," said the doctor slowly. "It does not come within my own experience, but I understand. Only, my boy, may I say it, if the one woman exists, and it is excusable in your case to doubt it because there were so many, surely her place should be here, her actual touch, one of the things which remains." "I say it," answered Garth, lighting another cigarette. "I like to hear it said, although as a matter of fact you might as well say that if the view from the terrace exists, I ought to be able to see it. The view from the terrace is there right enough, but my own deficiency keeps me from seeing it." "In other words," said the doctor, leaning forward and picking up the match which, not being thrown so straight as usual, had just missed the fire, "in other words, Though she was the one woman, you were not the one man?" "Yes,"
said Garth bitterly and almost beneath his breath.
"I was a mere boy."
"Or you thought you were not," continued the doctor, seeming not to have heard the last remark.
"As a matter of fact, you were always the one man to the one woman, unless another is before you in the field. Only it may take time and patience to prove it to her."
Garth sat up and turned a face of blank surprise towards the doctor.
"What an extraordinary statement,"
he said.
"Do you really mean it?" "Absolutely,"
replied the doctor in a tone of quiet conviction.
"If you eliminate all other considerations, such as money, lands, titles, wishes of friends, attraction of exteriors, that is to say, admiration of mere physical beauty in one another, which is after all just a question of comparative anatomy, if freed of all this social and habitual environment, you could place the man and the woman in a mental Garden of Eden, and let them face one another, stripped of all shams and conventionalities, soul viewing soul, naked and unashamed. If under those circumstances she is so truly his mate that all the noblest of the man cries out, 'This is the one woman,' then I say, so truly is he her mate, that he cannot fail to be the one man. Only he must have the confidence required to prove it to her. On him it bursts as a revelation. On her it dawns slowly, as the breaking of the day." "Oh, my God,"
murmured Garth brokenly.
"It was just that. The Garden of Eden. Soul to soul, with no reservations, nothing to fear, nothing to hide. I realized her my wife, and called her so. And the next morning she called me a mere boy, whom she could not for a moment think of marrying. So what becomes of your fool theory then, Brand?" "Confirmed," replied the doctor quietly. "Eve, afraid of the immensity of her bliss, doubtful of herself, fearful of coming short of the marvel of his ideal of her, fleeing from Adam to hide among the trees of the garden. Don't talk about fool theories, my boy. The fool fact was Adam, if he did not start in prompt pursuit."
Garth sat forward, his hands clutching the arms of his chair. That quiet, level voice was awakening doubts as to his view of the situation. The first he had had since the moment of turning and walking down the Shinstone village church 3 years ago. His face was livid, and as the firelight played upon it, the doctor saw beads of perspiration gleam on his forehead.
"Oh, Brand,"
he said,
"I am blind. Be merciful. Things mean so terribly much in the dark."
The doctor considered. Could his nurses and students have seen the look on his face at that moment, they would have said that he was performing a most critical and delicate operation, in which a slip of the scalpel might mean death to the patient. They would have been right, for the whole future of 2 people hung in the balance, depending, in this crisis, upon the doctor's firmness and yet delicacy of touch. This strained white face in the firelight, with its beads of mental agony, and its appealing "I am blind," had not entered into the doctor's calculations. It was a view of the other man upon which he could not look unmoved. But the thought of that patient figure with bandaged eyes sitting upstairs in suspense, stretching dear helpless hands to him, steadied the doctor's nerves. He looked into the fire.
"You may be blind, Dalmain, but I do not want you to be a fool,"
said the doctor quietly.
Was I a fool?"
asked Garth.
"How can I judge?"
replied the doctor.
"Give me a clear account of the circumstances from your point of view, and I will give you my opinion of the case."
His tone was so completely dispassionate and matter of fact that it had a calming effect on Garth, giving him also a sense of security. The doctor might have been speaking of a sore throat or a tendency to sciatica. Garth leaned back in his chair, slipped his hand into the breast pocket of his jacket, and touched the letter lying there. Dare he risk it? Could he, for once, take for himself the comfort of speaking of his trouble to a man he could completely trust, and yet avoid the danger of betraying her identity to one who knew her so intimately? Garth weighed this after the manner of a chess player looking several moves ahead. Could the conversation become more explicit, sufficiently so to be of use, and yet no clue be given which would reveal Jane as the one woman? Had the doctor uttered a word of pressure or suggestion, Garth would have decided for silence. But the doctor did not speak. He leaned forward and reached the poker, mending the fire with extreme care and method. He placed a fragrant pine log upon the springing flame, and as he did so, he whistled softly the closing bars of Veni Creator Spiritus. Garth, occupied with his own mental struggle, was for once oblivious to sounds from without, and did not realize why, at this critical moment, these words should have come with gentle insistence into his mind. Keep far our foes, give peace at home. Where thou art guide, no ill will come. He took them as an omen. They turned the scale.
"Brand,"
he said,
"if, as you are so kind as to suggest, I give myself the extreme relief of confiding in you, will you promise me never to attempt to guess the identity of the one woman?"
The doctor smiled, and the smile in his voice as he answered added to Garth's sense of security.
"My dear fellow," he said, "I never guess at other people's secrets. It is a form of mental recreation which does not appeal to me, and which I should find neither entertaining nor remunerative. If I know them already, I do not require to guess them. If I do not know them, and their possessors wish me to remain in ignorance, I would as soon think of stealing their purse as of filching their secrets." "Ah, thanks," said Garth. "Personally, I do not mind what you know, but I owe it to her that her name should not appear."
"Undoubtedly," said the doctor.
"Except in so far as she herself chooses to reveal it, the one woman's identity should always remain a secret. Get on with your tale, old chap. I will not interrupt." "I will state it as simply and shortly as I can,"
began Garth,
"and you will understand that there are details of which no fellow could speak. I had known her several years in a friendly way, just staying at the same houses and meeting at Lord's and Henley's and all the places where those in the same set meet. I always liked her, and I always felt at my best with her, and thought no end of her opinions, and so forth. She was a friend, a real chum to me, and to lots of other fellows. But no one ever thought of love-making in connection with her. All the silly things one says to ordinary women she would have laughed at. If one had sent her flowers to wear, she would have put them in a vase and wondered for whom they had really been intended. She danced well, and rode straight, but the man she danced with had to be awfully good at it, or he found himself being guided through the giddy maze. And the man who wanted to be in the same field with her must be prepared for any fence or any wall. Not that I ever saw her in the hunting field. Her love of life and of fair play would have kept her out of that. But I use it as a descriptive illustration. One was always glad to meet her in a house party, though one could not have explained why. It is quite impossible to describe her. She was just.
The doctor saw "just Jane" trembling on Garth's lips, and knew how inadequate was every adjective to express this name. He did not want the flood of Garth's confidences checked, so he supplied the needed words.
"Just a good sort. Yes, I quite understand. Well, I had had my infatuations, plenty of them,"
went on the eager young voice.
"The one thing I thought of in women was their exteriors. Beauty of all kinds, of any kind, crazed me for the moment. I never wanted to marry them, but I always wanted to paint them. Their mothers and aunts and other old dowagers in the house parties used to think I meant marriage, but the girls themselves knew better. I don't believe a girl now walks this earth who would accuse me of flirting. I admired their beauty, and they knew it, and they knew that was all my admiration meant. It was a pleasant experience at the time, and in several instances helped forward good marriages later on. Pauline Lister was apportioned to me for 2 whole seasons, but she eventually married a man on whose jolly old staircase I painted her. Why didn't I come a cropper over any of them? Because there were too many of them, I suppose. Also, the attraction was skin deep. I don't mind telling you quite frankly, the only one whose beauty used to cause me a real pang was Lady Brand. But when I had painted it and shown it to the world in its perfection, I was content. I asked no more of any woman than to paint her, and find her paintable. I could not explain this to the husbands and mothers and chaperones, but the women themselves understood it well enough, and as I sit here in my darkness, not a memory rises up to reproach me.
"Good boy," said Dr. Brand, laughing.
"You were vastly misunderstood, but I believe you. You see,
resumed Garth.
That sort of thing being merely skin deep, I went no deeper. The only women I really knew were my mother, who died when I was 19, and Marjorie Graham, whom I always hugged at meeting and parting, and always shall hug until I kiss the old face in its coffin, or she straightens me in mine. Those ties of one's infancy and boyhood are among the closest and most sacred life can show. Well, so things were until a certain evening in June several years ago. She, the one woman, and I were in the same house at a party at a lovely old place in the country. One afternoon we had been talking intimately, but quite casually and frankly. I had no more thought of wanting to marry her than of proposing to old Marjorie. Then something happened. I must not tell you what. It would give too clear a clue of her identity. But it revealed to me in a few marvelous moments the woman in her, the wife, the mother, the strength, the tenderness, the exquisite perfection of her true, pure soul. In 5 minutes there awakened in me a hunger for her which nothing will ever still, until I stand beside her in the golden city, where they shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, and there shall be no more darkness, or depending upon the sun, moon, or candle, for the glory of God shall lighten it, and there shall be no more sorrow, neither shall there be any more pain, for former things shall have passed away.
The blind face shone in the firelight. Garth's retrospection was bringing him visions of things to come. The doctor sat quite still and watched the vision fade. Then he said,
"Well, well,"
continued the young voice in the shadow, with a sound in it of having dropped back to earth and finding it in a mournful place.
I never had a moment's doubt as to what had happened to me. I knew I loved her. I knew I wanted her. I knew her presence made my day, and her absence meant chill night. And every day was radiant, for she was there.
Garth paused for a breath and to enjoy a moment of silent retrospection. The doctor's voice broke in with a question clear, incisive.
Was she a pretty woman? Handsome? Beautiful? A pretty woman?
Repeated Garth, amazed.
Good heavens, no. Handsome? Beautiful? Well, you have me there. For, 'pon my honour, I don't know. I mean, would you have wished to paint her? I have painted her,
said Garth very low, a moving tenderness in his voice.
And my 2 paintings of her, though done in sadness and done from memory, are the most beautiful work I've ever produced. No eye but mine has ever seen them, and now none will ever see them, excepting those of one whom I must perforce trust to find them for me and bring them to me for destruction. And that will be,
queried the doctor.
Nurse Rosemary Gray,
said Garth. The doctor kicked the pine log, and the flame started up merrily.
You have chosen well,
he said,
and had to make a conscious effort to keep the mirth in his face from passing into his voice. Nurse Rosemary will be discreet. Very good. Then we may take it the one woman was beautiful?
But Garth looked perplexed.
I don't know,
he answered slowly.
I cannot see her through the eyes of others. My vision of her in that illuminating moment followed the inspired order of things, spirit, soul, and body. Her spirit was so pure and perfect, her soul so beautiful, noble, and womanly, that the body which clothed the soul and spirit partook of the perfection and became unutterably dear. I see,
said the doctor very gently.
Yes, you dear fellow, I see. Oh, Jane, Jane, you were blind without a bandage in those days. Several glorious days went by,
continued Garth.
I realized now that I was living in the glow of my own certainty that she was the one woman. It was so clear and sweet and wonderful to me that I never dreamed of it not being equally clear to her. We did a lot of music together for pure enjoyment. We talked of other people for the fun of it. We enjoyed and appreciated each other's views and opinions. But we did not talk of ourselves because we knew, at least I knew, and before God I thought she did. Every time I saw her she seemed more grand and perfect. I held the golden key to trifling matters not understood before. We young fellows, who all admired her, used nevertheless to joke a bit about her wearing collars and stocks, top boots and short skirts, whacking her leg with a riding whip, and stirring the fire with her toe. But after that evening, I understood all this to be a sort of fence behind which she hid her exquisite womanliness, because it was of a deeper quality than any man looking upon a mere surface of her had ever fathomed or understood. And when she came trailing down in the evening, in something rich and clinging and black, with lots of soft old lace covering her bosom and moving with the beating of her great tender heart, then my soul rejoiced, and my eyes took their fill of delight. I saw her, as all the day long I had known her to be, perfect in her proud, sweet womanliness.
Is he really unconscious, thought the doctor, of how unmistakable a word picture of Jane he is painting?
Very soon,
continued Garth,
we had 3 days apart, and then met again at another house in a week-end party. One of the season's beauties was there, with whom my name was being freely coupled, and something she said on that subject, combined with the fearful blankness of those 3 interminable days, made me resolve to speak without delay. I asked her to come out onto the terrace that evening. We were alone. It was a moonlight night.
A long silence. The doctor did not break it. He knew his friend was going over in his mind all those things of which a man does not speak to another man. At last Garth said simply,
"I told her."
No comment from the doctor, who was vividly reminded of Jane's "then it happened," when she had reached this point in the story. After a few moments of further silence, steeped in the silver moonlight of reminiscence for Garth, occupied by the doctor in a rapid piecing of Jane's version, the sad young voice continued.
"I thought she understood completely. Afterwards I knew she had not understood at all. Her actions led me to believe I was accepted, taken into her great love, even as she was wrapped around mine. Not through fault of hers, no, she was blameless throughout, but because she did not, could not understand what any touch of hers must mean to me. In her dear life there had never been another man. That much I knew by unerring instinct, and by her own admission. I have sometimes thought that she may have had an ideal in her girlish days, against whom, in after years, she measured others, and, finding them come short, held them at arm's length. But if I am right in this surmise, he must have been a blind fool, unconscious of the priceless love which might have been his had he tried to win it. For I am certain that, until that night, no man's love had ever flamed about her. She had never felt herself enveloped in a cry which was all one passionate, inarticulate, inexplicable, boundless need of herself. While I thought she understood and responded, Heaven knows I did think it. She did not in the least understand, and was only trying to be sympathetic and kind."
The doctor stirred in his chair, slowly crossing one leg over the other, and looked searchingly into the blind face. He was finding these confidences of the other man more trying than he had expected.
"Are you sure of that?"
he asked rather huskily.
"Quite sure,"
said Garth.
"Listen, I called her what she was to me just then, what I wanted her to be always, what she is forever. So, as far as my part goes, and will be till death and beyond, that one word, no, there were 2, those 2 words made her understand. I see that now. She rose at once and put me from her. She said I must give her 12 hours for quiet thought, and she would come to me in the village church next morning with her answer. Brand, you may think me a fool. You cannot think me a more egregious ass than I now think myself. But I was absolutely certain she was mine. So sure that, when she came, and we were alone together in the house of God, instead of going to her with the anxious haste of suppliant and lover, I called her to me at the chancel step as if I were indeed her husband, and had the right to bid her to come. She came, and just as a sweet formality, before taking her to me, I asked for her answer. It was this: I cannot marry a mere boy.
Garth's voice choked in his throat on the last word. His head was bowed in his hands. He had reached the point where most things stopped for him, where all things had ceased forever to be as they were before. The room seemed strangely silent. The eager voice had poured out into such a flow of love and hope and longing, such a revealing of a soul in which true love and beauty had created perpetual youth. of a heart held free by high ideals from all playing of lesser loves, but rising to volcanic force and height when the true love was found at last. The doctor shivered at that anticlimax, as if the chills of an empty church were in his bones. He knew how far worse it had been than Garth had told. He knew of the cruel, humiliating question, "How old are you?" Jane had confessed it. He knew how the outward glow of adoring love had faded as the mind was suddenly turned inward to self-contemplation. He had known it all as abstract fact. Now he saw it actually before him. He saw Jane's stricken lover bowed beside him in his blindness, living again through those sights and sounds which no merciful curtain of oblivion could ever hide or veil. The doctor had his faults, but they were not Peter's. He never under any circumstances spoke because he wist not what to say. He leaned forward and laid his hand very tenderly on Garth's shoulder. "Poor chap," he said. "Ay, poor old chap." And for a very long while they sat thus, in silence. End of chapter 24. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ana Sofia Simão de Portugal. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 25. The Doctor's Diagnosis. So you express no opinion? Explain nothing? Let him go on believing that? Oh, Dickie, and you might have said so much. In the quiet of the Scotch Sabbath morning, Jane and the doctor had climbed the winding path from the end of the terrace, which zigzagged up to a clearing amongst the pines. Two fallen trees at a short distance from each other provided convenient seats in full sunshine, facing a glorious view, down into the glen, across the valley, and away to the purple hills beyond. The doctor had guided Jane to the sunnier of the two trunks, and seated himself beside her. Then he had quietly recounted practically the whole of the conversation of the previous evening. I expressed no opinion. I explained nothing. I let him continue to believe what he believes, because it is the only way to keep you on the pinnacle where he has placed you. Let any other reason for your conduct than an almost infantile ignorance of men and things be suggested and accepted, and down you'll come, my poor Jane, and great will be the fall. Mine shall not be the hand thus to hurl you headlong. As you say, I might have said so much, but I might also have lived to regret it. I should fall into his arms, said Jane recklessly, and I would sooner be there than on a pinnacle. Excuse me, my good girl, replied the doctor. It is more likely you would fall into the first express-going thought. In fact, I am not certain you would wait for an express. I can almost see the Honourable Jane quitting yonder little railway station, seated in an empty coal truck. No, don't start up an attempt to stride about among the pine needles, continued the doctor, pulling Jane down beside him again. You'll only trip over a fir cone and go headlong into the valley. It is no use forestalling the inevitable fall. Oh, Dickie, sighed Jane, putting her hand through his arm, and leaning her bandaged eyes against the rough tweed of his shoulder. I don't know what has come to you today. You are not kind to me. You have harrowed my poor soul by repeating all Garth said last night, and, thanks to that terribly good memory of yours, you have reproduced the tones of his voice in every inflection, and then, instead of comforting me, you leave me entirely in the wrong and completely in the lurch. In the wrong? Yes, said Eric. In the lurch? No. I did not say I would do nothing today. I only said I could do nothing last night. You cannot take up a wounded thing and turn it about and analyze it. When we bade each other good night, I told him I would think the matter over and give him my opinion today. I will tell you what has happened to me if you like. I have looked into the inmost recesses of a very rare and beautiful nature, and I have seen what havoc a woman can work in the life of the man who loves her. I can assure you last night was no pastime. I woke this morning feeling as if I had, metaphorically, been beaten black and blue." "Then what do you suppose I feel?" inquired Jane pathetically. "You still feel yourself in the right, partially," replied Derek. "And so, as long as you think you have a particle of justification and cling to it, your case is hopeless. It will have to be, 'I confess. Can you forgive?'" "But I acted for the best," said Jane. "I thought of him before I thought of myself. It would have been far easier to have accepted the happiness of the moment and chanced the future." "That is not honest, Jeanette. You thought of yourself first. You dared not face the possibility of the pain to you if his love cooled or his admiration waned. When one comes to think of it, I believe every form of human love, a mother's only excepted, is primarily selfish. The best chance for Dalmain is that his helpless blindness may awaken the mother love in you. Then self will go to the wall." "Ah me!" sighed Jane. "I am lost and weary and perplexed in this bewildering darkness. Nothing seems clear, nothing seems right. If I could see your kind eyes, boy, your hard voice would hurt less." "Well, take off the benches and look," said the doctor. "I will not," cried Jane furiously. "Have I gone through all this to fail at last?" "My dear girl, this self-imposed darkness is getting on your nerves. Take care it does not do more harm than good. Strong remedies—" "Hush!" whispered Jane. "I hear footsteps." "You can always hear footsteps in a wood if you hearken for them," said the doctor, but he spoke low, and then sat quiet, listening. "I hear Garth's step," whispered Jane. "Oh, Dickie, go to the edge and look over. You can see the winding of the path below." The doctor stepped forward quietly and looked down upon the way they had ascended. Then he came back to Jane. "Yes," he said, "fortune favours us. Dalmain is coming up the path with Simpson. He will be here in 2 minutes." "Fortune favours us? My dear Dickie, of all mischances!" Jane's hand flew to her bandage, but the doctor stayed her just in time. "Not at all," he said. "And do not fail at last in your experiment. I ought to be able to keep you two blind people apart. Trust me and keep sit still. And can you not understand why I said fortune favours us? Dalmain is coming for my opinion on the case. You shall hear it together. It will be a saving of time for me, and most enlightening for you to mark how he takes it. Now keep quiet. I promise he shall not sit on your lap. But if you make a sound, I shall have to say you are a bunny or a squirrel, and throw fir cones at you." The doctor rose and sauntered round the bend of the path. Jane sat on in darkness. "Hello, Dalmain," she heard Derek say. "Found your way up here? An ideal spot. Shall we dispense with Simpson? Take my arm." "Yes," replied Garth. "I was told you were up here, Brand, and followed you." They came round the bend together, and out into the clearing. "Are you alone?" asked Garth, standing still. "I thought I heard voices." "You did," replied the doctor. "I was talking to a young woman." "What sort of young woman?" asked Garth. "A buxom young person," replied the doctor, "with a decidedly touchy temper. Do you know her name?" "Jane," said the doctor recklessly. "Not Jane," said Garth quickly. "Jean. I know her. My gardener's eldest daughter. Rather weighed down by family cares, poor girl." "I saw she was weighed down," said the doctor. "I did not know it was by family cares. Let us sit on this trunk. Can you call up the view to mind?" "Yes," replied Garth. "I know it so well. But it terrifies me to find how my mental pictures are fading. All but one." "And that is?" asked the doctor. "The face of the one woman," said Garth in his blindness. "Ah, my dear fellow," said the doctor, "I have not forgotten my promise to give you this morning my opinion on your story. I have been thinking it over carefully, and have arrived at several conclusions. Shall we sit on this fallen tree? Won't you smoke? One can talk better under the influence of the fragrant weed." Garth took out his cigarette case, chose a cigarette, lighted it with care, and flung the flaming match straight onto Jane's clasped hands. Before the doctor could spring up, Jane had smilingly flicked it off. "What nerve!" thought Derek with admiration. 99 women out of 100 would have said "ah" and given away the show. Really, she deserves to win. Suddenly, Garth stood up. "I think we shall do better on the other log," he said unexpectedly. "It is always in fuller sunshine," and he moved towards Jane. With a bound, the doctor sprang in front of him, seized Jane with one strong hand, and drew her behind him. Then guided Garth to the very spot where she had been sitting. "How accurately you judge distance," he remarked, backing with Jane towards the further trunk. Then he seated himself beside Garth in the sunshine. "Now for our talk," said the doctor, and he said it rather breathlessly. "Are we sure you are alone?" asked Garth. "I seem conscious of another presence." "My dear fellow," said the doctor, "is one ever alone in a wood? Countless little presences surround us. Bright eyes peep down from the branches. Fairy tales flick in and out of holes. Things unseen move in the dead leaves at our feet. If you seek solitude, shun the woods." "Yes," replied Garth, "I know, and I love listening to them. I meant a human presence. Brand, I'm often so tried by the sense of an unseen presence near me. Do you know, I could have sworn the other day that she, the one woman, came silently, looked upon me in my blindness, pitied me, as her great tender heart would do, and silently departed." "When was that?" asked the doctor. "A few days ago. Dr. Rob had been telling us how he came across her in I must not say where. Then he and Miss Grey left me alone, and in the lonely darkness and silence I felt her eyes upon me." "Dear boy," said the doctor, "you must not encourage this dread of unseen presences. Remember, those who care for us very truly and deeply can often make us conscious of their mental nearness, even when far away, especially if they know we are in trouble and needing them. You must not be surprised if you are often conscious of the nearness of the one woman, for I believe, and I do not say it lightly, Dalmain, I believe her whole heart and love and life are yours." "Good Lord!" exclaimed Garth, and springing up, strode forward aimlessly. The doctor caught him by the arm. In another moment he would have fallen over Jane's feet. "Sit down, man," said the doctor, "and listen to me. You gain nothing by dashing about in the dark in that way. I'm going to prove my words, but you must give me your calm attention. Now listen. We are confronted in this case by a psychological problem, and one which very likely has not occurred to you. I want you for a moment to picture the one man and one woman facing each other in the Garden of Eden, or in the moonlight, whatever it was, if you like better. Now, will you realize this? The effect upon a man of falling in love is to create in him a complete unconsciousness of self. On the other hand, the effect upon a woman of being loved and sought, and the respondent to that love and seeking, is an accession of intense self-consciousness. He, longing to win and take, thinks of her only. She, called upon to yell and give, has her mind turned at once upon herself. Can she meet his need? Is she all he thinks her? Will she be able to content him completely, not only now, but in the longer vista of years to come? The more natural and unconscious of self she had been before, the harder she would be hit by this sudden, overwhelming attack of self-consciousness. The doctor glanced at Jane on the log 6 yards away. She had lifted her clasped hand and was nodding towards him, her face radiant with relief and thankfulness. He felt he was on the right tack, but the blind face beside him clouded heavily, and the cloud deepened as he proceeded. You see, my dear chap, I gather from yourself she was not of the type of feminine loveliness you were known to admire. Might you not have feared that her appearance would, after a while, have failed to content you?" "No," replied Garth with absolutely finality of tone. "Such a suggestion is unworthy. Besides, had the idea by any possibility entered her mind, she would only have had to question me on this point. My decision would have been final. My answer would have fully reassured her." "Love is blind," quoted the doctor quietly. "They lie who say so," cried Garth violently. "Love is so far-seeing that it sees beneath the surface and delights in beauties unseen by other eyes." "Then you do not accept my theory?" asked the doctor. "Not as an explanation of my own trouble," answered Garth, "because I know the greatness of her nature would have lifted her far above such a consideration. But I do indeed agree as to the complete oblivion to self of the man in love. How else could we ever venture to suggest to a woman that she should marry us? Ah, Brand, when one thinks of it, the intrusion into her privacy, the asking the right to touch even her hand at will. It could not be done unless the love of her and the thought of her had swept away all thoughts of self. Looking back upon that time, I remember how completely it was so with me. And when she said to me in the church, 'How old are you?' Ah, I did not tell you that last night. The revulsion of feeling brought about by being turned at that moment in upon myself was so great that my joy seemed to shrivel and die in horror at my own unworthiness." Silence in the wood. The doctor felt he was playing a losing game. He dared not look at the silent figure opposite. At last he spoke. "Dalmain, there are two possible solutions to your problem. Do you think it was a case of Eve holding back in virginal shyness, expecting Adam to pursue?" "Ah, no," said Jane emphatically. "We had gone far beyond all that. Nor could you suggest it, did you know her. She is too honest, too absolutely straight and true to have deceived me. Besides, had it been so, in all these lonely years, when she found I made no sign, she would have sent me word of what she really meant." "Should you have gone to her, then?" asked the doctor. "Yes," said Garth slowly. "I should have gone, and I should have forgiven, because she is my own. But it could never have been the same. It would have been unworthy of us both." "Well," continued the doctor, "the other solution remains. You have admitted that one woman came somewhat short of the conventional standard of beauty. Your love of loveliness was so well known. Do you not think, during the long hours of that night, remember how new it was to her to be so worshipped and wanted? Do you not think her courage failed her? She feared she might come short of what eventually you would need in the face and figure always opposite you at your table. And, despite her own great love and yours, she thought it wisest to avoid future disillusion by rejecting present joy. Her very love for you would have harmed her to this decision." The silent figure opposite nodded, and waited with clasped hands. Derek was pleading her cause better than she could have pleaded it herself. Silence in the woods. All nature seemed to hush and listen for the answer. Then, "No," said Garth's young voice unhesitatingly. "In that case she would have told me your fear, and I should have reassured her immediately. Your suggestion is unworthy of my beloved." The wind sighed in the trees. A cloud passed before the sun. The two who sat in darkness shivered and went silent. Then the doctor spoke. "My dear boy," he said, and a deep tenderness was in his voice, "I must maintain my unalterable belief that to the one woman you are still the one man. In her blindness her rightful place is by your side. Perhaps even now she is yearning to be here. Will you tell me your name, and give me leave to seek her out, hear from herself her version of the story, and, if it be as I think, bring her to you, to prove in your affliction her love and tenderness?" "Never," said Garth, "never, while life shall last. Can you not see that if when I had sight and fame and all heart could desire, I could not win her love, what she might feel for me now, in my helpless blindness, could be but pity, and pity from her I could never accept. If I was a mere boy 3 years ago, I am a mere blind man now, an object of kind commiseration. If indeed you are right, and she mistrusted my love and my fidelity, it is now out of my power forever to prove her wrong, and to prove myself faithful. But I will not allow the vision of my beloved to be dimmed by these suggestions. For her complexion she needed so much more than I could give. She refused me because I was not fully worthy. I prefer it should be so. Let us leave it at that." "It leaves you to loneliness," said the doctor sadly. "I prefer loneliness," replied Garth's young voice, "to disillusion. Hark! I hear the first gong, Brand. Marjorie will be grieved if we keep her Sunday dishes waiting." He stood up and turned his sightless face towards the view. "Ah, how well I know it," he said. "When Miss Gray and I sit up here, she tells me all she sees, and I tell her what she does not see, but what I know is there. She is keen on art, and on most of the things I care about. I must ask for an arm, Brand, though the path is wide and good. I cannot risk a tumble. I have come 1 or 2 awful croppers, and I promised Miss Gray. The path is wide. Yes, we can walk 2 abreast, 3 abreast if necessary. It is when we had this good path made. It used to be a steep scramble." "3 abreast," said the doctor. "So we could, if necessary." He stepped back and raised Jane from her seat, drawing her cold hand through his left arm. "Now, my dear fellow, my right arm will suit you best. Then you can keep your stick in your right hand." And thus they started down through the wood, on that lovely Sabbath morn of early summer, and the doctor walked erect between those 2 severed hearts, uniting and yet dividing them. Just once Garth paused and listened. "I seem to hear another footstep," he said, "besides yours and mine." "The wood is full of footsteps," said the doctor, "just as the heart is full of echoes. If you stand still and listen, you can hear what you will in either." "Then let us not stand still," said Garth, "for in old days, if I was late for lunch, Marjorie used to spank me." End of chapter 25. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ana Sofia Simão, de Portugal. The Rosary by Florence Louisa Barclay. Chapter 26. Hearts Meet in Sightless Land. "It will be absolutely impossible, Miss Gray, for me ever to tell you what I think of this that you have done for my sake." Garth stood at the open library window. The morning sunlight poured into the room. The air was fragrant with the scents of flowers, resonant with songs of birds. As he stood there in the sunshine, a new look of strength and hopefulness was apparent in every line of his erect figure. He held out eager hands towards Nurse Rosemary, but more as an expression of the outgoing of his appreciation and gratitude than with any expectation of responsive hands being placed within them. And here was I, picturing you having a gay weekend, and wondering where and who your friends in this neighborhood could be, and all the while you were sitting blindfold in the room over my head. Ah, the goodness of it is beyond words. But did you not feel somewhat of a deceiver, Miss Gray?" She always felt that, poor Jane. So she readily answered, "Yes, and yet I told you I was not going far, and my friends in the neighborhood were Simpson and Marjorie, who hated and abetted. And it was true to say I was going, for was I not going to darkness? And it is a different world from the land of light." "Ah, how true that is!" cried Garth. And how difficult to make people understand the loneliness of it, and how they seem suddenly to arrive close to one from another world, stooping from some distant planet, with sympathetic voice and friendly touch, and then away they go to another sphere, leaving one to the immensity of solitude in Sightless land. Yes, agreed Nurse Rosemary, and you almost dread the coming, because the going makes the darkness darker and loneliness more lonely. Ah, and you experience that? Said Garth. Do you know, now you have weekended in Sightless land, I shall not feel it such a place of solitude. At every turn I shall be able to say, a dear and faithful friend has been here. He laughed a laugh of such almost boyish pleasure that old Mother in Jane's love rose up and demanded of her own supreme effort. She looked at the slight figure in white flannels, leaning against the window frame, so manly, so beautiful still, and yet so helpless and so needing the wealth of tenderness which was hers to give. Then, standing facing him, she opened her arms, as if the great preparedness of that place of rest, so close to him must, magnet-like, draw him to her. And standing thus in the sunlight, Jane spoke. Was she beautiful? Was she paintable? Would a man grow weary of such a look turned on him, of such arms held out? Alas, too late. On that point no lover shall ever be able to pass judgment. That look is for one man alone. He only will ever bring it to that loving face. And he cannot pronounce upon its beauty in voice of rapturous content. He cannot judge, he cannot see, he is blind. Mr. Dalmain, there are many smaller details. But before we talk of those, I want to tell you the greatest of all the lessons I learned in Sightless land. Then, conscious that her emotion was producing in her voice a resonant depth which might remind him too vividly of the notes in the Rosary, she paused and resumed in the high, soft edition of her own voice, which it had become second nature to her to use as Nurse Rosemary. Mr. Dalmain, it seems to me I learned to understand how that which is loneliness unspeakable to one might be paradise of a very perfect kind for two. I realized that there might be circumstances in which the dark would become a very wonderful meeting place for souls. If I loved a man who lost his sight, I should be glad to have mine in order to be eyes for him when eyes were needed. Just as, were I rich and he poor, I should value my money simply as a thing which might be useful to him. But I know that daylight would often be a trial to me, because it would be something he could not share. And when evening came, I should long to say, let us put out the lights and shut away the moonlight, and sit together in swift, soft darkness, which is more uniting than the light. While Jane was speaking, Garth paled as he listened, and his face grew strangely sad. Then, as if under a reaction of feeling, a boyish flush spread to the very roots of his hair. He visibly shrank from the voice which was saying these things to him. He fumbled with his right hand for the orange cord which should guide him to this chair. "Nurse Rosemary," he said, and at the tone of his voice Jane's outstretched arm dropped to her sides. "It is kind of you to tell me all these beautiful thoughts which came to you in the darkness. But I hope the man who is happy enough to possess your love, or who is going to be fortunate enough to win it, will neither be so unhappy nor so unfortunate as to lose his sight. It will be better for him to live with you in the light than to be called upon to prove the kind way in which you would be willing to adapt yourself to this darkness. How about opening our letters?" He slipped his hand along the orange cord and walked over to his chair. Then, with a sense of unutterable dismay, Jane saw what she had done. She had completely forgotten Nurse Rosemary, using her only as a means of awakening in Garth an understanding of how much her, Jane's, love might mean to him in his blindness. She had forgotten that, to Garth, Nurse Rosemary's was the only personality which counted in this conversation. She, who had just given him such a proof of her interest and devotion. And, oh, poor dear Garth, oh, bold, brazen Nurse Rosemary, he very naturally concluded she was making love to him. Jane felt herself between Scylla and Charybdis, and she took a very prompt and characteristic plunge. She came across to her place on the other side of the small table and sat down. "I believe it was the thought of him made me realize this," she said. "But just now I and my young man have fallen out. He does not even know I'm here." Garth unbent at once, and again that boyish heightening of color indicated his sense of shame at what he had imagined. "Ah, Miss Grey," he said eagerly, "you will not think it impertinent or intrusive on my part, but do you know I have wondered sometimes whether there was a happy man?" Nurse Rosemary laughed. "Well, we can't call him a happy man just now," she said, "so far as his thoughts of me are concerned. My whole heart is his, if he could only be brought to believe it. But a misunderstanding has grown up between us, my fault entirely, and he will not allow me to put it right." "What a fool!" cried Garth. "Are you and he engaged?" Nurse Rosemary hesitated. "Well, not exactly engaged," she said, "though it practically amounts to that. Neither of us would give a thought to anyone else." Garth knew there was a class of people whose preliminary step to marriage was called keeping company, a stage above the housemaid's walking out, both expressions being exactly descriptive of the circumstances of the case. For, whereas pretty Phyllis and her swain go walking out of an evening in byways and between hedges, or along pavements and into the parks, these keep each other company in the parlors and arbors of their respective friends and relations. Yet, somehow, Garth had never thought of Nurse Rosemary as belonging to any other class than his own. Perhaps this hess of a fellow, whom he already cordially disliked, came of a lower stratum. Or perhaps the rules of her nursing guild forbade a definite engagement, but allowed an understanding. Anyway, the fact remained that the kind-hearted, clever, delightful little lady, who had done so much for him, had a young man of her own. And this admitted fact lifted a weight from Garth's mind. He had been so afraid lately of not being quite honest with her and with himself. She had become so necessary to him, nay, so essential, that by her skill and devotion had won so deep a place in his gratitude. Their relation was of so intimate a nature, their companionship so close and continuous, and into this rather ideal state of things had heavily trodden Dr. Rob the other day with a suggestion. Garth, alone with him, had been explaining how indispensable Miss Grey had become to his happiness and comfort, and how much he dreaded the recall from her matron. "I fear they do not let him go on indefinitely at one case. But perhaps Sister Derrick can arrange that this should be an exception," said Garth. "Oh, hang the matron and blow Sir Derrick," said Dr. Rob brazily. "If you want her as a permanency, make sure of her. Marry her, my boy. I'll arrange you'd have you." Thus trod Dr. Rob, with heavily nailed boots, upon the bare toes of a delicate situation. Garth tried to put the suggestion out of his mind and failed. He began to notice the thoughts and plans of Nurse Rosemary's for his benefit, which so far exceeded their professional duties that it seemed as if there must be behind them the promptings of a more tender interest. He put the thought away again and again, calling Dr. Rob an old fool and himself a conceited ass. But again and again there came about him, with Nurse Rosemary's presence, the subtle surrounding atmosphere of a watchful love. Then, one night, he faced and fought a great temptation. After all, why should he not do as Dr. Rob suggested? Why not marry this charming, capable, devoted nurse, and have her constantly about him in his blindness? She did not consider him a mere boy. What had he to offer her? A beautiful home, every luxury, abundant wealth, a companionship she seemed to find congenial. But then the tempter overreached himself, for he whispered, and the voice would be always Jane's. "You have never seen the nurse's face. You never will see it. You can go on putting to the voice the face and form you adore. You can marry the little nurse, and go on loving Jane." Then Garth cried out in horror, "Avaunt, Satan!" and the battle was won. but it troubled his mind lest by any chance her peace of heart should be disturbed through him. So it was with relief, and yet with an unreasonable smouldering jealousy, that he heard of the young man to whom she was devoted. And now it appears she was unhappy through her young man, just as he was unhappy because of Jane. A sudden impulse came over him to do away forever with the thought which in his own mind had lately come between them, and to establish their intimacy on an ever closer and firmer basis, by being absolutely frank with her on the matter. "Miss Grey," he said, leaning towards her with that delightful smile and of boyish candor which many women had found irresistible, "it is good of you to have told me about yourself, and, although I confess to feeling unreasonably jealous of the fortunate fellow who possesses your whole heart, I am glad he exists, because we will all miss something unless we have in our lives the wonderful experience of the one woman or the one man. And I want to tell you something, dear sweet friend of mine, which closely touches you and me. Only before I do so, put your hand in mine, that I may realize you in a closer intimacy than heretofore. You, who have been in Sightless land, know how much a hand clasp means down here." Garth stretched his hand across the table, and his whole attitude was tense with expectation. "I cannot do that, Mr. Dalmain," said Nurse Rosemary, in a voice which shook a little. "I have burned my hands. Oh, not seriously. Do not look so distressed. Just a lighted match. Yes, while I was blind. Now, tell me the thing which touches you and me." Garth withdrew his hand and clasped both around his knee. He leaned back in his chair, his face turned upwards. There was upon it an expression so pure, the exaltation of a spirit so lifted above the temptations of the lower nature, that Jane's eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. She realized what his love for her, supplemented by the discipline of suffering, had done for her lover. He began to speak softly, not turning towards her. "Tell me," he said, "is he very much to you?" Jane's eyes could not leave the dear face and figure in the chair. Jane's emotion trembled in Nurse Rosemary's voice. "He is all the world to me," she said. "Does he love you as you deserve to be loved?" Jane bent and laid her lips on the table where his outstretched hand had rested. Then Nurse Rosemary answered, "He loves me far, far more than I deserved." "Why do you say loves? Is not loves the truer tense?" "Alas, no," said Nurse Rosemary brokenly, "for I fear I have lost his love by my own mistrust of it and my own wrongdoing." "Never," said Garth. "Love never fades. It may for a time appear to be dead, even buried, but Easter morn soon dawns, and lo, love arises. Love grieves, is like a bird with wet wings. It cannot fly, it cannot rise. It hops about the ground, chirping anxiously. But every flutter shakes away more drops. Every moment in the sunshine is drying the tiny feathers, and very soon it soars to the tree-top, all the better for the bath, which seemed to have robbed it of the power to rise." "Ah, if my beloved could but dry his wings," murmured Nurse Rosemary. "But I fear I did more than wet them. I clipped them. Worse still, I broke them." "Does he know you feel yourself so in the wrong?" Garth asked the question very gently. "No," replied Nurse Rosemary. "He will give me no chance to explain, and no opportunity to tell him how he wrongs himself and me by the view he now takes of my conduct." "Poor girl," said Garth, in tones of sympathy and comprehension. "My own experience has been such a tragedy that I can feel for those whose course of true love does not run smooth. But take my advice, Miss Grey. Write him a full confession. Keep nothing back. Tell him just how it all happened. Any man who truly loves would believe, accept your explanation, and be thankful. Only I hope he would not come tearing up here and take you away from me." Jane smiled through a mist of tears. "If he wanted me, Mr. Dalmain, I should have to go to him," said Nurse Rosemary. "How I dread the day," continued Garth, "when you will come and say to me, 'I have to go.' And, do you know, I have sometimes thought, you have done so much for me and become so much to me, I have sometimes thought, I can tell you frankly now, it might have seemed as if there were a very obvious way to try to keep you always. You are so immensely worthy of all a man could offer, of all the devotion a man could give, and because, to one so worthy, I never could have offered less than the best, I want to tell you that in my heart I hold shrined forever one beloved face. All others are gradually fading. Now, in my blindness, I can hardly recall clearly the many lovely faces I have painted and admired. All are more or less blurred and indistinct. But this one face grows clearer, thank God, as the darkness deepens. It will be with me through life. I shall see it in death, the face of the woman I love. You said loved of your lover, hesitating to be sure of his present state of heart. I can neither say love nor loved of my beloved. She never loved me, but I love her with a love which makes it impossible for me to have any best to offer to another woman. If I could bring myself, from unworthy motives and selfish desires, to ask another to wed me, I should do her an untold wrong, for her unseen face would be nothing to me. Always that one and only face would be shining in my darkness. Her voice would be dear, only in so far as it reminded me of the voice of the woman I love. Dear friend, if you ever pray for me, pray that I may never be so base as to offer to any woman such a husk as marriage me would mean." "But," said Nurse Rosemary, "she, who has made it a husk for others, she, who might have the finest of the wheat, the full corn in the ear, herself?" "She," said Garth, "has refused it. It was neither fine enough nor full enough. It was not worthy. Oh my God, little girl, what it means to appear inadequate to the woman one loves." Garth dropped his face between his hands with a groan. Silence unbroken reigned in the library. Suddenly Garth began to speak, low and quickly, without lifting his head. "Now," he said, "now I feel it, just as I told Brain, and never so clearly before, excepting once when I was alone. Ah, Miss Grey, don't move, don't stir, but look all round the room and tell me whether you see anything. Look at the window, look at the door, lean forward and look behind the screen. I cannot believe we are alone. I will not believe it. I am being deceived in my blindness, and yet I am not deceived. I am conscious of the presence of the woman I love. Her eyes are fixed upon me in pity, sorrow, and compassion. Her grief at my woe is so great that it almost enfolds me, as I dreamed her love would do. Oh my God, she is so near, and it is so terrible, because I do not wish her near. I would sooner 1,000 miles were between us. And I am certain there are not many yards. Is it psychic, or is it actual, or am I going mad? Miss Grey, you would not lie to me. No persuasion, nor bribery, or confounded chicanery could induce you to deceive me on this point. Look around, for God's sake, and tell me, are we alone? And if not, who is in the room besides you and me?" Jane had been sitting with her arms folded upon the table, her yearning eyes fixed upon Garth's bowed head. When he wished her 1,000 miles away, she buried her face upon them. She was so near him that, had Garth stretched out his hand again, it would have touched the heavy coils of her soft hair. But Garth did not raise his head, and Jane still sat with her face buried. There was silence in the library for a few moments after Garth's question and appeal. Then Jane lifted her face. "There is no one in the room, Mr. Dalmain," said Nurse Rosemary, "but you and me." End of chapter 26.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Elming, Copenhagen, Denmark, January 2007. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 27. The Eyes Garth Trusted. So, you enjoy motoring, Miss Gray? They had been out in the motor together for the first time, and were now having tea together in the library, also for the first time. And, for the first time, Nurse Rosemary was pouring out for her patient. This was only Monday afternoon, and already her weekend experience had won for her many new privileges. "Yes, I like it, Mr. Dalmain, particularly in this beautiful air."
"Have you had a case before in a house where they kept a motor?"
Nurse Rosemary hesitated.
"Yes, I have stayed in houses where they had motors, and I have been in Dr. Brand's. He met me at Charing Cross once with his electric brougham." "Ah, I know," said Garth. "Very neat. On your way to a case, or returning from a case?"
Nurse Rosemary smiled, then bit her lip.
"To a case," she replied, quite gravely. "I was on my way to his house, to talk it over and receive instructions." "It must be splendid working under such a fellow as Brand," said Garth. "And yet I am certain most of the best things you do are quite your own idea. For instance, he did not suggest your weekend plan, did he?" "I thought not. Ah, the difference it has made! Now tell me, when we were motoring, we never slowed up suddenly to pass anything, or tooted to make something move out of the way, without your having already told me what we were going to pass, or what was in the road a little way ahead. It was, 'We shall be passing a hay cart at the next bend. There will be just room, but we shall have to slow up.' Or, 'An old red cow is in the very middle of the road a little way on. I think she will move if we hoot.' Then, when the sudden slow down and swerve came, or the toot toot of the horn, I knew all about it and was not taken unawares. Did you know how trying it is in blindness to be speeding along and suddenly alter pace, without having any idea why, or swerve to one side, and not know what one has just been avoiding? This afternoon our spin was pure pleasure, because not once did you let these things happen. I knew all that was taking place, as soon as I should have known it had I had my sight." Jane pressed her hand over her bosom. Ah, how able she was always to fill her boy's life with pure pleasure! How little of the needless suffering of the blind should ever be his, if she won the right to be beside him always. "Well, Mr. Dalmain," said Nurse Rosemary, "I motored to the station with Sir Deryck yesterday afternoon, and I noticed all you describe. I have never before felt nervous in a motor, but I realized yesterday how largely that is owing to the fact that all the time one keeps an unconscious lookout, measuring distances, judging speed, and knowing what each turn of the handle means. So when we go out, you must let me be eyes to you in this." "How good you are," said Garth gratefully. "And did you see Sir Deryck off?"
"No, I did not see Sir Deryck at all, but he said good-bye, and I felt the kind, strong grip of his hand as he left me in the car. And I sat there and heard his train start and rush away into the distance."
"Was it not hard to you to see him come and go, and not see his face?"
Jane smiled. "Yes, it was hard," said Nurse Rosemary, "but I wished to experience that hardness."
"It gives one an awful blank feeling, doesn't it?" said Garth.
"Yes, it almost makes one wish the friend had not come."
"Ah." There was a depth of contented comprehension in Garth's sigh, and the brave heart, which had refused to lift the bandage to the very last, felt more than recompensed. "Next time I reach the gulf of partings in Sightless land," continued Garth, "I shall say, 'A dear friend has stood here for my sake.'"
"Oh, and one's meals," said Nurse Rosemary, laughing. "Are they not grotesquely trying?"
"Yes, of course. I had forgotten you would understand that now. I never could explain to you before why I must have my meals alone. You know the hunt and chase?"
"Yes," said Nurse Rosemary, "and it usually resolves itself into 'gone away,' and turns up afterwards unexpectedly. But, Mr. Dalmain, I have thought out several ways of helping so much in that, and making it all quite easy. If you will consent to have your meals with me at a small table, you will see how smoothly all will work. And later on, if I am still here,
When you begin to have visitors, you must let me sit at your left, and all my little ways of helping would be so unobtrusive that no one would notice." "Oh, thanks," said Garth. "I am immensely grateful. I have often been reminded of a silly game we used to play at Overdene at dessert, when we were a specially gay party. Do you know the old Duchess of Meldrum? Or anyway, you may have heard of her. Ah, yes, of course, Sir Derek knows her. She called him once to her macaw. She did not mention the macaw on the telephone, and Sir Derek, thinking he was wanted for the Duchess, threw up an important engagement and went immediately. Luckily she was at her town house. She would have sent just the same had she been at Overdene. I wish you knew Overdene. The Duchess gives perfectly delightful best parties, in which all the people who really enjoy meeting one another find themselves together, and are well fed and well housed and well mounted, and do exactly as they like, while the dear old Duchess tramps in and out with her queer beasts and birds, shedding a kindly and exciting influence wherever she goes. Last time I was there, she used to let out 6 Egyptian jerboas in the drawing-room every evening after dinner. Awfully jolly little beggars, like miniature kangaroos. They used to go skipping about on their hind legs, frightening some of the women into fits by hiding under their gowns, and making young footmen drop trays of coffee cups. The last importation is a toucan, a South American bird, with a beak like a banana, and a voice like an old sheep in despair. But Tommy, the scarlet macaw, remains prime favourite, and I must say he is clever, and knows more than you would think. Well, at Overdene we used to play a silly game at dessert with muscatels. We each put 5 raisins at intervals round our plates. Then we shut our eyes and made jabs at them with forks. Whoever succeeded first in spiking and eating all 5 was the winner. The Duchess never would play. She enjoyed being umpire, and screaming at the people who peeped. Miss Champion and I, she is the Duchess's niece, you know, always played fair, and we nearly always made a dead heat of it. "Yes," said Nurse Rosemary, "I know that game. I thought of it at once when I had my blindfold meals." "Ah!" cried Garth. "Had I known, I would not have let you do it." "I knew that," said Nurse Rosemary. "That was why I weakened it." Garth passed his cup to be refilled, and leaned forward confidentially. "Now," he said, "I can venture to tell you one of my minor trials. I am always so awfully afraid of there being a fly in things. Ever since I was a small boy, I have had such a horror of inadvertently eating flies. When I was about 6, I heard a lady visitor say to my mother, 'Oh, one has to swallow a fly about once a year.' I have just swallowed mine, on the way here. This terrible idea of an annual fly took possession of my small mind. I used to be thankful when it happened, and I got it over. I remember quickly finishing a bit of bread in which I had seen signs of legs and wings, feeling it was an easy way of taking it, and I should thus be exempt for 12 glad months. But I had to run up and down the terrace with clenched hands while I swallowed it. And when I discovered the fallacy of an annual fly, I was just as particular in my dread of an accidental one. I don't believe I ever sat down to sardines on toast at a restaurant without looking under the toast for my bugbear, though as I lifted it I felt rather like an old woman who always looks under the bed for a burglar. Ah, but since the accident, this foolishly small thing has made me suffer. I cannot say, 'Simpson, are you sure there's not a fly in this soup?' Simpson would say, 'No, sir, no fly, sir,' and would cough behind his hand, and I could never ask him again." Nurse Rosemary leaned forward and placed his cup where he could reach it easily, just touching his right hand with the edge of the saucer. "Have all your meals with me," she said, in a tone of such complete understanding that it was almost a caress. "And I can promise there shall never be any flies in anything. Could you not trust my eyes for this?" And Garth replied with a happy, grateful smile, "I could trust your kind and faithful eyes for anything. Ah, and that reminds me. I want to entrust to them a task I could confide to no one else. Is it twilight yet, Miss Gray, or is an hour of daylight left to us?" Nurse Rosemary glanced out of the window and looked at her watch. "We ordered tea early," she said, "because we came in from our drive quite hungry. It is not 5 o'clock yet, and a radiant afternoon. The sun sets at 7:30. "Then the light is good," said Garth. "Have you finished tea? The sun will be shining in at the west window of the studio. You know my studio, at the top of the house? You fetched the studies of Lady Brand from there. I dare say you noticed stacks of canvases in the corners. Some are unused. Some contain mere sketches or studies. Some are finished pictures, Miss Gray. Among the latter are two which I am most anxious to identify and to destroy. I made Simpson guide me up the other day and leave me there alone, and I tried to find them by touch. But I could not be sure, and I soon grew hopelessly confused amongst all the canvases. I did not wish to ask Simpson's help, because the subjects are, well, somewhat unusual, and if he found out I had destroyed them, it might set him wondering and talking, and one hates to awaken curiosity in a servant. I could not fall back on Sir Deryck, because he would have recognized the portraits. The principal figure is known to him. When I painted those pictures, I never dreamed of any eye but my own seeing them. So you, my dear and trusted secretary, are the one person to whom I can turn. Will you do what I ask? And will you do it now?" Nurse Rosemary pushed back her chair. "Why, of course, Mr. Dalmain. I am here to do anything and everything you may desire, and to do it when you desire it." Garth took a key from his waistcoat pocket, and laid it on the table. "There is the studio latch-key. I think the canvases I want are in the corner furthest from the door, behind a yellow Japanese screen. They are large, 5 feet by 3½ If they are too cumbersome for you to bring down, lay them face to face and ring for Simpson. But do not leave him alone with them." Nurse Rosemary picked up the key, rose, and went over to the piano, which she opened. Then she tightened the purple cord, which guided Garth from his chair to the instrument. "Sit and play," she said, "while I am upstairs doing your commission. But just tell me one thing. You know how greatly your work interests me. When I find the pictures, is it your wish that I give them a mere cursory glance, just sufficient for identification? Or may I look at them in the beautiful studio light? You can trust me to do whichever you desire." The artist in Garth could not resist the wish to have his work seen and appreciated. "You may look at them, of course, if you wish," he said. "They are quite the best work I ever did, though I painted them wholly from memory. That is, that used to be, a knack of mine. And they are in no sense imaginary. I painted exactly what I saw, at least so far as the female face and figure are concerned, and they make the pictures. The others are mere accessories." He stood up and went to the piano. His fingers began to stray softly amongst the harmonies of the Veni. Nurse Rosemary moved towards the door. "How shall I know them?" she asked, and waited. The chords of the Veni hushed to a murmur. Garth's voice from the piano came clear and distinct, but blending with the harmonies as if he were reciting to music. "A woman and a man, alone, in a garden. But the surroundings are only indicated. She is in evening dress, soft, black, and trailing, with lace at her breast. It is called The Wife." "Yes?" "The same woman, the same scene, but without the man this time. No need to paint the man, for now, visible or invisible, to her he is always there. In her arms she holds—" The low murmur of chords ceased. There was perfect silence in the room. "A little child. It is called The Mother." The Veni burst forth in an unrestrained upbearing of confident petition. "Keep far our foes, give peace at home." And the door closed behind Nurse Rosemary. End of chapter 27. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Almvang, Copenhagen, Denmark, in October 2006. The Rosary by Florence Barclay. Chapter 28. In the Studio. Jane mounted to the studio, unlocked the door, and, entering, closed it after her.
The evening sun shone through a western window, imparting an added richness to the silk screens and hangings, the mauve wisteria of a Japanese embroidery, or the golden dragon of China on a deep purple ground, wound up in its own interminable tail, and showing rampant claws in unexpected places. Several times already Jane had been into Garth's studio, but always to fetch something for which he waited eagerly below, and she had never felt free to linger. Margery had a duplicate key, for she herself went up every day to open the windows, dust tenderly all special treasures, and keep it exactly as its owner had liked it kept, when his quick eyes could look around it. But this key was always on Margery's bunch, and Jane did not like to ask admission and risk a possible refusal. Now, however, she could take her own time, and she seated herself in one of the low and very deep wicker lounge chairs, comfortably upholstered, so exactly fitting her proportions and supporting arms, knees, and head just rightly, that it seemed as if all other chairs would in future appear inadequate, owing to the absolute perfection of this one. Ah, to be just that to her beloved! To so fully meet his need, at every point, that her presence should be to him always a source of strength, and rest, and consolation. She looked around the room. It was so like Garth. Every detail perfect, every shade of colour enhancing another and being enhanced by it. The arrangements for regulating the light, both from roof and windows, the easels of all kinds and sizes, clean bareness where space and freedom from dust were required, the luxurious comfort around the fireplace and in nooks and corners, all were so perfect; and the plain brown wall-paper, of that beautiful quiet shade which has in it no red and no yellow, a clear nut brown. On an easel near the further window stood an unfinished painting, palette and brushes beside it, just as Garth had left them when he went out on that morning nearly 3 months ago, and, vaulting over a gate to protect a little animal from unnecessary pain, was plunged himself into such utter loss and anguish. Jane rose, and took stock of all his quaint treasures on the mantelpiece. Especially her mind was held and fascinated by a stout little bear in brass, sitting solidly yet jauntily on its haunches, its front paws clasping a brazen pole, its head turned sideways, its small beady eyes looking straight before it. The chain from its neck to the pole denoted captivity and possible fierceness. Jane had no doubt its head would lift, and its body prove a receptacle for matches; but she felt equally certain that, should she lift its head and look, no matches would be within it. This little bear was unmistakably Early Victorian, a friend of childhood days, and would not be put to common uses. She lifted the head. The body was empty. She replaced it gently on the mantelpiece, and realised that she was deliberately postponing an ordeal which must be faced. Deryck had told her of Garth's pictures of the One Woman. Garth himself had now told her even more. But the time had come when she must see them for herself. It was useless to postpone the moment. She looked towards the yellow screen. Then she walked over to the western window, and threw it wide open. The sun was dipping gently towards the purple hills. The deep blue of the sky began to pale, as a hint of lovely rose crept into it. Jane looked heavenward, and, thrusting her hands deeply into her pockets, spoke aloud. "Before God," she said, "in case I am never able to say or think it again, I will say it now. I believe I was right. I considered Garth's future happiness, and I considered my own. I decided as I did for both our sakes, at a terrible cost to present joy. But, before God, I believed I was right, and I believe it still." Jane never said it again. End of chapter 28.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Elmvang, Copenhagen, Denmark, November 2006. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 29. Jane looks into love's mirror. Behind the yellow screen, Jane found a great confusion of canvases and unmistakable evidence of the blind hands
which had groped about in a vain search, and then made fruitless endeavours to sort and rearrange. Very tenderly Jane picked up each canvas from the fallen heap, turning it the right way up, and standing it with its face to the wall. Beautiful work was there, some of it finished, some incomplete. One or two faces she knew looked out at her in their pictured loveliness, but the canvases she sought were not there. She straightened herself and looked around. In a further corner, partly concealed by a Cairo screen, stood another pile. Jane went to them. Almost immediately she found the two she wanted, larger than the rest, and distinguishable at a glance by the soft black gown of the central figure. Without giving them more than a passing look, she carried them over to the western window and placed them there in a good light. Then she drew up the chair in which she had been sitting, took the little brass bear in her left hand as a talisman to help her through what lay before her, turned the second picture with its face to the easel, and sat down to the quiet contemplation of the first. The noble figure of a woman, nobly painted, was the first impression which leapt from eye to brain. Yes, nobility came first, in stately pose, in uplifted brow, in breadth of dignity. Then, as you marked the grandly massive figure, too well proportioned to be cumbersome, but large and full and amply developed, the length of limb, the firmly planted feet, the large capable hands, you realized the second impression conveyed by the picture to be strength. Strength to do, strength to be, strength to continue. Then you looked into the face, and there you were confronted with a great surprise. The third thought expressed by the picture was love. Love of the highest, holiest, most ideal kind, yet withal of the most tenderly human order, and you found it in that face. It was a large face, well proportioned to the figure. It had no pretensions whatever to ordinary beauty. The features were good, there was not an ugly line about them, and yet each one just missed the beautiful, and the general effect was of a good-looking plainness, unadorned, unconcealed, and unashamed. But the longer you looked, the more desirable grew the face, the less you noticed its negations, the more you admired its honesty, its purity, its immense strength of purpose, its noble simplicity. You took in all these outward details. You looked away for a moment to consider them. You looked back to verify them. And then the miracle happened. Into the face had stolen the light that never was on sea or land. It shone from the quiet grey eyes, as, over the head of the man who knelt before her, they looked out of the picture, with an expression of the sublime surrender of a woman's whole soul to an emotion which, though it sways and masters her, yet gives her the power to be more truly herself than ever before. The startled joy in them, the marvel at a mystery not yet understood, the passionate tenderness, and yet the almost divine compassion for the unrestrained violence of feeling which had flung the man to his knees and driven him to the haven of her breast, the yearning to soothe and give and content. All these were blended into a look of such exquisite sweetness that it brought tears to the eyes of the beholder. The woman was seated on a broad marble parapet. She looked straight before her. Her knees came well forward, and the long curve of the train of her black gown filled the foreground on the right. On the left, slightly to one side of her, knelt a man, a tall, slight figure in evening dress, his arms thrown forward around her waist, his face completely hidden in the soft lace at her bosom, only the back of his sleek dark head visible. And yet the whole figure denoted a passion of tense emotion. She had gathered him to her with what you knew must have been an exquisite gesture, combining the utter self-surrender of the woman with the tender throb of maternal solicitude. And now her hands were clasped behind his head, holding him closely to her. Not a word was being spoken. The hidden face was obviously silent, and her firm lips above his dark head were folded in a line of calm self-control, though about them hovered the dawning of a smile of bliss ineffable. A crimson rambler rose climbing some woodwork faintly indicated on the left, and hanging in a glowing mass from the top left-hand corner, supplied the only vivid colour in the picture. But,
from taking in these minor details, the eye returned to that calm, tender face, alight with love; to those strong, capable hands, now learning for the first time to put forth the protective passion of a woman's tenderness; and the mind whispered the only possible name for that picture: the wife. Jane gazed at it long in silence. Had Garth's little bear been anything less solid than early Victorian brass, it must have bent and broken under the strong pressure of those clenched hands. She could not doubt for a moment that she looked upon herself; but, oh, merciful heavens! how unlike the reflected self of her own mirror! Once or twice as she looked, her mind refused to work, and she simply gazed blankly at the minor details of the picture. But then again the expression of the grey eyes drew her, recalling so vividly every feeling she had experienced when that dear head had come so unexpectedly to its resting place upon her bosom. "It is true," she whispered; and again, "Yes, it is true. I cannot deny it. It is as I felt. It must be as I looked." And then, suddenly, she fell upon her knees before the picture. "Oh, my God! Is that as I looked? And the next thing that happened was my boy lifting his shining eyes, and gazing at me in the moonlight. Is this what he saw? Did I look so? And did the woman who looked so, and who, looking so, pressed his head down again upon her breast, refuse next day to marry him on the grounds of his youth and her superiority? Oh, Garth, Garth! Oh, God, help him to understand. Help him to forgive me." In the workroom just below, Maggie the housemaid was singing as she sewed. The sound floated through the open window, each syllable distinct in the clear Scotch voice, and reached Jane where she knelt. Her mind, stunned to blankness by its pain, took eager hold upon the words of Maggie's hymn, and they were these: "O love that will not let me go, I rest my weary soul in thee. I give thee back the life I owe, that in thine ocean depths its flow may richer, fuller be. O light that followest all my way, I yield my flickering torch to thee. My heart restores its borrowed ray, that in thy sunshine's blaze its day may brighter, fairer be." Jane took the second picture and placed it in front of the first. The same woman, seated as before, but the man was not there, and in her arms, its tiny dark head pillowed against the fullness of her breast, lay a little child. The woman did not look over that small head, but bent above it and gazed into the baby face. The crimson rambler had grown right across the picture, and formed a glowing arch above mother and child. A majesty of tenderness was in the large figure of the mother. The face, as regarded contour and features, was no less plain, but again it was transfigured by the mother love thereon depicted. You knew the wife had more than fulfilled her abundant promise. The wife was there in fullest realization, and, added to wifehood, the wonder of motherhood. All mysteries were explained, all joys experienced, and the smile on her calm lips bespoke ineffable content. A rambler rose had burst above them and fallen in a shower of crimson petals upon mother and child. The baby fingers clasped tightly the soft lace at her bosom. A petal had fallen upon the tiny wrist. She had lifted her hand to remove it, and, catching the baby eyes, so dark and shining, paused for a moment, and smiled. Jane, watching them, fell to desperate weeping. The mere boy had understood her potential possibilities of motherhood far better than she understood them herself. Having had one glimpse of her as the wife, his mind had leaped on and seen her as the mother. And again she was forced to say, "It is true. Yes, it is true." And then she recalled the old line of cruel reasoning. It was not the sort of face one would have wanted to see always in front of one at table. Was this the sort of face? This, as Garth had painted it, after a supposed year of marriage? Would any man weary of it, or wish to turn away his eyes? Jane took one more long look. Then she dropped the little bear, and buried her face in her hands, while a hot blush crept up to the very roots of her hair, and tingled to her fingertips.
Below, the fresh young voice was singing again. O joy that seekest me through pain, I cannot close my heart to thee. I trace the rainbow through the rain, and feel the promise is not vain, that morn shall tearless be. After a while Jane whispered, "Oh, my darling, forgive me. I was altogether wrong. I will confess, and, God helping me, I will explain. And, oh, my darling, you will forgive me." Once more she lifted her head and looked at the picture. A few stray petals of the crimson rambler lay upon the ground, reminding her of those crushed roses, which, falling from her breast, lay scattered on the terrace at Shenstone, emblem of the joyous hopes and glory of love which her decision of that night had laid in the dust of disillusion. But, crowning this picture, in rich clusters of abundant bloom, grew the rambler rose, and through the open window came the final verse of Maggie's hymn. "O cross that liftest up my head, I dare not ask to fly from thee. I lay in dust life's glory dead, and from the ground there blossoms red, life shall endless be." Jane went to the western window, and stood with her arms stretched above her, looking out upon the radiance of the sunset. The sky blazed into gold and crimson at the horizon. Gradually, as the eye lifted, paling to primrose, freckled with rosy clouds, and, overhead, deep blue, fathomless, boundless blue. Jane gazed at the golden battlements above the purple hills, and repeated half aloud, "And the city was of pure gold, and had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of God did lighten it. And there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away." Ah, how much had passed away since she stood at that western window not an hour before! All life seemed readjusted, its outlook altered, its perspective changed. Truly, Garth had gone behind his blindness. Jane raised her eyes to the blue, and a smile of unspeakable anticipation parted her lips. "Life that shall endless be," she murmured. Then, turning, found the little bear and restored him to his place upon the mantelpiece, put back the chair, closed the western window, and, picking up the 2 canvases, left the studio and made her way carefully downstairs. End of chapter 29.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Christine Blashford, www.wakeupthismorning.co.uk. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 30. The Lady Portrayed. "It has taken you long, Miss Gray. I nearly sent Simpson up to find out what had happened." "I am glad you did not do that, Mr. Dalmain. Simpson would have found me weeping on the studio floor, and to ask his assistance under those circumstances would have been more humbling than inquiring after the fly in the soup." Garth turned quickly in his chair. The artist ear had caught the tone which meant comprehension of his work. "Weeping," he said. "Why?" "Because," answered Nurse Rosemary, "I have been entranced. These pictures are so exquisite. They stir one's deepest depths. And yet they are so pathetic, so pathetic, because you have made a plain woman beautiful." Garth rose to his feet, and turned upon her a face which would have blazed had it not been sightless. "A what?" he exclaimed. "A plain woman," repeated Nurse Rosemary quietly. "Surely you realized your model to be that. And therein lies the wonder of the pictures. You have so beautified her by wifehood, and glorified her by motherhood, that the longer one looks, the more one forgets her plainness, seeing her as loving and loved, lovable, and therefore lovely. It is a triumph of art." Garth sat down, his hands clasped before him. "It is a triumph of truth," he said. "I painted what I saw." "You painted her soul," said Nurse Rosemary, "and it illuminated her plain face." "I saw her soul," said Garth, almost in a whisper, "and that vision was so radiant that it illuminated my dark life. The remembrance lightens my darkness even now." A very tender silence fell in the library. The twilight deepened. Then Nurse Rosemary spoke, very low. "Mr. Dalmain, I have a request to make of you. I want to beg you not to destroy these pictures." Garth lifted his head. "I must destroy them, child," he said. "I cannot risk their being seen by people who would recognize the Lady Portrayed. At all events, there is one person who must see them before they are destroyed." "And that is?" queried Garth. "The Lady Portrayed," said Nurse Rosemary bravely. "How do you know she has not seen them?" "Has she?" inquired Nurse Rosemary. "No," said Garth shortly, "and she never will." "She must." Something in the tone of quiet insistence struck Garth. "Why?" he asked, and listened with interest for the answer. "Because of all it would mean to a woman who knows herself plain, to see herself thus beautified." Garth sat very still for a few moments. Then, "A woman who knows herself plain," he repeated, with interrogative amazement in his voice. "Yes," proceeded Nurse Rosemary, encouraged. "Do you suppose for a moment that that lady's mirror has ever shown her a reflection in any way approaching what you have made her in these pictures? When we stand before our looking-glasses, Mr. Dalmain, scowling anxiously at hats and bows and partings, we usually look our very worst, and that lady, at her very worst, would be of a most discouraging plainness." Garth sat perfectly silent. "Depend upon it," continued Nurse Rosemary, "she never sees herself as the wife, the mother. Is she a wife?" Garth hesitated only the fraction of a second. "Yes," he said, very quietly. Jane's hands flew to her breast. Her heart must be held down, or he would hear it throbbing. Nurse Rosemary's voice had in it only a slight tremor when she spoke again. "Is she a mother?" "No," said Garth. "I painted what might have been." If it had been," replied Garth curtly. Nurse Rosemary felt rebuked. "Dear Mr. Dalmain," she said humbly, "I realize how officious I must seem to you, with all these questions and suggestions. But you must blame the hold these wonderful paintings of yours have taken on my mind. Oh, they are beautiful, beautiful!" "Ah," said Garth, the keen pleasure of the artist springing up once more. "Miss Grey, I have somewhat forgotten them. Have you them here? That is right. Put them up before you, and describe them to me. Let me hear how they struck you, as pictures." Jane rose and went to the window. She threw it open, and as she breathed in the fresh air, breathed out a passionate prayer that her nerve, her voice, her self-control might not fail her in this critical hour. She herself had been convicted by Garth's pictures. Now she must convince Garth by her description of them. He must be made to believe in the love he had depicted. Then Nurse Rosemary sat down, and in the gentle, unemotional voice, which was quite her own, described to the eager ears of the blind artist exactly what Jane had seen in the studio. It was perfectly done. It was mercilessly done. All the desperate, hopeless hunger for Jane awoke in Garth, the maddening knowledge that she had been his, and yet not his, that had he pressed her for her answer that evening, it could not have been a refusal, that the cold calculations of later hours had no place in those moments of ecstasy. Yet he lost her, lost her! Why, oh, why? Was there any possible reason other than the one she gave? Nurse Rosemary's quiet voice went on, regardless of his writhings, but she was drawing to a close. "And it is such a beautiful crimson rambler, Mr. Dalmain," she said. "I like the idea of its being small and in bud in the first picture, and blooming in full glory in the second." Garth pulled himself together and smiled. He must not give way before this girl. "Yes," he said, "I am glad you noticed that. And look here, we will not destroy them at once. Now they are found, there is no hurry. I am afraid I am giving you a lot of trouble, but will you ask for some large sheets of brown paper, and make a package, and write upon it, 'Not to be opened,' and tell Marjorie to put them back in the studio. Then, when I want them, at any time, I shall have no difficulty in identifying them." "I am so glad," said Nurse Rosemary. "Then perhaps the plain lady—" "I cannot have her spoken of so," said Garth hotly. "I do not know what she thought of herself. I doubt if she ever gave a thought to self at all. I do not know what you would have thought of her. I can only tell you that, to me, hers is the one face which is visible in my darkness. All the loveliness I have painted, all the beauty I have admired, fades from my mental vision as wreaths of mist, flutters from memory's sight as autumn leaves. Her face alone abides. Calm, holy, tender, beautiful, it is always before me, and it pains me that one who has only seen her as my hand depicted her should speak of her as plain." "Forgive me," said Nurse Rosemary humbly. "I did not mean to pain you, sir. And to show you what your pictures have done for me, may I tell you a resolution I made in the studio? I cannot miss what they depict, the sweetest joys of life, for want of the courage to confess myself wrong, pocket my pride, and be frank and humble. I am going to write a full confession to my young man as to my share of the misunderstanding which has parted us. Do you think he will understand? Do you think he will forgive?" Garth smiled. He tried to call up an image of a pretty troubled face, framed in a fluffy setting of soft fair hair. It harmonized so little with the voice, but it undoubtedly was Nurse Rosemary Gray, as others saw her. "He will be a brute if he doesn't, child," he said. End of chapter 30.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, January 2007. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 31. In Lighter Vein. Dinner that evening, the first at their small round table, was a great success. Nurse Rosemary's plans all worked well, and Garth delighted in arrangements which made him feel less helpless. The strain of the afternoon brought its reaction of merriment. A little judicious questioning drew forth further stories of the Duchess and her pets, and Miss Champion's name came in with a frequency which they both enjoyed. It was a curious experience for Jane to hear herself described in Garth's vivid word-painting. Until that fatal evening at Shenstone she had been remarkably free from self-consciousness, and she had no idea that she had a way of looking straight into people's eyes when she talked to them, and that was what muddled up the silly little minds of women who say they are afraid of her, and that she makes them nervous. You see, she looks right into their shallow, shuffling little souls, full of conceited thoughts about themselves, and nasty, ill-natured thoughts about her, and no wonder they grow panic-stricken and flee, and talk of her as that formidable Miss Champion. I never found her formidable, but when I had the chance of a real talk with her, I used to be thankful I had nothing of which to be ashamed. Those clear eyes touched bottom every time, as our kindred over the water so expressively put it. Neither had Jane any idea that she always talked with a poker, if possible, building up the fire while she built up her own argument, or attacking it vigorously while she demolished her opponent's, that she stirred the fire with her toe, but her very smart boots never seemed any the worse, that when pondering a difficult problem she usually stood holding her chin in her right hand until she had found the solution. All these small characteristics Garth described with vivid touch, and dwelt upon with a tenacity of remembrance which astonished Jane, and revealed him, in his relation to herself 3 years before, in a new light. His love for her had been so suddenly disclosed, and had at once had to be considered as a thing to be either accepted or put away, so that when she decided to put it away, it seemed not to have had time to become in any sense part of her life. She had viewed it, realized all it might have meant, and put it from her. But now she understood how different it had been for Garth. During the week which preceded his declaration, he had realized to the full the meaning of their growing intimacy, and as his certainty increased, he had more and more woven her into his life, his vivid imagination causing her to appear as his beloved from the first, loved and wanted, when as yet they were merely acquaintances, kindred spirits, friends. To find herself thus shrined in his heart and memory was infinitely touching to Jane, and seemed to promise, with sweet certainty, that it would not be difficult to come home there to abide, when once all barriers between them were removed. After dinner Garth sat long at the piano, filling the room with harmony. Once or twice the theme of the Rosary crept in, and Jane listened anxiously for its development, but almost immediately it gave way to something else. It seemed rather to haunt the other melodies than to be actually there itself. When Garth left the piano, and guided by the purple chord reached his chair, Nurse Rosemary said gently, "Mr. Dalmain, can you spare me for a few days at the end of this week?" "Oh, why?" said Garth. "To go where? And for how long?" I know I ought to say, certainly delighted, after all your goodness to me. You don't know what life was without you when you week-ended. That week-end seemed months, even though Brand was here. It is your own fault for making yourself so indispensable." Nurse Rosemary smiled. "I dare say I shall not be away for long," she said. "That is, if you want me, I can return. But, Mr. Dalmain, I intend tonight to write that letter of which I told you. I shall post it tomorrow. I must follow it up almost immediately. I must be with him when he receives it, or soon afterwards. I hope, he will want me at once. This is Monday. May I go on Thursday?" Poor Garth looked blankly dismayed. "Do nurses, as a rule, leave their patients and rush off to their young men in order to find out how they have liked their letters?" he inquired in mock protest. "Not as a rule, sir," replied Nurse Rosemary demurely. "But this is an exceptional case." "I shall wire to Brand." "He will send you a more efficient and more dependable person." "Oh, you wicked little thing!" cried Garth. "If Miss Champion were here, she would shake you. You know perfectly well that nobody could fill your place." "It is good of you to say so, sir," replied Nurse Rosemary meekly. "And is Miss Champion much addicted to shaking people?" "Don't call me sir. Yes, when people are tiresome she often says she would like to shake them, and one has a mental vision of how their teeth would chatter. There is a certain little lady of our acquaintance, whom we always call Mrs. Do-and-don't. She isn't in our set, but she calls upon it, and sometimes it asks her to lunch, for fun. If you inquire whether she likes a thing, she says, 'Well, I do and I don't.' If you ask whether she is going to a certain function, she says, 'Well, I am and I'm not.' And if you send her a note imploring a straight answer to a direct question, the answer comes back, 'Yes and no.' Miss Champion used to say she would like to take her up by the scruff of her feather boa and shake her, asking at intervals, 'Shall I stop?' so as to wring from Mrs. Do-and-don't a definite affirmative for once." "Could Miss Champion carry out such a threat? Is she a very massive person?" "Well, she could, you know, but she wouldn't. She is most awfully kind, even to little freaks she laughs at. No, she isn't massive. That word does not describe her at all. But she is large and very finely developed. Do you know the Venus of Milo? Yes, in the Louvre. I am glad you know Paris. Well, just imagine the Venus of Milo in a tailor-made coat and skirt, and you have Miss Champion." Nurse Rosemary laughed hysterically. Either the Venus of Milo or Miss Champion, or this combination of both, proved too much for her. "Little Dicky Brand summoned up Mrs. Do-and-don't rather well," pursued Garth. "She was calling at Wimpole Street on Lady Brand's at-home day, and Dicky stood talking to me in his black velvets and white waistcoat, a miniature edition of Sir Deryck. He indicated Mrs. Do-and-don't on a distant lounge and remarked, 'That lady never knows, she always thinks.' I asked her if her little girl might come to my party, and she said, 'I think so.' Now if she had asked me if I was coming to her party, I should have said, 'Thank you, I am.' It is very trying when people only think about important things, such as little girls and parties, because their thinking never amounts to much. It does not so much matter what they think about other things, the weather, for instance, because that all happens, whether they think or not. Mummy asked that lady whether it was raining when she got here, and she said, 'I think not.' I can't imagine why Mummy always wants to know what her friends think about the weather. I have heard her ask 7 ladies this afternoon whether it is raining. Now if Father or I wanted to know whether it was raining, we should just step over to the window and look out, and then come back and go do with really interesting conversation. But Mummy asks them whether it is raining, or whether they think it has been raining, or is going to rain, and when they have told her, she hurries away and asks somebody else. I asked the thinking lady in the feather thing whether she knew who the father and mother were of the young lady whom Cain married, and she said, 'Well, I do and I don't.' I said, 'If you do, perhaps you will tell me, and if you don't, perhaps you would like to take my hand, and we will walk over together and ask the bishop, the one with the thin legs and the gold cross, talking to Mummy.' But she thought she had to go quite in a hurry, so I saw her off, and then asked the bishop alone. Bishops are most satisfactory kind of people, because they are quite sure about everything, and you feel safe in quoting them to Nurse. Nurse told Marsden that this one is in sheep's clothing, because he wears a gold cross. I saw the cross, but I saw no sheep's clothing. I was looking out for the kind of woolly thing our new curate wears on his back in church. Should you call that sheep's clothing? I asked Father, and he said, no, bunny skin. And Mother seemed as shocked as if Father and I had spoken in church, instead of just as we came out. And she said, it is a B.A. hood. Possibly she thinks ba is spelt with only one A. Anyway, Father and I felt it best to let the subject drop. Nurse Rosemary laughed. How exactly like Dickie, she said. I could hear his grave little voice and almost see him pull down his small waistcoat. "Why, do you know the little chap?" asked Garth. "Yes," replied Nurse Rosemary. "I have stayed with them. Talking to Dickie is an education, and Baby Blossom is a sweet romp. Here comes Simpson. How quickly the evening has flown. Then may I be off on Thursday?" "I am helpless," said Garth. "I cannot say no. But suppose you do not come back?" "Then you can wire to Dr. Brand." "I believe you want to leave me," said Garth reproachfully. "I do, and I don't," laughed Nurse Rosemary, and fled from his outstretched hands. When Jane had locked the letter bag earlier that evening and handed it to Simpson, she had slipped in 2 letters of her own. One was addressed to Georgina, Duchess of Meldrum, Portland Place. The other to Sir Deryck Brand, Wimpole Street. Both were marked urgent. If absent, forward immediately. End of chapter 31.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 32. An Interlude. Tuesday passed uneventfully to all outward seeming. There was nothing to indicate to Garth that his secretary had sat up writing most of the night, only varying that employment by spending long moments in silent contemplation of his pictures, which had found a temporary place of safety on their way back to the studio in a deep cupboard in her room, of which she had the key. If Nurse Rosemary marked, with a pang of tender compunction, the worn look on Garth's face, telling how mental suffering had chased away sleep, she made no comment thereupon. Thus Tuesday passed, in uneventful monotony. 2 telegrams had arrived for Nurse Gray in the course of the morning. The first came while she was reading a Times leader aloud to Garth. Simpson brought it in, saying, "A telegram for you, miss." It was always a source of gratification to Simpson afterwards, that, almost from his first, he had been led, by what he called his unhated intuition, to drop the "nurse" and address Jane with a conventional "miss." In time he almost convinced himself that he had also discerned in her a "honourable," but this Marjorie Graham firmly refused to allow. She herself had had her doubts, and kept them to herself; but all Mr. Simpson's surmisings had been freely expressed and reiterated in the housekeeper's room, and never a word about any honourable had passed Mr. Simpson's lips. Therefore Mrs. Graham berated him for being so ready to "go astray and speak lies." But Maggie, the housemaid, had always felt sure Mr. Simpson knew more than he said. "Said more than he knew, you mean," prompted old Margery. "No," retorted Maggie. "I know what I said, and I said what I meant." "You may have said what you meant, but you did not mean what you knew," insisted Margery. "And if anybody says another word on the matter, I shall say grace and dismiss the table," continued old Margery, exercising the cloture, by virtue of her authority, in a way which Simpson and Maggie, who both wished for cheese, afterwards described as mean. But this was long after the uneventful Tuesday, when Simpson entered with a salver, and, finding Jane enveloped in the Times, said, "A telegram for you, miss." Nurse Rosemary took it, apologized for the interruption, and opened it. It was from the Duchess, and ran thus: "Most inconvenient, as you very well know, but am leaving Euston tonight. Will await further orders at Aberdeen." Nurse Rosemary smiled, and put the telegram into her pocket. "No answer, thank you, Simpson." "Not bad news, I hope?" asked Garth. "No," replied Nurse Rosemary, "but it makes my departure on Thursday imperative. It's from an old aunt of mine, who is going to my young man's home. I must be with him before she is, or there will be endless complications."
"I don't believe he will ever let you go again, when once he gets you back," remarked Garth moodily. "You think not?" said Nurse Rosemary, with a tender little smile, as she took up the paper and resumed her reading. The second telegram arrived after luncheon. Garth was at the piano, thundering Beethoven's Funeral March on the death of a hero. The room was being rent asunder by mighty chords, and Simpson's smug face and side whiskers appearing noiselessly in the doorway were an insupportable anticlimax. Nurse Rosemary laid her finger on her lips, advanced with her firm, noiseless tread, and took the telegram. She returned to her seat, and waited until the hero's obsequies were over, and the last roll of the drums had died away. Then she opened the orange envelope, and as she opened it, a strange thing happened. Garth began to play the Rosary. The string of pearls dropped in liquid sound from his fingers, and Nurse Rosemary read her telegram. It was from the doctor, and said: "Special license easily obtained. Flower and I will come whenever you wish. Wire again." The Rosary drew to a soft melancholy close. "What shall I play next?" asked Garth suddenly. "Veni Creator Spiritus," said Nurse Rosemary, and bowed her head in prayer. End of chapter 32. Read by Maria Almain, Copenhagen, Denmark, November 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Almain, Copenhagen, Denmark, October 2006. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 33. Something is going to happen. Wednesday dawned, an ideal 1st of May. Garth was in the garden before breakfast. Jane heard him singing as he passed beneath her window. "It is not mine to sing the stately grace, the great soul beaming in my lady's face." She leaned out. He was walking below in the freshest of white flannels, his step so light and elastic, his every movement so lithe and graceful. The only sign of his blindness, the malacca cane he held in his hand, with which he occasionally touched the grass border or the wall of the house. She could only see the top of his dark head. It might have been on the terrace at Shenstone 3 years before. She longed to call from the window: "Darling, my darling, good morning. God bless you today." Ah, what would today bring forth? The day when her full confession, and explanation, and plea for pardon would reach him. He was such a boy in many ways. So light-hearted, loving, artistic, poetic, irrepressible, ever young in spite of his great affliction. But where his manhood was concerned, his love, his right of choice and of decision, of maintaining a fairly formed opinion, and setting aside the less competent judgment of others, she knew him rigid, inflexible. His very pain seemed to cool him from the molten lever to the bar of steel. As Jane knelt at her window that morning, she had not the least idea whether the evening would find her travelling to Aberdeen to take the night mail south, or at home forever in the heaven of Garth's love. And down below he passed again, still singing: "But mine it is to follow in her train, do her behest in pleasure or in pain, burn at her altar love's sweet frankincense, and worship her in distant reverence." "Ah, beloved," whispered Jane, "not distant. If you want her, and call her, it will be to the closest closeness love can devise. No more distance between you and me." And then, in the curious way in which inspired words will sometimes occur to the mind quite apart from their inspired context, and bearing a totally different meaning from that which they primarily bear, these words came to Jane: "For he is our peace, who hath made both one, and hath broken down the middle wall of partitions between us, that he might reconcile both, by the cross." "Ah, dear Christ," she whispered, "if thy cross could do this for Jew and Gentile, may not my boy's heavy cross, so bravely borne, do it for him and me? So shall we come, at last, indeed, to kiss the cross." The breakfast gong boomed through the house. Simpson loved gongs. He considered them aristocratic. He always gave full measure. Nurse Rosemary went down to breakfast. Garth came in,
through the French windows, humming the thousand beauties that I know so well. He was in his gayest, most inconsequent mood. He had picked a golden rosebud in the conservatory, and wore it in his buttonhole. He carried a yellow rose in his hand. "Good morning, Miss Rosemary," he said. "What a May Day! Simpson and I were up with the lark, weren't we, Simpson?" Poor Simpson felt like a sort of Queen of the May, when my electric bell thrilled in his room at 5 a.m. But I couldn't stay in bed. I woke with my "something is going to happen" feeling, and when I was a little chap and woke up with that, Marjorie used to say, "Get up quickly then, Master Garth, and it will happen all the sooner." You ask her if she didn't, Simpson. Miss Gray, did you ever learn, "If you're walking, call me early, mother dear"? I always hated that young woman. I should think, in her excited state, she would have been waking long before her poor mother, who must have been worn to a perfect rag, making all the hussy's May Queen clothes overnight. Simpson had waited to guide him to his place at the table. Then he removed the covers and left the room. As soon as he had closed the door behind him, Garth leaned forward, and with unerring accuracy laid the opening rose upon Nurse Rosemary's plate. "Roses for Rosemary," he said. "Wear it if you are sure the young man would not object. I've been thinking about him and the aunt. I wish you could ask them both here instead of going away on Thursday. We would have the maddest, merriest time. I would play with the aunt, while you had it out with the young man; and I could easily keep the aunt away from nooks and corners, because my hearing is sharper than any aunt's eyes could be; and if you gave a gentle cough, I would promptly clutch hold of auntie, and insist upon being guided in the opposite direction; and I would take her out in the motor, and you and the young man could have the gig; and then, when all was satisfactorily settled, we could pack them off home, and be by ourselves again. Ah, Miss Gray, do send for them, instead of leaving me on Thursday." "Mr. Dalmain," said Nurse Rosemary, reprovingly, as she leaned forward and touched his right hand with the rim of his saucer, "this May Day morning has gone to your head. I shall send for Marjorie. She may have known the symptoms of old." "It is not that," said Garth. He leaned forward and spoke confidentially. "Something is going to happen to day, little Rosemary. Whenever I feel like this, something happens. The first time it occurred, about 25 years ago, there was a rocking horse in the hall when I ran downstairs. I have never forgotten my first ride on that rocking horse. The fearful joy when he went backward, the awful plunge when he went forward, and the proud moment when it was possible to cease clinging to the leather pommel. I nearly killed the cousin who pulled out his tail. I thrashed him there and then, with the tail, which was such a silly thing to do, because, though it damaged the cousin, it also spoiled the tail. The next time but I am boring you." "Not at all," said Nurse Rosemary, politely. "But I want you to have some breakfast, and the letters will be here in a few minutes." He looked so brown and radiant, this dear, delightful boy, with his gold brown tie and yellow rose. She was conscious of her pallor and oppressive earnestness, as she said, "The letters will be here." "Oh, bother the letters!" cried Garth. "Let's have a holiday from letters on May Day. You shall be Queen of the May, and Marjorie shall be the old mother. I will be Robin, with the breaking heart, leaning on the bridge beneath the hazel tree; and Simpson can be the bolder lad; and we will all go and gather knots of flowers, and buds, and garlands gay." "Mr. Dalmain," said Nurse Rosemary, laughing in spite of herself, "you really must be sensible, or I shall go and consult Marjorie. I have never seen you in such a mood." "You have never seen me on a day when something was going to happen," said Garth, and Nurse Rosemary made no further attempt to repress him. After breakfast he went to the piano, and played two steps and ragtime music so infectiously that Simpson literally tripped as he cleared the table; and Nurse Rosemary, sitting pale and preoccupied with a pile of letters before her, had hard work to keep her feet still. Simpson had two-stepped to the door with a cloth, and closed it after him. Nurse Rosemary's remarks about the post-bag and the letters had remained unanswered. Shy little glow-worm glimmer was pealing gaily through the room like silver bells, when the door opened and old Marjorie appeared, in a black satin apron, and a blue print sunbonnet. She came straight to the piano, and laid her hand gently on Garth's arm. "Master Garthie," she said, "on this lovely May morning, will you take old Marjorie up into the woods?" Garth's hands dropped from the keys. "Of course I will, Margie," he said. And, I say, Margie, something is going to happen." "I know it, laddie," said the old woman tenderly, and the expression with which she looked into the blind face filled Jane's eyes with tears. "I work with it too, Master Garthie. And now we will go into the woods and listen to the earth and trees and flowers, and they will tell us whether it is for joy or for sorrow. Come, my own laddie." Garth rose as in a dream. Even in his blindness he looked so young and so beautiful that Jane's watching heart stood still. At the window he paused. "Where is that secretary person?" he said vaguely. "She kept trying to shut me up." "I know she did, laddie," said old Margery, courtesying apologetically towards Jane. "You see, she does not know the something is going to happen to-day awakening." "Ah, doesn't she?" thought Jane as they appeared through the window. "But as my Garth has gone off his dear head, and has been taken away by his nurse, the thing that is going to happen can't happen just yet." And Jane sat down to the piano, and very softly ran through the accompaniment of the Rosary. Then, after shading her eyes on the terrace, and making sure that a tall white figure, leaning on a short dark one, had almost reached the top of the hill, still more softly she sang it. Afterwards she went for a tramp on the moors, and steadied her nerve by the rapid swing of her walk, and the deep in-breathing of that glorious air. Once or twice she took a telegram from her pocket, stood still and read it, then tramped on to the wonder of the words. Special license easily obtained. Ah, the license might be easy to obtain, but how about his forgiveness? That must be obtained first. If there were only this darling boy to deal with, in his white flannels and yellow roses, with a May-Day madness in his veins, the license might come at once, and all he could wish should happen without delay. But this is a passing phase of Garth. What she had to deal with is a white-faced man who calmly said, "I accept the cross," and walked down the village church leaving her, for all these years. Loving her as he left her, and yet leaving her, without word or sign, for 3 long years. To him was the confession. His would be the decision, and, somehow, it did not surprise her when she came down to the luncheon a little late, to find him seated at the table. "Miss Gray," he said gravely as he heard her enter, "I must apologize for my behaviour this morning. I was what they call up here 'fey.' Margery understands the mood, and together she and I have listened to kind Mother Earth, laying our hands on her sympathetic softness, and she has told us her secrets. Then I lay down under the fir trees and slept, and awakened calm and sane, and ready for what to-day must bring. For it will bring something. That is no delusion. It is a day of great things. That much Margery knows too." "Perhaps," suggested Nurse Rosemary tentatively, "there may be news of interest in your letters." "Ah!" said Garth, "I forgot. We have not even opened this morning's letters. Let us take time for them immediately after lunch. Are there many?" "Quite a pile," said Nurse Rosemary. "Good. We will work soberly through them." Half an hour later Garth was seated in his chair, calm and expectant, his face turned towards his secretary. He had handled his letters, and amongst them he had found one sealed, and the seal was a plumed helmet with visor closed. Nurse Rosemary saw him pale as his fingers touched it. He made no remark, but, as before, slipped it beneath the rest, that it might come up for reading last of all. When the others were finished, and Nurse Rosemary took up this letter, the room was very still. They were quite alone. Bees hummed in the garden, the scent of flowers stole in at the window, but no one disturbed their solitude. Nurse Rosemary took up the envelope. "Mr. Dalmain, here is a letter sealed with scarlet wax. The seal is a helmet with visor." "I know," said Garth. "You need not describe it further. Kindly open it." Nurse Rosemary opened it. "It is a very long letter, Mr. Dalmain." "Indeed? Will you please read it to me, Miss Gray?" A tense moment of silence followed. Nurse Rosemary lifted the letter, but her voice suddenly refused to respond to her will. Garth waited without further word. Then Nurse Rosemary said: "Indeed, sir, it seems a most private letter. I find it difficult to read it to you." Garth heard the distress in her voice, and turned to her kindly. "Never mind, my dear child. It in no way concerns you. It is a private letter to me, but my only means of hearing it is through your eyes, and from your lips. Besides, the lady whose seal is a plumed helmet can have nothing of very private nature to say to me." "Ah, but she has," said Nurse Rosemary, brokenly. Garth considered this in silence. "Then turn over the page," he said, "and tell me the signature." "There are many pages," said Nurse Rosemary. "Turn over the pages, then," said Garth, sternly. "Do not keep me waiting. How is that letter signed?" "Your wife," whispered Nurse Rosemary. There was a petrifying quality about the silence which followed. It seemed as if those 2 words, whispered into Garth's darkness, had turned him to stone. At last he stretched out his hand. "Will you give me that letter, if you please, Miss Gray? Thank you. I wish to be alone for a quarter of an hour. I shall be glad if you will be good enough to sit in the dining room, and stop any one from coming into this room. I must be undisturbed. At the end of that time, kindly return." He spoke so quietly that Jane's heart sank within her. Some display of agitation would have been reassuring. This was the man who, bowing his dark head towards the crucifixion window, said, "I accept the cross." This was a man whose footsteps never once faltered as he strode down the aisle and left her. This was the man who had had the strength, ever since, to treat that episode between her and himself as completely closed. No word of entreaty, no sign of remembrance, no hint of reproach. And this was the man to whom she had signed herself, "Your wife." In her whole life Jane had never known fear. She knew it now. As she silently rose and left him, she stole one look at his face. He was sitting perfectly still, the letter in his hand. He had not turned his head towards her as he took it. His profile might have been a beautiful carving in white ivory. There was not the faintest tinge of colour in his face, just that ivory pallor against the ebony lines of his straight brows and smooth dark hair. Jane softly left the room, closing the door behind her. Then followed the longest 15 minutes she had ever known. She realized what a tremendous conflict was in progress in that quiet room. Garth was arriving at his decision without having heard any of her arguments. By the strange fatality of his own insistence, he had heard only 2 words of her letter, and those the crucial words, the 2 words to which the whole letter carefully led up. They must have revealed to him instantly what the character of the letter would be, and what was the attitude of the mind towards himself, of the woman who wrote them. Jane paced the dining room in desperation, remembering the hours of thought which had gone to the compiling of sentences, cautiously preparing his mind to the revelation of the signature. Suddenly, in the midst of her mental perturbation, there came to her the remembrance of a conversation between Nurse Rosemary and Garth over the pictures. The former had said, "Is she your wife?" and Garth had answered, "Yes." Jane had instantly understood what that answer revealed and implied, because Garth had so felt her his during those wonderful moments on the terrace at Shenstone, that he could look up into her face and say, "My wife," not as an interrogation, but as an absolute statement of fact. He still held her thus, as indissolubly as if priest and book and ring had gone to the wedding of their union. To him, the union of souls came before all else, and if that had taken place, all that might follow was but the outward endorsement of an accomplished fact. Owing to her fear, mistrust, and deception, nothing had followed. Their lives had been sundered; they had gone different ways. He regarded himself as being no more to her than any other man of her acquaintance. During these years he had believed that her part in that evening's wedding of souls had existed in his imagination only, and had no binding effect upon her. But his remained. Because those words were true to him then, he had said them, and because he had said them, he would consider her his wife, through life and after. It was the intuitive understanding of this which had emboldened Jane so to sign her letter. But how would he reconcile that signature with the view of her conduct which she had all along taken without ever having the slightest conception that there could be any other? Then Jane remembered, with comfort, the irresistible appeal made by truth to the soul of the artist: truth of line, truth of colour, truth of values, and, in the realm of sound, truth of tone, of harmony, of rendering, of conception. And when Nurse Rosemary had said of this painting of the wife, "It is a triumph of art," Garth had replied, "It is a triumph of truth." And Jane's own verdict on the look he had seen and depicted was, "It is true. Yes, it is true." Will he not realize now the truth of that signature? And, if he realizes it, will he not be glad in his loneliness that his wife should come to him? Unless the confessions and admissions of the letter cause him to put her away as wholly unworthy? Suddenly Jane understood the immense advantage of the fact that he would hear every word of the rest of her letter, knowing the conclusion, which she herself could not possibly have put first. She saw a higher hand in this arrangement, and said, as she watched the minutes slowly pass, "He hath broken down the middle wall of partition between us." And a sense of calm assurance descended, and garrisoned her soul with peace. The quarter of an hour was over. Jane crossed the hall with firm, though noiseless step, stood a moment on the threshold, relegating herself completely to the background, then opened the door, and Nurse Rosemary re-entered the library. Chapter 33. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Dalmain, October 2006. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 34. Love Never Fails. Garth was standing at the open window when Nurse Rosemary re-entered the library, and he did not turn immediately. She looked anxiously for the letter, and saw it laid ready on her side of the table. It bore signs of having been much crumpled, looking almost as a letter might appear which had been crushed into a ball, flung into the waste paper basket, and afterwards retrieved. It had, however, been carefully smoothed out, and lay ready to her hand. When Garth turned from the window and passed to his chair, his face bore the signs of a great struggle. He looked as one who, sightless, has yet been making frantic efforts to see. The ivory pallor was gone. His face was flushed, and his thick hair, which grew in beautiful curves low upon his forehead and temples, and was usually carefully brushed back in short cropped neatness, was now ruffled and disordered. But his voice was completely under control as he turned towards his secretary. "My dear Miss Gray," he said, "we have a difficult task before us. I have received a letter which it is essential that I should hear. I am obliged to ask you to read it to me, because there is absolutely no one else to whom I can prefer such a request. I cannot but know that it will be a difficult and painful task for you, feeling yourself an intermediary between two wounded and sundered hearts. May I make it easier, my dear little girl, by assuring you that I know of no one in this world from whose lips I could listen to the contents of that letter with less pain; and, failing my own, there are no eyes beneath which I could less grudgingly let it pass. There is no mind I could so unquestioningly trust to judge kindly, both of myself and of the writer, and to forget faithfully all which was not intended to come within the knowledge of a third person." "Thank you, Mr. Dalmain," said Nurse Rosemary. Garth leaned back in his chair, shielding his face with his hand. "Now, if you please," he said; and, very clearly and quietly, Nurse Rosemary began to read. "Dear Garth, as you will not let me come to you, so that I could say, between you and me alone, that which must be said, I am compelled to write it. It is your own fault, Dal, and we both pay the penalty. For how can I write to you freely, when I know that, as you listen, it will seem to you of every word I am writing that I am dragging a third person into that which ought to be, most sacredly, between you and me alone? And yet I must write freely. and I must make you fully understand, because the whole of your future life and mine will depend upon your reply to this letter. I must write as if you were able to hold the letter in your own hands and read it to yourself. Therefore, if you cannot completely trust your secretary with a private history of your heart and mind, bid her give it you back without turning this first page, and let me come myself, Garth, and tell you all the rest." "That is the bottom of the page," said Nurse Rosemary, and waited. Garth did not remove his hand. "I do completely trust, and she must not come," he said. Nurse Rosemary turned the page and went on reading. "I want you to remember, Garth, that every word I write is the simple, unvarnished truth. If you look back over your remembrance of me, you will admit that I am not naturally an untruthful person, nor did I ever take lightly to prevarication. But, Garth, I told you one lie. And that fatal exception proves the rule of perfect truthfulness, which has always otherwise held between you and me. And, please God, always will hold. The confession herein contained concerns that one lie. And I need not ask you to realize how humbling it is to my pride to have to force the hearing of a confession upon the man who has already refused to admit me to a visit of friendship. You will remember that I am not naturally humble, and have a considerable amount of proper pride. And perhaps, by the greatness of the effort I have had to make, you will be able to gauge the greatness of my love. God help you to do so, my darling, my beloved, my poor, desolate boy." Nurse Rosemary stopped abruptly, for, at this sudden mention of love, and at these words of unexpected tenderness from Jane, Garth had risen to his feet, and taken 2 steps towards the window, as if to escape from something too immense to be faced. But in a moment he recovered himself, and sat down again, completely hiding his face with his hand. Nurse Rosemary resumed the reading of the letter. "Ah, what a wrong I have done, both to you and to myself. Dear, you remember the evening on the terrace at Shenstone, when you asked me to be when you called me when I was your wife. Garth, I leave this last sentence as it stands, with its 2 attempts to reach the truth. I will not cross them out, but leave them to be read to you. For, as you see, Garth, I finally arrived. I was your wife. I did not understand it then. I was intensely surprised, unbelievably inexperienced in matters of feeling, and bewildered by the flood of sensation which swept me off my feet and almost engulfed me. But even then I knew that my soul arose, and proclaimed you mate and master. And when you held me, and your dear head lay upon my heart, I knew for the first time the meaning of the word ecstasy, and I could have asked no kinder gift of heaven than to prolong those moments into hours." Nurse Rosemary's quiet voice broke suddenly, and the reading ceased. Garth was leaning forward, his head buried in his hands. A dry sob rose in his throat just at the very moment when Nurse Rosemary's voice gave way. Garth recovered first. Without lifting his head, with a gesture of protective affection and sympathy, he stretched his hand across the table. "Poor little girl," he said. "I am so sorry. It is rough on you. If only it had come when Brand was here. I am afraid you must go on. But try to read without realizing. Leave the realizing to me." And Nurse Rosemary read on. "When you lifted your head in the moonlight, and gazed long and earnestly at me, ah, those dear eyes! Your look suddenly made me self-conscious. There swept over me a sense of my own exceeding plainness, and of how little there was in what those dear eyes saw, to provide reason for that adoring look. Overwhelmed with a shy shame, I pressed your head back into the place where the eyes should be hidden, and I realize now what a different construction you must have put upon that action. Garth, I assured you that when you lifted your head the second time, and said 'my wife,' it was the first suggestion to my mind that this wonderful thing which was happening meant marriage. I know it must seem almost incredible, and more like a child of 18 than a woman of 30. But you must remember, all my dealings with men up to that hour had been handshakes, heartiest comradeship, and an occasional clap on the shoulder given and received. And don't forget, dear king of my heart, that, until one short week before, you had been amongst the boys who called me 'good old Jane,' and addressed me in intimate conversations as 'my dear fellow.' Don't forget that I had always looked upon you as years younger than myself, and though a strangely sweet tie had grown up between us since the evening of the concert at Overdene, I had never realized it was love. Well, you will remember how I asked for 12 hours to consider my answer, and you yielded immediately. You were so perfect all the time, Garth, and left me when I asked to be alone, left me with a gesture I have never forgotten. It was a revelation of the way in which the love of a man such as you exalts the woman upon whom it is outpoured. The hem of that gown has been a sacred thing to me ever since. It is always with me, though I never wear it. A detailed account of the hours which followed, I shall hope to give you some day, my dearest. I cannot write it. Let me hurl on to paper, in all its crude ugliness, the miserable fact which parted us, turning our dawning joy to disillusion and sadness. Garth, it was this. I did not believe your love would stand the test of my plainness. I knew what a worshipper of beauty you were, how you must have it, in one form or another, always around you. I got out my diary, in which I have recorded verbatim our conversation about the ugly preacher, whose fame became illuminated into beauty by the inspired glory within. And you added that you never thought him ugly again, but he would always be plain. And you said it was not the sort of face one would want to have always before one at meals, but that you were not called upon to undergo that discipline which would be sheer martyrdom to you. I was so interested at the time, and so amused at the unconscious way in which you stood and explained this to quite the plainest woman of your acquaintance, that I recorded it very fully in my journal. Alas! On that important night I read the words over and over, until they took morbid hold upon my brain. Then, such is the self-consciousness awakened in a woman by the fact that she is loved and sought, I turned on all the lights around my mirror, and critically and carefully examined the face you would have to see every day behind your coffee pot at breakfast, for years and years, if I said yes on the morrow. Darling, I did not see myself through your eyes, as, thank God, I have done since. And I did not trust your love to stand the test. It seemed to me I was saving both of us from a future disappointment and misery, by bravely putting away present joy, in order to avoid certain disenchantment. My beloved, it will seem to you so coolly calculating and so mean, so unworthy of that great love you were even then lavishing upon me. But remember, for years your remarkable personal grace and beauty had been a source of pleasure to me, and I had pictured you wedded to Pauline Lister, for instance, in her dazzling whiteness and a soft, radiant youth. So my morbid self-consciousness said, "What? This young Apollo, tied to my ponderous plainness, growing handsomer every year, while I grow plainer and plainer?" Ah, darling, it sounds so unworthy, now we know what our love is. But it sounded sensible and right that night; and, at last, with a bosom that ached, and arms that hung heavy at the thought of being emptied of all that joy, I made up my mind to say no. Ah, believe me, I had no idea what it already meant to you. I thought you would pass on at once to another fancy, and transfer your love to one more able to meet your needs at every point. Honestly, Garth, I thought I should be the only one left desolate. Then came the question, how to refuse you. I knew if I gave the true reason, you would argue it away, and prove me wrong, with glowing words, before which I should perforce yield. So, as I really meant not to let you run the risk, and not to run it myself, I lied to you, my beloved. To you, whom my whole being acclaimed king of my heart, master of my will, supreme to me in love and life. To you I said, I cannot marry a mere boy. Ah, darling, I do not excuse it. I do not defend it. I merely confess it, trusting to your generosity to admit that no other answer would have sent you away. Ah, your poor Jane, left desolate! If you could have seen her in the little church, calling you back, retracting and promising, listening for your returning footsteps, in an agony of longing. But my Garth is not made of the stuff which stands waiting on the doormat of a woman's indecision. The lonely year which followed so broke my nerve, that Deryck Brand told me I was going all to pieces, and ordered me abroad. I went, as you know, and in other and more vigorous surroundings there came to me a saner view of life. In Egypt last March, on the summit of the Great Pyramid, I made up my mind that I could live without you no longer. I did not see myself wrong, but I yearned so for your love, and to pour mine upon you, my beloved, that I concluded it was worth the risk. I made up my mind to take the next boat home and send for you. Then, oh my own boy, I heard. I wrote to you, and you would not let me come. Now I know perfectly well that you might say, 'She did not trust me when I had my sight. Now that I cannot see, she is no longer afraid.' Garth, you might say that, but it would not be true. I have had ample proof lately that I was wrong, and ought to have trusted you all through. What it is, I will tell you later. All I can say now is, that if your dear shining eyes could see, they would see, now, a woman who is, trustfully and unquestioningly, all your own. If she is doubtful of her face and figure, she says quite simply, 'They pleased him, and they are just his. I have no further right to criticise them. If he wants them, they are not mine, but his.' Darling, I cannot tell you now how I have arrived at this assurance, but I have had proofs beyond words of your faithfulness and love. The question, therefore, simply resolves itself into this: Can you forgive me? If you can forgive me, I can come to you at once. If this thing is past forgiveness, I must make up my mind to stay away. But, oh, my own dear, the bosom of which once you laid your head waits for you with the longing ache of lonely years. If you need it, do not thrust it from you. Write me one word by your own hand. 'Forgiven.' It is all I ask. When it reaches me, I will come to you at once. Do not dictate a letter to your secretary. I could not bear it. Just write, if you can truly write it, 'Forgiven,' and send it to your wife." The room was very still as Nurse Rosemary finished reading, and, laying down the letter, silently waited. She wondered for a moment whether she could get herself a glass of water without disturbing him, but decided to do without it. At last Garth lifted his head. "She has asked me to do a thing impossible," he said, and a slow smile illuminated his drawn face. Jane clasped her hands upon her breast. "Can you not write 'Forgiven'?" asked Nurse Rosemary brokenly. "No," said Garth, "I cannot. Little girl, give me a sheet of paper and a pencil." Nurse Rosemary placed them close to his hand. Garth took the pencil. He groped for the paper, felt the edges with his left hand, found the centre with his fingers, and, in large firm letters, wrote one word. "Is that legible?" he asked, passing it across to Nurse Rosemary. "Quite legible," she said, for she answered before it was blotted by her tears. Instead of 'forgiven,' Garth had written 'loved.' "Can you post it at once?" Garth asked, in a low, eager voice. "And she will come? Oh, my God, she will come? If we catch tonight's mail, she may be here the day after tomorrow." Nurse Rosemary took up the letter, and, by an almost superhuman effort, spoke steadily. "Mr. Dalmain," she said, "there is a postscript to this letter. It says, 'Write to the Palace Hotel, Aberdeen.'" Garth sprang up, his whole face and figure alive with excitement. "In Aberdeen?" he cried. "Jane, in Aberdeen? Oh, my God! If she gets this paper tomorrow morning, she may be here any time that day. Jane! Jane! Dear little Rosemary, do you hear? Jane will come tomorrow. Didn't I tell you something was going to happen? You and Simpson were too British to understand, but Marjorie knew, and the woods told us it was joy coming through pain. Could that be posted at once, Miss Gray?" The May Day mood was upon him again. His face shone. His figure was electric with expectation. Nurse Rosemary sat at the table watching him, her chin in her hands. A tender smile dawned on her lips, out of keeping with her supposed face and figure, so full was it of the glorious expectation of a mature and perfect love. "I will go to the post office myself, Mr. Dalmain," she said. "I shall be glad of the walk, and I can be back by tea time." At the post office she did not post the word in Garth's handwriting. That lay hidden in her bosom. But she sent off 2 telegrams. The first 2: "The Duchess of Meldrum, Palace Hotel, Aberdeen. Come here by 5:50 train without fail this evening." The second 2: "Sir Deryck Brand, Wimpole Street, London. All is right." Chapter 34.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ana Sofia Simão, de Portugal. The Rosary by Florence Louisa Barclay. Chapter 35. Nurse Rosemary as her reward. "Mr. Dalmain," said Nurse Rosemary, with patient insistence, "I really do want you to sit down and give your mind to the tea table. How can we remember where each thing is placed if you keep jumping up and moving your chair into different positions? And last time you pounded the table to attract my attention, which was already anxiously fixed upon you, you nearly knocked over your own tea and sent floods of mine into the saucer. If you cannot behave better, I shall ask Marjorie for a pinafore and sit you up on a high chair." Garth stretched his leg in front of him and his arms over his head, and lay back in his chair, laughing joyously. "Then I should have to say, 'Please, nurse, may I get down?' What a cheeky little thing you are becoming! And you used to be quite oppressively polite. I suppose you would answer, 'If you say your grace nicely, Master Garth, you may.' Do you know the story of Tommy you should say your grace?" "You have told it to me twice in the last 48 hours," said Nurse Rosemary patiently. "Oh, what a pity! I felt so like telling it now. If you had really been the sort of sympathetic person Sir Deryck described, you'd have said, 'No, and I should so love to hear it.'" "No, and I should so love to hear it," said Nurse Rosemary. "Too late. That sort of thing, to have any value, should be spontaneous. It need not be true, but it must be spontaneous. But, talking of a high chair, when you say those shabby things in a voice like Jane's, and just as Jane's would have said them, oh my wig! Do you know, that is the Duchess' only original little swear. All the rest are quotations, and when she says, 'my wig,' we all try not to look at it. It is usually slightly awry. The token tweaks it. He is so very loving, dear bird." "Now hand me the buttered toast," said Nurse Rosemary. "And don't tell me any more naughty stories about the Duchess. No, that is thin bread and butter. I told you would lose your bearings. The toast is in a warm plate on your right. Now, let us make believe I am Miss Champion and hand it to me as nicely as you will be handing it to her this time tomorrow." "It is easy to make believe you are Jane with that voice," said Garth. "And yet, I don't know. I have never really associated you with her. One little sentence old Rob's made all the difference to me. He said you had fluffy floss silk sort of hair. No one could ever imagine Jane with fluffy floss silk sort of hair. And I believe that one sentence saved the situation. Otherwise, your voice would have driven me mad those first days. As it was, I used to wonder sometimes if I could possibly bear it. You understand why now, don't you? And yet, in a way, it is not like hers. Hers is deeper, and she often speaks with a delicious kind of drawl and uses heaps of slang. And you are such a very proper little person, and possess what the primers call perfectly correct diction. What fun it would be to hear you and Jane talk together. And yet, I don't know. I should be on thorns all the time. Why? I should be so awfully afraid lest you should not like one another. You see, you have really, in a way, been more to me than anyone else in the world. And she, well, she is my world," said Garth simply. "And I should be so afraid lest you should not fully appreciate you, and you should not quite understand her. She has a sort of way of standing and looking people up and down, and women hate it, especially pretty fluffy little women. They feel she spots all the things that come off. Nothing of mine comes off, murmured Nurse Rosemary, excepting my patient when he will not stay on his chair. Once, continued Garth, with the gleeful enjoyment in his voice which already presaged the story in which Jane figured, there was a fearfully silly little woman staying at Overdene, when a lot of us were there. We never could make out why she was included in one of the Duchess's best parties, except that the dear Duchess vastly enjoyed taking her off and telling stories about her, and we could not appreciate the cleverness of the impersonation unless we had seen the original. She was rather pretty, in a fussy, curling tongues, wax doll sort of way, but she never could let her appearance alone or allow people to forget it. Almost every sentence she spoke drew attention to it. We got very sick of it and asked Jane to make her shut up, but Jane said, "It doesn't hurt you boys, and it pleases her. Let her be." Jane was always extra nice to people if she suspected they were asked down in order to make sport for the Duchess afterwards. Jane hated that sort of thing. She couldn't say much to her aunt, but we had to be very careful how we egged the Duchess on if Jane was within hearing. Well, one evening, after tea, a little group of us were waiting around the fire in the lower hall to talk to Jane. It was Christmas time. The logs looked so jolly on the hearth. The red velvet curtains were drawn right across, covering the terrace door and the windows on either side. Tommy sat on his perch in the center of the group, keeping a keen lookout for cigarette ends. Outside the world was deep in snow, and that wonderful silent rain, making the talk and laughter within all the more gay by contrast. You know, that penetrating silence, when trees and fields and paths are covered a foot thick in soft sparkling whiteness. I always look forward just as eagerly each winter to the first sights. I forgot. Fancy never seeing snow again. Never mind. It is something to remember having seen it, and I shall hear the wonderful snow silence more clearly than ever. Perhaps before other people pull up the blinds I shall be able to say, "There's been a fall of snow in the night." What was I telling you? Yes, I remember. About little Mrs. Fussy. Well, all the women had gone up to dress for dinner, excepting Jane, who never needed more than half an hour, and Fussy was being sprightly in a labored way, and fancied herself the center of attraction which kept us congregated in the hall. As a matter of fact, we were waiting to tell Jane some private news we had just heard about a young chap in the Guards who was in fearful hot water for ragging. His colonel was an old friend of Jane's, and we thought she could put in a word and improve matters for Billy. So Mrs. Fussy was very much the trop, and didn't know it. Jane was sitting with her back to all of us, her feet on the fender, and her skirt turned up over her knees. Oh, there was another one underneath, a handsome silk thing with rows of little frills, which you'd think should have gone on outside. But Jane's best things are never paraded, always hidden. I don't mean clothes now, but her splendid self. Well, little Fussy was chatting, she never talked, about herself and her conquests, quite unconscious that we all wish her at Jericho. Jane went on reading the evening paper, but she felt the atmosphere growing restive. Presently, but I must not tell you the rest. I have just remembered. Jane made us promise never to repeat it. She thought it detrimental to the other woman. But we just had time for our confab, and Jane caught the Evening Post with a letter which got Billy off scot-free, and yet came down punctuality to dinner better dressed than any of them. We felt it rather hard luck to have to promise, because we had each counted on being the first to tell the story to the Duchess. But you know, we always have to do as Jane says. Why? Oh, I don't know. I can't explain why. If you knew her, you'd not need to ask. Cake, Miss Gray? Thank you. Right, this time. There. That is exactly as Jane would have said it. Right, this time. It is not strange that, after having for a week thought your voice so like hers, tomorrow I shall be thinking her voice so like yours." "Oh no, you will not," said Nurse Rosemary. "When she is with you, you will have no thoughts for other people." "Indeed, but I shall," cried Garth. "And, dear little Rosemary, I shall miss you horribly. No one, not even she, can take your place. And, do you know—" He leaned forward, and a troubled look clouded the gladness of his face. "I am beginning to feel anxious about it. She has not seen me since the accident. I am afraid it will give her a shock. Do you think she'll find me much changed?" Jane looked at Sightless' face, turned so anxiously toward her. She remembered that morning in his room, when he thought himself alone with Dr. Rob, and, leaving the shelter of the wall, sat up to speak, and she saw his face for the first time. She remembered turning to the fireplace, so that Dr. Rob should not see the tears raining down her cheeks. She looked again at Garth, now growing conscious for the first time of his disfigurement, and then only for her sake, and an almost overwhelming tenderness gripped her heart. She glanced at the clock. She could not hold out much longer. "Is it very bad?" said Garth, and his voice shook. "I cannot answer for another woman," replied Nurse Rosemary, "but I should think your face, just as it is, will always be your joy." Garth flushed, pleased and relieved, but slightly surprised. There was a quality in Nurse Rosemary's voice for which he could not altogether account. "But then she will not be accustomed to my blind ways," he continued. "I am afraid I shall seem so helpless and so blundering. She has not been in Sightless Land as you and I have been. She does not know all our plans of chords and notches and things. Ah, little Rosemary, promise not to leave me tomorrow. I want her, only God knows I want her, but I begin to be half afraid. It will be so wonderful for the great essentials, but for the little everyday happenings, which are so magnified by the darkness, oh, my kind unseen guide, how I shall need you. At first I thought it lucky you had settled to go just when she is coming, but now, just because she is coming, I cannot let you go. Having her will be wonderful beyond words, but it will not be the same as having you." Nurse Rosemary was receiving a reward, and she appeared to find it rather overwhelming. As soon as she could speak, she said gently, "Don't excite yourself over it, Mr. Dalmain. Believe me, when you have been with her for 5 minutes, you'll find it just the same as having me. And how do you know she has not also been in Sightless Land? A nurse will do that sort of thing, because she was very keen on her profession, and on making a success of her case. The woman who loves you would do it for love of you." "It would be like her," said Garth, and leaned back, a look of deep contentment gathering on his face. "Oh, Jane, Jane! She's coming! She's coming!" Nurse Rosemary looked at the clock. "Yes, she is coming," she said, and though her voice was steady, her hands trembled. "And as this is our last evening together under quite the same circumstances as during all these weeks, will you agree to a plan of mine? I must go upstairs now and do some packing and make a few arrangements. But will you dress early? I will do the same, and if you could be down in the library by 6:30, we might have some music before dinner." "Why, certainly," said Garth. "It makes no difference to me at what time I dress, and I am always ready for music. But I say, I wish you were not packing, Miss Gray." "I am not exactly packing up," replied Nurse Rosemary. "I am packing things away. It is all the same if it means leaving. But you have promised not to go until she comes?" "I will not go until she comes." "And you will tell her all the things she ought to know?" "She shall know all I know, which could add to your comfort." "And you'll not leave me until I am really, well, getting all right?" "I will never leave you while you need me," said Nurse Rosemary, and again Garth detected that peculiar quality in her voice. He rose and came towards where he heard her to be standing. "Do you know, "You are no end of a brick," he said with emotion. Then he held out both hands towards her. "Put your hands in mine just for once, little Rosemary. I want to try to thank you." There was a moment of hesitation. Two strong, capable hands, strong and capable, though just then they trembled, nearly went home to his, but were withdrawn just in time. Jane's hour was not yet. This was Nurse Rosemary's moment of triumph and success. It should not be taken from her. "This evening," she said softly, "after the music we will shake hands. Now be careful, sir. You are stranded. Wait. Here is the garden court, just to your left. Take a little air on the terrace, and sing again the lovely song I heard under my window this morning. And now that you know what is going to happen, this exquisite May Day evening will fill you with tender expectations. Goodbye, sir, for an hour." "What has come to little Rosemary?" mused Garth, as he felt for his cane in its corner by the window. "We should not have gone on indefinitely quite as we have been since she came in from the post office." He walked on, a troubled look clouding his face. Suddenly it lifted, and he stood still and laughed. "Duffer," he said. "Oh, what a conceited duffer! She's thinking of her young man. She's going to him tomorrow, and her mind is full of him, just as mine is full of Jane. Dear, good, clever little Rosemary. I hope he is worthy of her. No, that he cannot be. I hope he knows he is not worthy of her. That is more to the point. I hope he will receive her as she expects. Somehow, I hate letting her go to him. Oh, hang the fellow, as Tommy would say." End of chapter 35.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Elmvang, Copenhagen, Denmark, November 2006. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 36. The Revelation of the Rosary. Simpson was crossing the hall just before 6:30. He had left his master in the library. He heard a rustle just above him, and, looking up, saw a tall figure descending the wide oak staircase. Simpson stood transfixed. The soft black evening gown, with its trailing folds and old lace at the bosom, did not impress him so much as the quiet look of certainty and power on the calm face above them. "Simpson," said Jane, "my aunt, the Duchess of Meldrum, and her maid and her footman, and a rather large quantity of luggage, will be arriving from Aberdeen at about 7:30. Mrs. Graham knows about preparing rooms, and I've given James orders for meeting the train with the brougham and the luggage cart. The Duchess dislikes motors. When her Grace arrives, you can show her into the library. We will dine in the dining room at 8:15. Meanwhile, Mr. Dalmain and myself are particularly engaged just now, and must not be disturbed on any account until the Duchess's arrival. You quite understand?" "Yes, my lady," stammered Simpson. He had been boot boy in a ducal household early in his career, and he considered duchesses' nieces to be people before whom one should bow down. Jane smiled. "Miss is quite sufficient, Simpson," she said, and swept towards the library. Garth heard her enter, and close the door, and his quick ear caught the rustle of a train. "Hullo, Miss Gray," he said. "Packed your uniform?" "Yes," said Jane. "I told you I was packing." She came slowly across the room, and stood on the hearthrug looking down at him. He was in full evening dress, just as at Shenstone on that memorable night; and, as he sat well back in his deep armchair, one knee crossed over the other, she saw the crimson line of his favourite silk socks. Jane stood looking down upon him. Her hour had come at last. But even now she must, for his sake, be careful and patient. "I did not hear the song," she said. "No," replied Garth. "At first I forgot; and when I remembered, I had been thinking of other things, and somehow Miss Gray, I cannot sing tonight. My soul is dumb with longing." "I know," said Jane, gently. "And I am going to sing to you." A faint look of surprise crossed Garth's face. "Do you sing?" he asked. "Then why have you not sung before?" "When I arrived," said Jane,
Dr. Rob asked me whether I played. I said, a little. Thereupon he concluded that I sang a little, too, and he forbade me most peremptorily either to play a little or sing a little to you. He said he did not want you driven altogether mad." Garth burst out laughing. "How like old Robbie!" he said. "And, in spite of his injunctions, are you going to take the risk, and sing a little to me tonight?" "No," said Jane, "I take no risks. I am going to sing you one song. Here is the purple cord at your right hand. There is nothing between you and the piano, and you are facing towards it. If you want to stop me, you can come." She walked over to the instrument and sat down. Over the top of the grand piano she could see him, leaning back in his chair, a slightly amused smile playing about his lips. He was evidently still enjoying the humour of Dr. Rob's prohibition. The Rosary has but one opening chord. She struck it, her eyes upon his face. She saw him sit up instantly, a look of surprise, expectation, bewilderment, gathering there. Then she began to sing. The deep rich voice, low and vibrant as the softest tone of cello, thrilled into the startled silence. "The years I spent with thee, dear heart, are as a string of pearls to me. I count them over, every one apart. My rosary, my rosary, each hour pearl." Jane got no further. Garth had risen. He spoke no word, but he was coming blindly over to the piano. She turned on the music stool, her arms held out to receive him. Now he had found the woodwork. His hand crashed down upon the bars. Now he had found her. He was on his knees, his arms around her. Hers enveloped him, yearning, tender, hungry with the repressed longing of all those hard weeks. He lifted his sightless face to hers for one moment. "You!" he said. "You! You, all the time!" Then he hid his face in the soft lace at her breast. "Oh, my boy, my darling!" said Jane tenderly, holding the dear head close. "Yes, I, all the time near him in his loneliness and pain. Could I have stopped away? But, oh Garth, what it is at last to hold you, and touch you, and feel you here. Yes, it is I. Oh, my beloved, are you not quite sure? Who else could hold you thus? Take care, my darling. Come over to the couch, just here, and sit beside me." Garth rose and raised her without loosing her, and she guided herself and him to a safer seat close by. But there again he flung himself upon his knees, and held her, his arms around her waist, his face hidden in the shelter of her bosom. "Ah, darling, darling," said Jane softly, and her hand stole up behind his head with a touch of unspeakable protective tenderness. "It has been so sweet to wait upon my boy, and to help him in his darkness, and shield him from unnecessary pain, and be always there to meet his every need. But I could not come myself until he knew, and understood, and had forgiven. No, not forgiven. Understood, and yet still loved. For does he now understand? And does he forgive? Oh, Garth! Oh, hush, my darling! You frighten me. No, I will never leave you. Never, never. Oh, can't you understand, my beloved? Then I must tell you more plainly. Darling, do be still and listen. Just for a few days we must be, as we have been. Only my boy will know it is I who am near him. Aunt Gina is coming this evening. She will be here in half an hour. Then, as soon as possible, we will get a special license, and we will be married, Garth, and then—" Jane paused, and the man who knelt beside her held his breath to listen. "And then," continued Jane in a low tender voice, which gathered in depth of sacred mystery, yet did not falter, "then it will be my highest joy to be always with my husband, night and day." A long sweet silence. The tempest of emotion in her arms was hushed to rest. The eternal voice of perfect love had whispered, "Peace, be still." And there was a great calm. At last Garth lifted his head. "Always, always together?" he said. "Ah, that will be Perpetual Light." When Simpson, pale with importance, flung open the library door and announced, "Her Grace, the Duchess of Meldrum," Jane was seated at the piano, playing soft dreamy chords, and a slim young man, in evening dress, advanced with eager hospitality to greet his guest. The Duchess did either not see, or chose to ignore, the guiding cord. She took his outstretched hand warmly in both her own. "Goodness gracious, my dear Dal! How you surprise me! I expected to find you blind. And here you are striding about, just your old handsome self." "Dear Duchess," said Garth, and stooping, kissed the kind old hand still holding his. "I cannot see you, I am sorry to say. But I don't feel very blind tonight. My darkness has been lighted by a joy beyond expression. Oh ho! So that's the way the land lies? Now which are you going to marry? The nurse, who I gather is a most respectable young person, and highly recommended; or that hussy, Jane, who, without the smallest compunction, orders her poor aunt from one end of the kingdom to the other, to suit her own convenience?" Jane came over from the piano, and slipped her hand through her lover's arm. "Dear Aunt Gina," she said, "you know you loved coming, because you enjoy a mystery, and like being a dear old Deus ex machina at the right moment. And he is going to marry them both, because they both love him far too dearly ever to leave him again, and he seems to think he cannot do without either." The Duchess looked at the two radiant faces, one sightless, the other with glad proud eyes for both, and her own filled with tears. "Hoity-toity," she said. "Are we in Salt Lake City? Well, we always thought one girl would not do for Dal. He would need the combined perfections of several, and he appears to think he has found them. God bless you both, you absurdly happy people. And I will bless you too, but not until I have dined. Now ring for that very nervous person with side whiskers, and tell him I want my maid, and my room, and I want to know where they have put my toucan. I had to bring him, Jane. He is so loving, dear bird. I knew you would think him in the way, but I really could not leave him behind." End of chapter 36.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Christine Blashford. www.wokeupthismorning.co.uk. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 37. In the Face of This Congregation. The society paragraphs would have described it as a very quiet wedding, when Garth and Jane a few days later were pronounced man and wife together in the little Episcopal church among the hills. Perhaps to those who were present it stands out rather as an unusual wedding than as a quiet one. To Garth and Jane the essential thing was to be married, and left to themselves, with as little delay as possible. They could not be induced to pay any attention to details as to the manner in which this desired end was to be attained. Jane left it entirely to the doctor, in one practical though casual sentence. "Just make sure it is valid, Dicky, and send us in the bills." The Duchess, being a true conservative, early began mentioning veils, orange blossom, and white satin, but Jane said, "My dear aunt, fancy me in orange blossom! I should look like a Christmas pantomime. And I never wear veils, even in motors, and white satin is a form of clothing I have always had the wisdom to avoid." "Then in what do you intend to be married, unnatural girl?" inquired the Duchess. "In whatever I happen to put on that morning," replied Jane, knotting the silk of a soft crimson cord she was knitting, and glancing out of the window to where Garth sat smoking on the terrace. "Have you a timetable?" inquired her Grace of Meldrum, with dangerous calmness. "And can you send me to the station this afternoon?" "We can always send to the station at a moment's notice," said Jane, working in a golden strand, and considering the effect. "But where are you going, dear Aunt Gina? You know Derek and Flower arrive this evening." "I am washing my hands of you and going south," said the Duchess wrathfully. "Don't do that, dear," said Jane placidly. "You have washed your hands of me so often, and like the blood of King Duncan of Scotland, I am upon them still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand." Then raising her voice, "Garth, if you want to walk, just give a call. I am here, talking over my trousseau with Aunt Gina." "What is a trousseau?" came back in Garth's happy voice. "A thing you get into to be married," said Jane. "Then let's get into it quickly," shouted Garth with enthusiasm. "Dear aunt," said Jane, "let us make a compromise. I have some quite nice clothes upstairs, including Redfern tailor-mades and several uniforms. Let your maid look through them, and whatever you select, and she puts out in readiness on my wedding morning, I promise to wear." This resulted in Jane appearing at the church in a long blue cloth coat and skirt, handsomely embroidered with gold, and suiting her large figure to perfection, a deep yellow vest of brocaded silk, and old lace ruffles at neck and wrists. Garth was as anxious about his wedding garments as Jane had been indifferent over hers, but he had so often been in requisition as best man at town weddings that Simpson had no difficulty in turning him out in the acme of correct bridal attire. And very handsome he looked as he stood waiting at the chancel steps, not watching for his bride, but obviously listening for her. For as Jane came up the church on Deryck's arm, Garth slightly turned his head and smiled. The Duchess, resplendent in purple satin and ermine, with white plumes in her bonnet, and many jewelled chains depending from her, which rattled and tinkled in the silence of the church every time she moved, was in a front pew on the left, ready to give her niece away. In a corresponding seat on the opposite side, as near as possible to the bridegroom, sat Marjorie Graham, in black silk, with a small quilted satin bonnet, and a white lawn kerchief folded over the faithful old heart which had beaten in tenderness for Garth since his babyhood. She turned her head anxiously every time the Duchess jingled, but otherwise kept her eyes fixed on the marriage service, in a large print prayer book in her lap. Marjorie was not used to the episcopal service, and she had her doubts as to whether it could possibly be gone through correctly by all parties concerned. In fact, this anxiety of old Marjorie's increased so painfully when the ceremony actually commenced that it took audible form, and she repeated all the answers of the bridal pair in an impressive whisper after them. Dr. Rob, being the only available bachelor, did duty as best man, Jane having stipulated that he should not be entrusted with the ring, her previous observations leading her to conclude that he would most probably slip it unconsciously onto his finger, and then search through all his own pockets and all Garth's, and begin taking up the church matting before it occurred to him to look at his hand. Jane would not have minded the diversion, but she did object to any delay. So the ring went to church in Garth's waistcoat pocket, where it had lived since Jane brought it out from Aberdeen, and without any fumbling or hesitation was quietly laid by him upon the open book. Dr. Rob had charge of the fees for clerk, verger, bell-ringers, and every person connected with the church who could possibly have a tip pressed upon them. Garth was generous in his gladness, and eager to do all things in a manner worthy of the great gift made fully his that day. So Dr. Rob was well provided with the wherewithal, and this he jingled in his pockets as soon as the exhortation commenced, and his interest in the proceedings resulted in his fatal habit of unconsciousness of his own actions. Thus he and the Duchess kept up a tinkling duet, each hearing the other, and not their own sounds. So the Duchess glared at Dr. Rob, and Dr. Rob frowned at the Duchess, and old Marjorie looked tearfully at both. Deryck Brand, the tallest man in the church, his fine figure showing to advantage in the long frock-coat with silk facings, which Lady Brand had pronounced indispensable to the occasion, retired to a seat beside his wife, just behind old Marjorie, as soon as he had conducted Jane to Garth's side. As Jane removed her hand from his arm, she turned and smiled at him, and a long look passed between them. All the memories, all the comprehension, all the trust and affection of years seemed to concentrate in that look, and Lady Brand's eyes dropped to her dainty white and gold prayer book. She had never known jealousy. The doctor had never given her any possible reason for acquiring that cruel knowledge. His flower bloomed for him, and her fragrance alone made his continual joy. All other lovely women were mere botanical specimens, to be examined and classified, but Flower had never quite understood the depth of the friendship between her husband and Jane, founded on the associations and aspirations of childhood and early youth, and a certain similarity of character which would not have wedded well, but which worked out into a comradeship, providing a source of strength for both. Of late, Flower had earnestly tried to share, even while failing to comprehend it. Perhaps she, in her pale primrose gown, with daffodils at her waist and sunbeams in her golden hair, was the most truly bridal figure in the church. As the doctor turned from the bride and sought his place beside her in the pew, he looked at the sweet face bent so demurely over the prayer book, and thought he had never seen his wife look more entrancingly lovely. Unconsciously his hand strayed to the white rosebud she had fastened in his coat as they strolled round the conservatory together that morning. Flower, glancing up, surprised his look. She did not think it right to smile in church, but a delicate wave of colour swept over her face, and her cheek leaned as near the doctor's shoulder as the size of her hat would allow. Flower felt quite certain that was a look the doctor had never given Jane. The service commenced. The short-sighted clergyman, very nervous, and rather overwhelmed by the unusual facts of a special licence, a blind bridegroom, and the reported presence of a duchess, began reading very fast, in an undertone which old Margery could not follow, though her finger, imprisoned in unwonted kid, hurried along the lines. Then, conscious of his mistake, he slowed down, and became too impressive, making long, nerve-straining pauses, fled in by the tinkling of the duchess and the chinking in Dr. Rob's trouser pockets. Thus they arrived at the demand upon the congregation, if they could show any just cause why these two persons might not lawfully be joined together, now to speak, and the pause here was so long and so overpowering that old Margery said nay, and then gave a nervous sob. The bridegroom turned and smiled in the direction of the voice, and the doctor, leaning forward, laid his hand on the trembling shoulder and whispered, "Steady, old friend, it is all right." There was no pause whatever after the solemn charge to the couple, so if Garth and Jane had any secrets to disclose, they had perforce to keep them for after discussion. Then Jane found her right hand firmly clasped in Garth's, and no inadequacy of the church's mouthpiece could destroy the exquisite beauty of the church's words, in which Garth was asked if he would take her to be his own. To this, Garth and old Margery said they would, with considerable display of emotion. Then the all-comprehensive question was put to Jane, the church seeming to remind her gently that she took him in his blindness, with all which that might entail. Jane said, "I will," and the deep, tender voice was the voice of the Rosary. When the words were uttered, Garth lifted the hand he held, and reverently kissed it. This was not in the rubric, and proved disconcerting to the clergyman. He threw up his head suddenly, and inquired, "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" And as, for the moment, there was no response, he repeated the question wildly, gazing into distant corners of the church. Then the Duchess, who up to that time had been feeling a little bored, realized that her moment had come, and rejoiced. She sailed out of her pew, and advanced to the chancel step. "My dear good man," she said, "I give my niece away, having come north at considerable inconvenience for that express purpose. Now, go on. What do we do next?" Dr. Rob broke into an uncontrollable chuckle. The Duchess lifted her lorgnette and surveyed him. Margery searched her prayer book in vain for the Duchess's response. It did not appear to be there. Flower looked in distressed appeal at the doctor, but the doctor was studying with grave intentness a stencilled pattern on the chancel roof, and paid no attention to Flower's nudge. The only people completely unconscious of anything unusual in the order of proceedings appeared to be the bride and bridegroom. They were taking each other in the sight of God and in the face of this congregation. They were altogether absorbed in each other, standing together in the sight of God, and the deportment of this congregation was a matter they scarcely noticed. People always behave grotesquely at weddings, Jane had said to Garth beforehand, and ours will be no exception to the general rule. But we can close our eyes, and we can stand together in sightless land, and Derek will take care it is valid. "Not in sightless land, my beloved," said Garth, "but in the land where they need no candle, neither light of the sun. However and wherever I take you as my wife, I shall be standing on the summit of God's heaven." So they stood, and in their calmness the church hushed to silence. The service proceeded, and the minister, who had not known how to keep them from clasping hands when the rubric did not require it, found no difficulty in inducing them to do so again. So they took each other, these two who were so deeply each other's already, solemnly, reverently, tenderly in the sight of God, they took each other according to God's holy ordinance, and the wedding ring, type of that eternal love which has neither beginning nor ending, passed from Garth's pocket over the holy book on to Jane's finger. When it was over, she took his arm, and leaning upon it, so that he could feel she leaned, guided him to the vestry. Afterwards, in the brougham, for those few precious moments when husband and wife find themselves alone for the first time, Garth turned to Jane with an eager naturalness which thrilled her heart as no studied speech could have done. He did not say, "My wife." That unique moment had been theirs 3 years before. "Dearest," he said, "how soon will they all go? How soon shall we be quite alone? Oh, why couldn't they drive to the station from the church?" Jane looked at her watch. "Because we must lunch them, dear," she said. "Think how good they have all been. And we could not start our married life by being inhospitable. It is just 1 o'clock, and we ordered luncheon at 1:30. Their train leaves the station at 4:30. In 3 hours, Garth, we shall be alone." "Shall I be able to behave nicely for 3 hours?" exclaimed Garth, boyishly. "You must," said Jane, "or I shall fetch Nurse Rosemary." "Oh, hush," he said. "All that is too precious to-day for chaff. Jane." He turned suddenly and laid his hand on hers. "Jane, do you understand that you are now actually my wife?" Jane took his hand and held it against her heart, just where she so often had pressed her own, when she feared he would hear it throbbing. "My darling," she said, "I do not understand it, but I know, thank God, I know it to be true." End of chapter 37.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Maria Elming, Copenhagen, Denmark, 2007. The Rosary by Florence L. Barclay. Chapter 38. Perpetual Light. Moonlight on the terrace. Silvery, white, serene. Garth and Jane had stepped out into the brightness, and, finding the night so warm and still, and the nightingales filling the woods and hills with soft-throated music, they moved their usual fireside chairs close to the parapet, and sat there in restful comfort, listening to the sweet sounds of the quiet night. The solitude was so perfect, the restfulness so complete. Garth had removed the cushioned seat from his chair and placed it on the gravel, and sat at his wife's feet, leaning against her knees. She stroked his hair and brow softly as they talked, and every now and then he put up his hand, drew hers to his lips, and kissed the ring he had never seen. Long tender silences fell between them. Now that they were at last alone, thoughts too deep, joys too sacred for words, trembled about them, and silence seemed to express more than speech. Only, Garth could not bear Jane to be for a moment out of reach of his hand. What to another would have been, "I cannot let her out of my sight," was to him, "I cannot let her be beyond my touch." And Jane fully understood this, and let him feel her every moment within reach. And the bliss of this was hers as well as his. For sometimes it had seemed to her as if the hunger in her heart, caused by those long weeks of waiting, when her arms ached for him, and yet she dared not even touch his hand, would never be appeased. "Sweet, sweet, sweet thrill," sang a nightingale in the wood, and Garth whistled an exact imitation. "Oh, darling," said Jane, "that reminds me. There's something I do so want you to sing to me. I don't know what it is, but I think you will remember. It was on that Monday evening, after I had seen the pictures, and Nurse Rosemary had described them to you. Both our poor hearts were on the rack, and I went up early in order to begin my letter of confession, but you told Simpson not to come for you until 11. While I was writing in the room above, I could hear you playing in the library. You played so many things I knew. Music we had done together long ago. And then a theme I had never heard crept in and caught my ear at once, because it was quite new to me, and so marvellously sweet. I put down my pen and listened. You played it several times, with slight variations, as if trying to recall it. And then, to my joy, you began to sing. I crossed the room, softly opened my window, and leaned out. I could hear some of the words, but not all. 2 lines, however, reached me distinctly, with such penetrating, tender sadness, that I laid my head against the window frame, feeling as if I could write no more, and wait no longer, but must go straight to you at once. Garth drew down the dear hand which had held the pen that night, turned it over, and softly kissed the palm. "What were they, Jane?" he said. "Lead us, O Christ, when all is gone, safely home at last." And, oh, my darling, the pathos of those words, "when all is gone." Whoever wrote that music had been through suffering such as ours. Then came a theme of such inspiring hopefulness and joy, that I arose, armed with fresh courage, took out my pen, and went on with my letter. Again, 2 lines had reached me. "Where thou, eternal light of light, art Lord of all." What is it, Garth, and whose? And where did you hear it? And will you sing it to me now, darling? I have a sudden wish that you should sing it, here and now, and I can't wait. Garth sat up and laughed, a short, happy laugh, in which all sorts of emotions were mingled. "Jane, I like to hear you say you can't wait. It isn't like you, because you're so strong and patient. And yet it is so deliciously like you, if you feel it, to say it. I found the words in the anthem book at Worcester Cathedral, this time last year, at evensong. I copied them into my pocket-book, during the reading of the first lesson, I'm ashamed to say. But it was all about what Balak said unto Balaam, and Balaam said unto Balak. So I hope I may be forgiven. They seemed to me some of the most beautiful words I had ever read, and, fortunately, I committed them to memory. Of course I will sing them to you, if you wish, here and now. But I am afraid the air will sound rather poor without accompaniment. However, not for words would I move from here at this moment." So sitting up in the moonlight, with his back to Jane, his face uplifted and his hands clasped around one knee, Garth sang. Much practice had added greatly to the sweetness and flexibility of his voice, and he rendered perfectly the exquisite melody to which the words were set. Jane listened with an overflowing heart. "The radiant morn hath passed away, and spent too soon her golden store. The shadows of departing day creep on once more. Our life is but a fading dawn, its glorious noon how quickly past. Lead us, O Christ, when all is gone, safely home at last. Where saints are clothed in spotless white, and evening shadows never fall, where thou, eternal light of light, art Lord of all." The triumphant worship of the last line rang out into the night and died away. Garth loosed his hands and leaned back, with a sign of vast content, against his wife's knees. "Beautiful," she said. "Beautiful. Garthie, perhaps it's because you sang it, and tonight, but it seems to me the most beautiful thing I ever heard. Ah, and how appropriate for us, on this day of all days." "Oh, I don't know," said Garth, stretching his legs in front of him, and crossing his feet the one over the other. "I certainly feel same hope at last. Not because all is gone, but because I have all in having you, Jane." Jane bent and laid her cheek upon his head. "My own boy," she said, "you have all that I have to give. All, all. But, darling, in those dark days which are past, all seemed gone for us both. Lead us, O Christ. It was He who led us safely through the darkness, and has brought us to this. And Garth, I love to know that He is Lord of all, Lord of our joy, Lord of our love, Lord of our lives, our wedded lives, my husband. We could not be so safely, so blissfully each other's, were we not one in Him. Is this true for you also, Garth?" Garth felt for her left hand, drew it down, and laid his cheek against it, then gently twisted the wedding ring that he might kiss it all around. "Yes, my wife," he said, "I thank God that I can say in all things, Thou, eternal light of light, art Lord of all." A long sweet silence. Then Jane said suddenly, "Oh, but the music, Garthie! That exquisite setting! Whose is it, and where did you hear it?"
Garth laughed again, a laugh of half-shy pleasure. "I'm glad you like it, Jane," he said, "because I must plead guilty to the fact that it is my own. You see, I knew no music for it. The anthem book gave the words only. And on that awful night, when little Rosemary had mercilessly rubbed it in about the Lady Portrayed, and what her love must have been, and would have been, and could have been, and made me see the wife again, and the other picture, I felt so bruised and sore and lonely. And then those words came into my mind: 'Lead us, O Christ, when all is gone, safe home at last.' All seemed gone, indeed, and there seemed no home to hope for in this world." He raised himself a little, and then leaned back down again, so that his head rested against her bosom. "Safe home at last," he said, and stayed quite still for a moment in utter content. Then remembered what he was telling her, and went on eagerly. "So those words came back to me, and to get away from despairing thoughts, I began reciting them, to an accompaniment of chords. The radiant morn hath passed away, and spent too soon her golden store, the shadows of departing day. And then, suddenly, Jane, I saw it, pictured in sound, just as I used to see a sunset in light and shadow, and then transfer it to my canvas in shade and colour. So I heard a sunset in harmony, and I felt the same kind of tingle in my fingers as I used to feel when inspiration came, and I could catch up my brushes and palette. So I played the sunset. And then I got the theme for life fading, and what one feels when the glorious noon is suddenly plunged into darkness. And then the prayer. And then I heard a vision of heaven, where evening shadows never fall. And after that came the end, just certainty, and worship, and peace. You see, the eventual theme worked out all of this. It was like making studies for a picture. That was why you heard it over and over. I wasn't trying to remember. I was gathering it into final form. I'm awfully glad you like it, Jane, because if I show you how the harmonies go, perhaps you could write it down. And it would mean such a lot to me, if you thought it worth singing. I could play the accompaniment. Hullo! Was it beginning to rain? I felt a drop on my cheek and another on my hand. No answer. Then he felt the heave with which Jane caught her breath, and realized that she was weeping. In a moment he was on his knees in front of her. "Jane! Why, what is the matter, sweet? What on earth? Have I said anything to trouble you? Jane, what is it? Oh God, why can't I see her?" Jane mastered her emotion, controlling her voice with an immense effort, then drew him down beside her. "Hush, darling, hush. It is only a great joy, a wonderful surprise. Lean against me again, and I will try to tell you. Do you know that you have composed some of the most beautiful music in the world? Do you know, my own boy, that not only your proud and happy wife, but all women who can sing, will want to sing your music? Garthy, do you realize what this means? The creative faculty is so strong in you that when one outlet has denied it, it bursts forth through another. When you had your sight, you created by the hand and eye. Now you will create by the hand and ear. The power is the same. It merely works through another channel. But oh, think what it means. Think. The world lies before you once more." Garth laughed, and put up his hand to the dear face, still wet with thankful tears. "Oh, bother the world," he said. "I don't want the world. I only want my wife." Jane put her arms around him. Oh, what a boy he was in some ways! How full of light-hearted, irrepressive, essential youth! Just then she felt so much older than he, but how little that mattered. The better could she wrap him around with the greatness of her tenderness, shield him from every jar or disillusion, and help him to make the most of his great gifts. "I know, darling," she said, "and you have her. She is just all yours. But think of the wonderful future. Thank God I know enough of the technical part to write the scores of your compositions. And Garth, fancy going together to noble cathedrals, and hearing your anthems sung, and to concerts where the most perfect voices in the world will be doing their utmost adequately to render your songs. Fancy thrilling hearts with pure harmony, stirring souls with tone pictures, just as before you used to awaken in us all by your wonderful paintings, an appreciation and comprehension of beauty. Garth raised his head. "Is it really as good as that, Jane?" he said. "Dear," answered Jane earnestly, "I can only tell you that when you sang it first, and I had not the faintest idea it was yours, I said to myself, 'It is the most beautiful thing I ever heard.'" "I am glad," said Garth simply. "And now let us talk of something else. Oh, I say, Jane, the present is too wonderful to leave any possible room for thoughts about the future. Do talk about the present." Jane smiled, and it was the smile of the wife. Mysterious, compassionate, tender, self-surrendering. She leaned over him and rested her cheek upon his head. "Yes, darling, we will talk of this very moment if you wish. You begin." "Look at the house and describe it to me as you see it in the moonlight." "Very grey and calm and restful looking, and so home-like, Garthy." "Are there lights in the windows?" "Yes. The library lights are just as we left them. The French window is standing wide open. The pedestal lamp, under a crimson silk shade, looks very pretty from here, shedding a warm glow over the interior. Then I can see one candle in the dining room. I think Simpson is putting away silver." "Any others, Jane?" "Yes, darling. There's a light in the oriel chamber. I can see Marjorie moving to and fro. She seems to be arranging my things and giving final touches. There's also a light in your room next door. And now she's gone through, I see her standing and looking round to make sure all is right. Dear faithful old heart. Garth, how sweet it is to be home to-day, served and tended by those who really love us." "I am so glad you feel that," said Garth. "I half feared you might regret not having an ordinary honeymoon. And yet, no, I wasn't really afraid of that, or of anything. Just together at last was all we wanted, wasn't it, my wife?" "All." A clock in the house struck 9. "Dear old clock," said Garth softly. "I used to hear it strike 9 when I was a little chap in my crib, trying to keep awake until my mother rustled past and went into her room. The door between her room and mine used to stand ajar, and I could see her candle appear in the long streak upon my ceiling. When I saw that streak, I fell asleep immediately. It was such a comfort to know she was there, and would not go down again. Jane, do you like the oriel chamber?" "Yes, dear. It is a lovely room, and very sacred because it was hers." "Do you know, Aunt Georgina insisted upon seeing it, Garth, and said it ought to be whitened and papered. But I would not hear of that, because the beautiful old ceiling is hand-painted, and so are the walls. And I was certain you had loved those paintings as a little boy, and would remember them now." "Ah, yes," said Garth eagerly. "A French artist stayed here and did them. Water and rushes, and the most lovely flamingos. Those on the wall standing with their feet in the water, and those on the ceiling flying with wings outspread into a pale green sky, all over white billowy clouds. Jane, I believe I could walk round that room no, I mean as I am now, and point the exact spot where each flamingo stands." "You shall," said Jane tenderly. These slips, when he talked, momentarily forgetting his blindness, always wrung her heart. "By degrees you must tell me all the things you specially did and loved as a little boy. I like to know them." "Had you always that room, next door to your mother's?" "Ever since I can remember," said Garth. "And the door between was always open. After my mother's death I kept it locked. But the night before my birthday I used to open it. And when I woke early and saw it ajar, I would spring up and go quickly in. And it seemed as if her dear presence was there to greet me, just on that one morning. But I had to go quickly, and immediately I wakened, just as you must go out early to catch the rosy glow of sunrise on the fleeting clouds, or see the gossamer webs on the gorse, outlined in diamonds by the sparkling summer dew. But somehow Marjorie found out about it, and the 3rd year there was a sheet of writing paper firmly stuck to the pincushion by a large black-headed pin, saying, in Marjorie's careful calligraphy, "Many happy returns of the day, Master Garthy." It was very touching, because it was meant to be so comforting and tactful. But it destroyed the illusion. Since then the door has been kept closed. Another long sweet silence. 2 nightingales in distant trees sang alternately, answering one another in liquid streams of melody. Again Garth turned the wedding ring, then spoke with his lip against it. "You said Marjorie had gone through. Is it open tonight?" he asked. Jane clasped both hands between his head, strong, capable hands, though now they trembled a little, and pressed his face against her as she had done on the terrace at Shenstone 3 years before. "Yes, my own boy," she said, "it is." "Jane! Oh, Jane!" He released himself from the pressure of those restraining hands, and lifted his adoring face to hers. Then suddenly Jane broke down. "Oh, darling," she said, "take me away from this horrible white moonlight. I cannot bear it. It reminds me of Shenstone. It reminds me of the wrong I did you. It seems a separating thing between you and me, this cruel brightness which you cannot share." Her tears fell on his upturned face. Then Garth sprang to his feet. The sense of manhood and mastery, the right of control, the joy of possession arose within him. Even in his blindness he was the stronger. Even in his helplessness, for the great essentials, Jane must lean on him. He raised her gently, put his arms around her, and stood there, glorified by his great love. "Hush, sweetest wife," he said. "Neither light nor darkness can separate between you and me. This quiet moonlight cannot take you from me. But in the still, sweet darkness, you will feel more completely my own, because it will hold nothing we cannot share. Come with me to the library, and we will send away the lamps, and close the curtains, and you shall sit on the couch near the piano, where you sat on that wonderful evening when I found you, and when I almost frightened my brave Jane. But she will not be frightened now, because she is so my own. And I may say what I like, and do what I will, and she must not threaten me with Nurse Rosemary, because it is Jane I want. Jane, Jane, just only Jane. Come in, beloved. And I, who see as clearly in the dark as in the light, will sit and play the Rosary for you, and then Veni Creator Spiritus, and I will sing you the verse which has been the secret source of peace and the sustaining power of my whole inner life through the long hard years apart." "Now," whispered Jane, "now, as we go." So Garth drew her hand through his arm, and as they walked, sang softly: "Enable with perpetual light the dullness of our blinded sight. Anoint and cheer our soiled face with the abundance of thy grace. Keep far our foes, give peace at home. Where thou art guide, no ill can come." Thus, leaning on her husband, yet guiding him as she leaned, Jane passed to the perfect happiness of her wedded home. End of chapter 38. End of the Rosary by Florence L. Barclay.